Chapter 151. An Army of Millions of Mages. The entire Ishgard magic circle can be strengthened at a maximum of about 200,000, and the gap is not a little bit. If this is the case, the entire Ishgard continent is at stake. The gap is so large that the opponent can completely crush it directly, and they are basically powerless to resist. Ogre continued, "The time is running out. Anyway, we need to make preparations as soon as possible to deal with this coming war and gather the forces of each guild. In addition to the subordinate guild's combat power, the combat power of the 10th level is also filled. Otherwise, it is unstoppable by ordinary battles." Reggie added, "Sometimes there are more ordinary magicians, but they are not as good as a strong magician. A powerful mage often tops dozens or even hundreds of mage. In the case of attracting a large number of people, it is also very important to strengthen the power of the upper layers. After all, the real battlefield is the duel of the top powerhouses. Although the bottom-level wizards have a certain role, they often work in general." Leji's words have been recognized by many congressmen, but some people still raise doubts and concerns. Belluno. Involving danger, I am afraid that some guild leaders will not let go easily. In addition, the Dark Guild may also take advantage of the chaos, and these should be counted. Crawford said solemnly, "There is no time to take care of these, and now we will spare no expense to fill up the combat power. There is a vacancy in the 10 Wizard Saints now. Do you have any good suggestions?" This time, the 10 great wizards of the Holy Spirit are filled. One picked 3 Holy Tens, Loya, R.A., Altair. Counting the 3 kings of Ishgard, Serena, Makarov, Jose, there is still a vacancy. But those who should be elected have already been selected, and there is still a swing in the last person. There was a lot of debate among the members of the parliament, and it was understandable that the previous ones were selected, but the last Holy 10 polishing plan hoped to choose the people of their own faction. There was still this battle before the war, and it has to be said that it is very ironic and sad. I have a good candidate here. In Fairy Tale, Gildarts has the strength no less than Makarov, and is qualified for the Holy 10. At this time, Yajima, who had been silent for a long time in a corner, suddenly said, Yajima chose Gildarts not out of selfishness, but out of the most practical considerations. The strength of a super S-rank magician can almost crush the 10 wizard saints in the latter half, and his strength is amazing. However, as soon as such words were exported, they were opposed by Michelo. No, the Fairy Tale Guild already has 2 10 wizard saints, and it will be out of balance when one 10 wizard saint is qualified. It's true, it's really outrageous to choose someone from the Fairy Tale Guild. I've had enough of my last experience. This one will never allow it. This time it was not only Michelo, but the rest of the MPs were also strongly opposed. The last time Loya himself was Warrod intimidating them, and now he has awarded a fairy tale with the title of Holy 10, which makes the Magic Council incompetent. Or it is not as simple as incompetence, it is almost comparable to waste. As a result, the candidate just proposed was instantly rejected. In the process of other lawmakers arguing, Altair also thought about selecting Zykrane. Although there is a slight gap between them, in essence, the interests of the two are still the same, and his selection can be more beneficial to her control. But seeing that Ajima's proposal was directly rejected, Altair killed his own idea, because she knew that her proposal would never pass. Not to mention strength, Chikrane himself was defeated in the previous battle. Although his opponent Loya's strength was extremely strong, he was defeated after all. There is a Holy 10 that has failed, and it is difficult to convince the public. It is precisely because of this that he directly lost the selection of the first round of 10 Wizard Saints. However, it's better to choose that demon, because his strength is enough to be selected. At this time, someone among the members suddenly proposed. The so-called magic, it was none other than the one who killed the leader of Oration Ceased some time ago. Due to the severance of news, the magic world currently does not know the true identity, and can only rely on the residual demon breath to give this person the title. Hearing this proposal, everyone present instantly fell silent. From a profit standpoint, but if picking one is out of anyone's reach, they don't mind. Although it is impossible to determine the exact identity of the other party, just solving the fact that the 6 demons will be in the guild is enough to prove that the other party itself belongs to the righteous side. I don't know how many times better than the lawyer that they were forced to choose. A good proposal, but unfortunately there is still this problem. So who is going to find that person? At this time, many people began to be moved. Although there is a possibility of finding a needle in a haystack, it is also possible to find it with the power of the Magic Council. Not to mention, it is in their interest to have close contact with a gifted and talented young man, and it is completely possible to win over them further. For this reason, not long after the calm, many people continued to quarrel. It wasn't until Crawford came forward again that this matter was settled. Enough, let's do our best to find this person here, and this meeting will end. 9:30 After finishing speaking, Crawford assigned their respective tasks and immediately disappeared into the parliamentary room. Seeing this, the other members of the assembly also left. Altaire's thoughts went back to his office, and he fell asleep in his office chair. It seems, I need to find that person as much as possible. Z-Crane was not selected. It has a great influence on the infiltration plan. If you can find this or that demon to win over the other party, you can make up for this vacancy to a certain extent. Moreover, compared to the members of the parliament who can only mobilize the Magic Council forces and at the same time rely on the dark world, they also have an advantage and can conduct two-way searches. At the same time, with the strength of the opponent, it can even check and balance Loya to a certain extent. Relying on only one person makes her feel passive, and if the same person replaces it, she will be able to master the boulder. What's more, Loya hurts her time and time again. Altair said it's not at all. It's definitely impossible. However, as everyone knows, the person she wants to design is actually the same person. It's a pity that there is no so-called if it does not exist. Operation Altair. Other lawmakers are also taking action. For a time, the entire magic world was shaking. Prepare for this coming war. Chapter 152. Time flies by. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Ishgar has undergone tremendous changes. Under the mobilization of the Magic Council, the wizards of the major guilds have gathered towards the Magic Council. The entire magic world is surrounded by a heavy atmosphere and is uneasy. At this critical moment, the eyes and hopes of everyone and the mages are pinned on the Magic Council and the 10 wizard saints. However, as one of the Holy 10, Loya was not affected in the slightest, and still wandered freely among the mountains and rivers at will. Superbrain System, Host, Loya, Brain Development, 66%, Level, King Level Sorcerer, Special Magic, Dragon Magic, Demon Magic, God Magic, Space Magic, Light Magic, Initial Method. Other Magics, Engraving of Magic Circle, Chanting Magic, Psychic Magic, Modeling Wide Method, Phantom Magic, Stun Magic, Ancient Magic Book, etc. For 3 years, he took Urza and others on the Ishgar continent. According to the intelligence of Geoda and Een, while collecting books to learn the principles of magic, while strangling demons, and collecting Dragon Slayer crystals. After 3 years of accumulation, Loya's magic accumulation has reached an extremely deep level, and his strength has reached the level of the peak of the king. Perfectly decomposes the magic he currently has to master the essence. In this process, he killed a large number of demons, collected a lot of dragon-killing magic crystals left over, and also obtained Windy's Sky dragon-killing magic. Under the deep understanding of a lot of matter in Loya, the second stage of dragon magic Shunda reached the third stage, and the third stage of dragon power was opened, and the strength was improved by a lot. Although there is no breakthrough in the demon incantation, it has also improved a lot. At this time, he was lying on the magic airship enjoying the fruit that Lysana handed over, holding little Windy in his arms and gently kneading her pale and round baby fat. A few days ago, Fairy Tale was invited by Thomas E. Fiore, King of Fiore, to the royal palace in Crocus, where the Fiore royal family lived. After arriving, they tell the contents of the entrusted mission. Considering that it was the king who gave such a careful commission, Makarov, as a kingdom of Fiore, naturally did not dare to neglect. Use the magic communication tool to contact Loya, and he will come forward to complete the task. After arriving at the capital, don't be foolish like before. This time I will keep an eye on your anger. Not far away, Urza in a red swimsuit walked slowly. The long crimson hair is scattered down the beautiful face. The red swimsuit is wrapped in a proud figure, and the whole body shows the temperament of a queen. However, at this time Urza is seriously embodying Loya. After all, the client of this time is King Fiore. If it is not handled properly, the reputation of the fairy tale guild will be bad. Urza obviously didn't want to see such a situation. Is it useful to say this? It's not that you don't know the character of this guy. Before Loya could speak, Mira Jane, who was swimming in the pool, took it. The long white hair sets off the pale skin. After 3 years, Mira Jane, who is already beautiful, has become more and more attractive, and her temperament is not inferior to Urza. Especially at the moment of drilling out of the water droplets move smoothly, making them even more beautiful. Feast for Loya's eyes. But at the same time, he was very unconvinced. He picked up little Wendy and got up and retorted, "Mira Jane, don't frame me at will. I'm also a law-abiding wizard, and I spend most of my time reading books." Mira Jane sneered, Then tell me who did it first and beat up the senator's son when he went to the auction to buy the magic book last time." As she spoke, Mira Jane blushed and turned her head. "I was forced to fight back," Loya said, with a stern expression on her face. "What's more, that kid dares to do something to Wendy and Lysana. How can I let him go and protect my companions? Isn't it my business?" However, this explanation was unconvincing in the eyes of several people. What moves hands and feet? The other party clearly just wanted to capture the dark wizard, accidentally bumped Wendy and Lysana's arms, and didn't even fall. Loya turned around and destroyed an entire city, more unreasonable than a dark wizard. Carla on the side also said with a look of contempt, It's clearly thinking about Wendy. So ***T. Don't touch my head. My hair." Before he finished speaking, Loya's hand was already rubbing hard on Carla's cat's head, and backhanded a few times. A few seconds later, a white pig with upside-down hair appeared. So angry that Carla rushed to take revenge. Her small appearance was cute. Closer to home. Speaking of which, will Wendy and the others return the mission this time? The president asked us to carry out the mission well. Although they also know that Loya has always loved Wendy and the others, Urza has no objection. But the next task was too demanding, and it was a task commissioned by King Fiore himself, so he was so cautious. If nothing else, it should be a very difficult and dangerous task. Loya said, "It doesn't matter. This time the journey itself is for them to try. Not to mention this time the king has something to ask us. Even if he has an opinion, he doesn't dare to say anything. And the destination is the royal capital. It is said that there are flowers blooming all year round there. It is a veritable flower capital that just happened to take them to see and see. I'm going. As soon as Loya finished speaking, Wendy and Lysana raised their hands. In a city with flowers blooming all year round, 2 little girls can't resist it. Okay, then let's go quickly. After deciding what to do next, Loya then accelerated the speed of the magic airship, How, and invisible space fluctuations appeared in the rear 3 gun holes. In the next second, a huge energy burst out. The magic airship, which was originally dissatisfied with its speed, instantly increased to a level close to the speed of sound, and the surrounding scene was madly regressing. The speed is so fast that you can't see clearly what's around you. However, even so, the internal swimming pool is still very stable, without any fluctuations. 3 years are more than just magical enhancements. With Robin Liu's teachings and accumulation of magic principles, Loya's engraving on the magic circle became deeper and deeper, and his eyes opened. The magic airship under him is an improved product. Added space magic to the original flying magic circle to accelerate the explosion of magic. As long as the magic crystal is sufficient, it can reach the level of space long jump. As a result, in a matter of seconds, Loya and others have covered tens of kilometers. Chapter 153. About a few hours, Loya and his party arrived at the capital of Fiore, the city of flowers Crocus. Because the city is full of different flowers, it is called the capital of 100 flowers, and it is the most prosperous city in Fiore. Not to mention the central city where Magic Council is located, but it is also a well-known city in the entire northern region of Ishgard. However, no one knew that as early as 400 years ago, this was also the battlefield of the Dragon King Festival, and thousands of giant dragon corpses were buried deep below the capital. The corpses of these giant dragons are the same dragons that were killed by the black dragon Aknarokia 400 years ago. With the change of time, after the dragons withdrew from the stage of history, these were also buried in the ground along with history. Perhaps, the reason why the flowers of Rokas bloom so beautifully is precisely because of this. In any case, Crokus is just a beautiful city in the eyes of the world, and no one else knows the truth. Mira Jane, you'll come with me later. I need your help alone with something. Just as the magic airship was about to fall, Loya suddenly said to Mira Jane. The sudden move ushered in the strangeness of several people on board. Mira Jane blushed, and Urza looked at Loya with sharp eyes. Don't you want to be a ghost again? Did 930 forget everything I told you when I came? Loya waved his hand quickly and said, I promise not to mess around this time. Brother Loya, are you going to take Sister Mila on a date? Lisanna leaned over. Then what are you doing with Mira Jane alone? Urza raised her eyebrows and said, Or you have discovered the devil again, and are you planning to let her accept it? That's right. Loya, who was about to find a reason and an excuse, nodded immediately. Your strength is getting more and more perverted. Urza rolled his eyes and said, As soon as I got close, I discovered the whereabouts of the devil and the entire capital. Hearing this, Loya didn't change on the surface, but he was very embarrassed inside. It's a little flattering to him. The entire Crokus capital, not to mention a few kilometers, still has a range of tens of thousands of meters, which is much larger than the sea of gas trees. Not to mention him, even if a dragon came, it would not be able to spread the magic power perception to such a large extent. After all, this is the largest city in the Northern Territory, and it used to be a battlefield for the Dragon King Festival, which is incomparable to other places. Loya and Mira Jane pick out the boat first and fly into the city. Urza is other people's city. After arriving with the improved space magic airship, docked in a corner outside the city gate, and was then taken into the space by Loya. Urza, Lisanna, and Wendy, two angels, with a white cat. This combination attracted a lot of attention as soon as it appeared. If it wasn't for the seal of the Sorcerers Guild, people who didn't know it would have thought it was a princess who came to Crokus to play in a group. After all, how could ordinary people take a luxury magic airship? What a beautiful city. As soon as they walked into the city, Lisanna and little Wendy were instantly attracted by the city in front of them, and they were ready to rush out. Stop! Before they could run far, Mira Jane had already pulled out the collars of the two of them. Such a big city is full of people, and there are no longer a few mages, and they can't see anyone in the blink of an eye. Urza has grown a lot in the past 2 years, and gradually awakened the true character of the Fairy Disciplinary Committee. She is also very fond of the two in normal times, but when it comes to serious business, Urza is still very serious. Don't forget that we are here to do the task. Well, I don't know where Brother Loya and Sister Mira Jane went. Lisanna took Wendy's hand and said with a somewhat closed face. Obviously, she also wanted to be together. It's better if he doesn't come back. He bullies me every time he comes back. Carla, who was held in Wendy's arms, pouted and said, obviously still brooding about Loya's back combing her hair just now. Immediately, he raised his head slightly and looked at Urza. By the way, Miss Urza, do you really, CDE, don't mind Loya and Mira Jane alone? Although it is only a transcendence, Carla's IQ is not as simple as Lisanna and Wendy. With Queen Exeter, her wisdom grows at the same rate as human beings, and even surpasses some geniuses. In the conversation just now, she could see that Loya was obviously lying. Of course he knows. Similarly, what she can see through, Urza naturally can see through. But it was this that made Carla even more puzzled. Then why do you stop them? Urza smiled slightly, picked up Carla, and walked behind. While helping her clean up her hair, he said, this guy Loya is a little troubled, but it is also his strength. Advantage? Is that also an advantage? Carla had a hard time understanding Urza's words. Shouldn't normally lecherous boys be hated? Why is it so popular? As a result, Urza continued, Loya is not as simple as you think. He is a different person. People who really accompany Loya to grow up, not Mira Jane, not Makarov, or any of the other guildmates, but Urza alone. Urza, who knows Loya well, even if Loya doesn't say anything, she can see the thoughts in Loya's heart. Loya has always helped partners unreservedly and will not deliberately bully people with strong strength. If you like it, you like it, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. It is precisely this truth that makes me fall in love with him. He will not cover up anything, so everyone in the guild likes him so much. So it's normal for girls to like Loya. After all, everyone can see his excellence, even me. And compared to the Loya who has been paying, I can't do a love that occupies all of Loya. It's too selfish. Isn't that why you fell in love with Loya? Saying that, Urza looked down at Carla with a smile and said, Who? Who likes him? Suddenly, a word disturbed Carla, who was listening intently. A look of panic appeared on by Rongrong's face. That guy is a big bad guy. He ruined Wendy's and I's house and bullied me. I hate him the most. Urza looked at the angry and cute Carla and smiled. Okay, let's not talk about him. Carla doesn't want to learn magic? I can teach you transformation magic. It would be cute if you turned into a girl. Sister Urza, are you willing to teach me? Carla's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and even her name changed. Of course you can. Do you want to learn? Uh-huh. Duh. Chapter 154. Just like Urza thought, Loya brought Mira Jane with her suddenly, not on a whim. The reason why he was so quick to entrust the next mission was that he came to Croca's with a purpose. This purpose, there is light with Mira Jane, but it is not suitable to enter with Lisena and Wendy. Space teleportation was continuously activated, and the surrounding scene was constantly changing. After a while, Loya brought Mira Jane to the bottom of a mountain. The magic perception spread out, covering the entire mountain, and the space magic was activated again. This time, the two entered the dark mine directly, and this time, Mira Jane was shocked by the scene in front of her at the moment of entering. What is this place, and why looking around? The bottomless underground mine is full of huge keels. These keels have not completely lost their magic power, and they still emit light in the dark. As early as when she was taken away by Loya, she knew that the incident would not be too simple, but she did not expect it to be so shocking. Loya on the side said indifferently, Dragon Cemetery, the corpse left by the dragon eruption 400 years ago. I read it in an ancient book. It is said that after the death of the dragon, the soul does not die directly, but remains on the keel of the body. Correct. The place where he is now is the dragon's graveyard. The place where the large keel corpses were piled up, and this was also one of his goals. Are you going to let me receive this power? Mira Jane, who had calmed down, said something different. She didn't think that Loya brought herself here. She just came to visit, most likely to let herself receive the power of these dragon souls. This kind of thing has been done many times, but in the past, it was to receive demons. But this time the target was the dead dragon. Loya nodded undeniably. Compared to the power of the devil, the power of the dragon is more powerful. You can absorb the power of the dragon soul, and the strength can be improved again, but this process will experience some setbacks. Of course, if you don't want to, I can't force you. As ever, he needs Mira Jane to receive and fuse all the remaining dragon souls here, and then use Mira Jane's mouth to obtain all dragon-killing magic. The idea was born 3 years ago when I first met Mira Jane. To this end, he arranged Mira Jane's growth trajectory step by step, from meditation to fusion magic, just for the present day. The dragons in the Dragon Cemetery are not completely dead, and the remaining souls are still entrusted in the keel, and these remaining dragon souls can be condensed by demon spells. In the past 3 years, Loya considered to receive early, but he also chose to give up. The magic he currently masters has not been fully understood, the basic magic principles have not been restructured, and it is useless to learn other magics. In fact, if it wasn't for King Fiori invitation, Loya wouldn't have come so quickly. The deeper the foundational accumulation of magic principles, the faster he will master the magic after learning new lost magic. As long as you comprehend more basic magic principles, theoretically and in principle, you can instantly reach the level of mastery from entry. Receiving sooner or later looks the same to Loya, but since it's here, it's fortunate to receive it directly, and incidentally, it can also enhance Mira Jane's strength. After merging the multi-headed demons, Mira Jane is more like a demon than the one in the original book. Like Urza, the strength has long exceeded the level in the original book, but this is not enough in Loya's view. It is far from enough. Mira Jane's strength has caught up, but the demon blood is still far worse than the dragon blood, and the promotion speed is too slow. At least if she wants to deal with it better, she still needs stronger power in the next war. If you can fuse the dragon soul of the dragon graveyard, you can make up for these gaps. Of course, there is a price to gain power. The power of a dragon is more bearable than the power of a demon, and it takes some pain. If Mira Jane is unwilling to receive these powers, Loya does not force her. Like Urza, Mira Jane was his most important woman. But unexpectedly, Mira Jane agreed, and agreed quickly without even thinking. What are you thinking? Mira Jane rolled Loya's eyes, and Sundara had a hint of seductiveness. I'm not Lisana and Wendy. I'm not as weak as you think. I've become a lot stronger in the past 3 years, okay? For flowers. What about you, Urza? I remember that she is also a dragon slayer, so she should be able to absorb these powers too. Loya froze for a moment, shook her head, and smiled. Yes, in the past 3 years, he was not growing up alone. Although there is still a fight between the two, they are slowly beginning to accept each other in their hearts. Urza's words, I have other plans. These are specially prepared for you. Hearing this, Mira Jane also felt relieved. After Mira Jane made her choice, Loya moved on. Boom! Black ripples covered Loya's body. With the emergence of black demonic magic, Loya's dark eyes also transformed into complete darkness. Zero in the next second, an invisible wave spread wildly, covering the entire dragon graveyard, awakening it with pure soul power. In the original work, Wendy's is the awakening of the dragon attribute, but compared with the demon spell based on the soul, it is quite different. What's more, compared to Wendy's strength, getting along is not a few times. It's as simple as 10 times, and the effect gap is like a gulf. Powerful demonic magic permeates every corner. More and more rays of light emerged from the keels in the dragon graveyard, illuminating the entire depths of the ground like daylight. Roar! 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 Souls are presented, and the souls of giant dragons are rapidly condensing. At the moment of complete condensing, the giant dragon burst into one after another dragon roar, exuding a terrifying majesty and reappearing the style of 400 years. The soul power bursting out from dozens of giant dragons made the entire dragon cemetery vibrate violently, and a sound of dragon chirping spread to the entire crocus through the cracks in the ground. Under the dragon's roar, countless people in the capital fell to their knees, their souls trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the darkness in the depths of the soul once again appeared in front of everyone. Even the center of Crocus, the king's residence, is within the confines of the package. Long Ming, this is the situation? Who entered the underground of Thomas Brow? The short-statured King Doma, Ifuri on the throne, immediately jumped off the throne with a panicked look on his face. Big. Duh. Chapter 155. Thomas Brow, the place where the great demon fight will be performed in the future, is also above the dragon cemetery. Different from other people, Doma is someone who knows the truth. The moment she heard the dragon's cry, she immediately noticed something was wrong. The next second, Doma immediately arranged personnel. Any action related to the dragon clan may cause anxiety and cause turmoil in the capital. On the other hand, the dragon that awakened in the dragon cemetery, the source of the disaster, is roaring constantly, releasing the pressure of sleeping for hundreds of years. Great. I didn't expect that there would be a day to live. This time, I must kill all the human beings so that those ants can feel the power of the dragon family again. I feel the strong smell of blood. The roar drowned out. As strong as Mira Jane, in front of the dragon, he couldn't help but trigger the moving face. 930. His face turned pale. Is this a 400-year-old dragon? The remaining soul has such terrifying oppression. How terrifying it should be when it is alive. Loya nodded undeniably and said, the talent of the dragon race is indeed terrifying, but after all, it is already dead, and there are not many waves. Ant, what are you talking about? The excited dragon was roaring continuously, so much that he forgot the two people beside him. Following the source of magic perception, a pair of huge dragon eyes instantly transferred to Loya. Yes, it was your power that woke us up just now. It's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, we don't know how long we would have slept. Now you have a choice, surrender your power, or die. A dragon is a dragon. The pride of birth remains even after death. They will not be grateful to human beings because they are saved. Roar. One after another terrifying dragon power was suppressed. The whole underground was shaking violently, and the ground cracked one by one, and Mira Jane almost subconsciously responded. However, just a second before she started, a more powerful dragon power spurted out of Loya's body, and then the whole person began to change. Sharp white, huge black pupils, terrible wings, long tail, hard blue scales. In just a few seconds, Loya instantly completed the initial dragon state, and the whole person turned into a cyan dragon. Dragon state. With the power opened by the evolution of the three-stage dragon power, the synchronized dragon seed also evolved towards the heart of the giant dragon. This state is only the power of the initial dragon transformation. Compared to the distance like a mountain peak, Loya's body is at most about 3 or 4 meters. This is not the full power of the dragon, but some dead dragons are simply unstoppable. What's more, they were awakened by Loya's power. The previous dragon power was just a powerful mind, and it was okay to scare Mira Jane, but it was useless in front of Loya. Roar. Living alone, the dragon pressure spews out like a tsunami, slams back the force with an unstoppable drive, and overwhelms everything. In an instant, all the soul dragons were suppressed by this force. As if recalling the darkness of the past, when this gigantic dragon was oppressed, the gigantic eyes were filled with horror. How is this possible? How can you control the power of the dragon? Are you Acnologia? No, you're not. Who are you? Loya did not answer their questions, but said coldly, "You don't need to know these. You just need to dedicate your soul." Boom. The powerful dragon pressure continues to strengthen. This time, these soul dragons were dead in front of Loya, and they didn't even have the power to speak. After quelling all the dragon souls, Mira Jane stepped forward and directly released fusion magic, absorbing all the dragon souls into it. After receiving demons again and again, the two of them cooperated very closely. Without Loya saying more, Mira Jane also knew what to do. In a short time, everything in the dragon graveyard was absorbed into his body, and with the integration of power, Mira Jane's body also reacted quickly. The power of the dragon and the power of the devil collided in her body. The former Loya also suffered a lot for this, and now Mira Jane's dragon soul power is much smaller and less difficult than the demon power. But the power of the dragon is the power of the dragon after all. It seems that it's still too early. I still have to take action. Seeing some pain in Mira Jane's face. Obviously, Mira Jane's power could not fully integrate this power. Without thinking much, Loya slowly reached out a hand and touched her white forehead. An extremely mysterious force, controlled by Loya, poured into Mira Jane's body from her fingertips, smoothing out the two restless declines in her body. Initial method. The transformation of meditation. A power that can only be mastered based on a vast magical principle. In the entire fairy tale world, Loya alone has the power, although Loya cannot teach Urza, Mira Jane, and others. But then his own hands help sort them out, as he can. With the help of a powerful external force, the two forces quickly merged to calm down and merged into the body. At this time, the degeneration who lives alone in Mira Jane appears. The demon incarnation of Dai Lionra appears. But this is not over yet. The original devil's horns have disappeared, and a single white horn has appeared on Mira Jane's forehead. The wings on the back are no longer demon wings, but a pair of dragon wings instead. Powerful power continued to emerge, but the breath became stronger and stronger until it reached the level of the king. This moment, Mira Jane's Mage title should be changed. Dragon Demon. More suitable for her current state. A dragon demon who is mainly based on the power of demons and supplemented by the power of dragons. Call. When the shape change was completed, Mira Jane also slowly looked at her eyes. How does it feel? Loya asked with some curiosity. It's very powerful. It's more than 10 times my strength in the past. I feel that my own has changed now. Besides that, I can feel that the power in my body has not yet been fully integrated, and if it can be fully integrated, it will become stronger. Mira Jane said, looking into Loya's eyes. Unlike herself, Loya cannot fully integrate herself, much less help Mira Jane to do so. Loya's initial method, at most, is to help Mira Jane forcibly soften together. Then with Mira Jane's strength cues, fuse the two forces together little by little. It's difficult, but Loya believes that with Mirajane's talent, it can be done someday. What's more, even if they don't merge, the current Mirajane has the strength of the king. Chapter 156. After the fusion was over, Loya then ingested the dragon magic contained in the dragon's soul from Mirajane's mouth. This time Mirajane obtained about 20 dragon souls, many of which were incomplete due to the weakening of their souls. But in order to activate the fourth stage of dragon power, whether it is complete or incomplete, he will accept it correctly. After getting all the news, he quickly activated the system. The system starts parsing. Ding. According to the information provided by Mirajane Strauss, combined with the existing information, start the data comparison and start the analysis. The analysis is successful. There are 19 types of magic, 6 of which are incomplete, and all the magic is killing type, with special effects. You can choose to consume 30% spiritual power and 35% magic power, all of which are integrated into the magic of the dragon. Whether to choose fusion. Fusion magic. Loya directly determined. Ding. Start fusion. Fusion is complete. Have mastered all dragon-slaying magic and its magic characteristics. Brain development, 67%. Fusion to the end of fusion. The time spent in its SDA is less than a second. The more proficient the magic principle is, the less time it takes to integrate or learn. Compared with these, the results made him a little different. So much dragon-slaying magic, but only increased by 1%. Loya is a little different. This time he has absorbed more than a dozen dragon-slaying magic, even if it is incomplete. Logically speaking, it should not break through the dragon power of the fourth paragraph. Are you saying that you have reached your limit? That was the only explanation Loya could think of. Before absorbing, Loya had mastered more than 15 dragon-slaying spells, and each had mastered it deeply, to some extent. Loya's understanding of dragon magic is second only to Acnologia in this world. Even those divine dragons left behind are not as much as he has mastered. The only difference is the magic aspect. Compared with Loya, the 6 dragons are all people who come to the end of their respective paths, while Loya is more like Acnologia consuming all the power of dragons. The difficulties here are of course extraordinary. What's more, in this era when the dragon family has withdrawn from the stage, it is very difficult to find a suitable dragon to hunt. However, this trip was not nothing. 1% of the superbrain unlocking was a good improvement. In addition, Mirajane gained a lot. At the age of 15, he reached the strength of a king. She is already comparable to Urza, second only to Loya, and not even God Serena before. It's almost time to go back. After the absorption, Loya was almost ready to withdraw, and at the same time did not forget to remind Mirajane. In the next time, you will concentrate on the fusion of these two forces and no longer accept other demons. This force is enough to make you reach the peak of the king. Accepting other powers is just an added burden, understand? Mirajane retreated into the demonic dragon form and stood beside Loya and nodded her head obediently. However, at this moment, Mirajane suddenly came up to her, and her rosy cheeks directly blocked Loya's next words. Loya was stunned for a moment, and the dark pupils revealed a strange look. Before he could think about it, Mirajane quickly separated again. This is your reward, don't think about it. Mirajane's face was a little red, and she didn't dare to look Loya's eyes. Loya has been taking advantage of her for 3 years, but usually Loya takes the initiative, and this is the first time Mirajane has behaved like this. However, Mirajane did not know that when she showed such an expression at this time, the shock was even greater than the previous shock. With a shy expression on her pretty face full of tsundere, she easily mobilized the magic in Loya's body. Seeing that Mirajane turned around and was about to run away, how could Loya let this guy who took advantage of himself and run away, just run away? Ugh, badass. The sound was very light, but in the silent dragon cemetery, it was like a loud noise, instantly attracting the attention of some new intruders. Who's there? The noisy voice echoed, and Mirajane subconsciously wanted to break free, but she was still held back by Loya. Catch them, and those who dare to resist will kill them on the spot. At this time, a group of knights rushed forward and surrounded Loya and Mirajane, followed by a middle-aged man wearing heavy armor and a beard who came up and yelled loudly. Come on, Go and tie them both up. Yes, your lord. Hearing the knight's words, Loya recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. Arcady. Yes, the head of the Sakura Knights who is in charge of guarding the royal family of Fiori. It seems that the movement just now has brought this guy over. Following Arcady's order, several knights stepped forward. Mira Jane stepped forward to explain that we were the king's invited guests. Guest? Arcady sneered. What kind of guest would come in uninvited? Now you two have committed a serious crime of trespassing in forbidden areas. It is not too late for you to tie up and interrogate. I advise you both to stop lying and resist. Seeing the people around him approaching step by step, Loya also frowned slightly and said, Don't you plan to ask about your identity first? You don't know that doesn't mean the king doesn't know. To be honest, he was in a very bad mood after being destroyed. Even if it is true that he is at fault, this arrogant way makes him even more uncomfortable. If he hadn't considered what Urza had explained, he would have acted directly earlier. However, Arcady's 930 would not have paid attention to Loya's name. Not to mention breaking into the forbidden area. According to his information, the king did not ask any guests to enter the forbidden area. At this moment, Arcady has been identified as a villain by Loya. The villain, you are not qualified to talk to me. Got it. Cause trouble. Hearing this, Mira Jane subconsciously secretly wanted to explain something. Don't look at Loya's good-natured temper. It's just to treat people who he considers his companions, and there's nothing good to say about outsiders. As predicted, the moment she looked up, Mira Jane saw that Loya's face was covered with shadows. Boom! The invisible gravity of the void space instantly descended, and all the knights around him were suppressed by the force, falling to the ground and unable to move. What? In the sudden situation, Arcady did not expect that the two people in front of him, who were still ordinary, would suppress all the knights in the next second. However, just after the next second, Loya's extremely cold voice came. Who are you talking to? Boom. A black magic circle appeared above Arcady's head. Just like the former, the gravitational fall of the void space suppressed it to the ground. Seeing that the conflict was about to break out, several figures entered, and a bald head suddenly appeared among them. Among them are Loya's familiar friends, and Law is among them. Loya, your excellency, please stop. Chapter 157. Loya ? Is it that man? Yes. Only that man has such a powerful coercion. Why is he here all of a sudden? Is he here to support Fiori? R.A. shouted out Loya's name. In an instant, everyone knew the true identity of the intruder, especially Arcady's cold sweat almost broke down. No wonder he had such a reaction. During the past 3 years, although Loya seldom shot, but every time he made a shot, he shocked the world, and he wiped out more than a dozen dark guilds overnight. Fame has peaked throughout the continent of Ishgar, especially in the kingdom of Fiori. Super strength and talent replaced God Serena as Ishgar's top spot. The only one to contend against was the one who slaughtered Oration Cease 3 years ago. Compared with these top-level mages, ordinary kingdom forces cannot resist at all. Mom. The sudden appearance of the bald head surprised Loya deeply, and he did not expect to meet Lara here. However, his magic did not stop, and he continued to release the pressure of the void that accumulated on their bodies. Lord Loya, can you let them go first? If there is any misunderstanding, sit down and discuss first. Pull is still the old man image as always. However, this scene is different in the eyes of others. The same 10th level saint asked such a low-key request to another saint 10th, which they did not expect at all. Even if the strength gap is huge, it shouldn't be the case. That's it. Forget this guy and leave it to you. Pull is pretty good. And after all, he broke in by himself, and Loya was fortunate enough to save face. What's more, it's not good to be bloody with Mira Jane by her side. I don't even want to be told by the old man. Monument. Kicked Arcady. With a lot of strength. Arcady was already severely injured and fell unconscious in an instant, and the personnel who came rushed to rescue him. Loya ignored it and turned to look at Mala, saying, Mengla, why are you here for so long? Ladeo, I was transferred by the Magic Council and is now responsible for the security of the frontline area, so I am in Crocus. How come you are here, Lord Loya? I was brought here by the old man to complete the king's commission. Having said that, Loya said quietly, You came just in time. Help me hide this matter. If the old man knows about it, he He will definitely teach me a lesson. Hearing this, La broke down in a cold sweat again. I'm afraid it won't work. Not to mention if you are commissioned. Now that he has injured the head of the guard group of the palace, he still wants to prevent him from lying and concealing the truth. Even if the Magic Council comes, they would not dare to be so savage. Forget it, forget it. Let us go together. I also want to get rid of you for some things, not some. Loya waved her hand. He knew that it was obviously impossible for such an honest person to do such a thing, so he took Mirajane's little hand and walked out slowly. Mala arranged the personnel and followed closely. Sprayed with him, Loya naturally has a purpose. In the past 3 years, he has mostly studied the previous magic in depth, and most of the other things have been ignored. Choosing to accept the commission now is naturally to find someone to understand the current battle situation. There is no doubt that Mala is a good choice. But even you are here, what happened? Yet LA's strength is not bad. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain the title of saint. In the original book, he defeated the President Wu, who was in a regular state. He is not at ease with the king in the capital, and he has to ask for help from the Fairy Tale Guild, which only shows that the problems encountered by the royal family are very serious now. Speaking of this, Ra's face also became solemn and said, "The thing is, a fierce battle broke out between the Albarez Empire's forward troops and the west coastline not long ago. We have suffered heavy losses, and some territories have been occupied by the other party. Judging from the situation, it is estimated that more people will be registered in the future." So fast, Loya's pupils shrank slightly. He knew that the outbreak of the war was inevitable, and it would take at least half a year or so to start in his estimation, and he did not expect it to happen so quickly. Loya continued to ask, "So the king invited me to come here to get me out of this trouble?" La shook his head and denied it. "I don't know. In fact, I just found out about your arrival, and it was through Miss Urza and others. I was thinking of waiting to meet again in the palace, but I didn't expect a sudden riot, and I hurried over after sensing your magic power. I thought it was too late, but it was a step too late." Mala said that she couldn't help but sighed at Loya's ability to do things. The last time was the central city of the Magic Council, which destroyed most of the city. Now another earthquake has occurred in the capital of Fiori. Although there was no major damage, the royal guards were beaten, and to a certain extent, the face of the Fiori royal family was directly stepped on the ground. Loya smiled embarrassedly after hearing this. He didn't want to do it either. You can only blame the other party for not listening to the explanation. But in retrospect, the other party really didn't know one thing about his invitation. What is so mysterious? After thinking about it for a while, Loya didn't want to guess, and when the king met, everything became clear. Lara thought so too. "Your Excellency Loya, since you were commissioned, not dispatched by the Magic Council, it means that the king entrusted you privately, and there should be an answer for you there." "Well, thank you." Loya nodded and said. As he spoke, he took out a magic stone and a space ring from his pocket and threw them in LA's hands. "Here, this is a small communication magic stone. It already has my magic mark on it. If you have any special information, you can contact me. The premise is not beyond the kingdom of Fiori. Good promise. The accumulation of magic principles brings about an all-round improvement. The small communication magic stone that could only be contacted in a small area has been further improved after further improvement by Loya. Mala has more information than her idle self, and Loya trusts him more than anyone else. As for the other space ring, let him help deal with the situation." Naturally, Jura could see Loya's thoughts and accepted it with a wry smile. However, he had already refused once, and it would be a shame to refuse again. "Thank you, Your Excellency Loya." "No thanks. I'm going to meet Urza and the others first. See you later." Suddenly, just as Loya was about to leave, Mala called out again. The next second I heard Mala say, "Then I have asked Miss Urza to go to the palace first, and now I guess I have already met the king." What? Chapter 158. Loya regrets it. He had no idea that an honest man like La would be stabbed himself. It looks like a monk on the surface, but when it is peeled off, it is a black heart. I knew this would be a bribe for a fart. Kill it straight away. Under the leadership of the guards, Loya and Mirajane left the dragon's graveyard with a black face, preparing to enter the palace. Along the way, he was thinking about how to avoid trouble. Not surprisingly, Urza has arrived at the palace with Wendy and the others, and they are talking to the king. As soon as Loya entered, his sharp gaze came over instantly, causing not only a few cold sweats to appear on his forehead, but Mira Jane secretly delighted by the sight. She has no way to take Loya, and every time she will be defeated by Loya with a strong attitude, and then be arbitrarily taken advantage of. But Urza is different. The Fairy Queen and the Disciplinary Committee are not for nothing. Although she was not convinced by Urza, she was also very happy to see Loya's scratches. Where have you been, and why are you only here now? The king has been waiting for this for a long time. Suddenly, just when he was thinking about how to deal with this situation, Urza unexpectedly didn't get angry, and his face was full of concern. Loya was slightly relieved to see this. 2. Even if it is usually unreasonable, Urza will not be able to mess around on this occasion. However, wait back. I'll settle the account with you again. Just when Loya was so lucky, I saw Urza speak in spoken language. If it takes time, Loya will not be well. This kind of communication is limited to Loya and Urza, and no one else knows about it. On the contrary, when King Doma heard Urza's words, he immediately laughed along with him. No, it's an honor for our Fiori royal family to accept the entrustment of your excellency, Loya. Even if I wait a few more days, it doesn't matter. Thinking of escaping from the capital, Loya's eyes lit up and said, Really? Then let's rest for a few more days. Forehead. When the voice fell, King Doma was stunned. He just said politely, who would have thought that Loya would go up and play his cards completely out of the way? Okay. The menacing gaze turned again. Looking at Urza's eyes, Loya, who was about to leave, was silent for a moment. CDDD. After threatening Loya, Urza's eyes turned to the king again. Don't worry about him. He's just like that. Tell me what tasks you have to entrust. Good. So, Doma spoke out about the entrusted tasks this time. Dragon tears. In the splendid VIP meeting room, Loya heard the story of King Doma with a strange expression. From the previous situation, he knew that when Doma found him, it was estimated that there was something troublesome, but he did not expect it to be related to Yulong. Dragon tears, also known as dragon cry. The magic power of 400 years of dragon's evil thoughts. Such a thing that contains great energy. How would he know about it? Yes. How could I forget about this? If you absorb the power in dragon cry, it should be enough to open the 4th stage of dragon power. Loya thought so. He originally wanted to solve the trouble as soon as possible, and he returned as soon as possible, but also changed his previous attitude. That's right. Doma nodded and replied, Loya, Your Excellency may not know that. In fact, in the depths of the underground of Thomas Brow in this capital, there is a dragon cemetery, which has accumulated many corpses of dragons from hundreds of years ago. Although they are dead, they are full of resentment before they died, and these resentments condense with the passage of time into a scepter, which is also the tears of the dragon. The tears of the dragon are filled with the magic power of the dragon and the evil thoughts of the dragon. Speaking of the back, a drop of cold sweat dripped on King Doma's face. This thing is too threatening. If the user is not strong enough and his will is not firm enough, it is very likely to be infected by the maliciousness and distorted personality. More than 100 years ago, our royal family spent a great deal of money and could not destroy the tears of the dragon, so we had no choice but to seal it. But just recently, the location of this thing was occupied by people from the Albarez Empire. Loya told him the follow-up. How did you know? Doma looked up in disbelief. Loya was a little speechless. I guessed it, or else you wouldn't have found fairy tale. Combined with the information given by Mala just now, it can be roughly guessed. So, you need us to help you find that thing back and transfer the sealing site. Urza was sitting on the side and said without looking. That's right. Of course it would be better if it could be destroyed. We don't want to keep dangerous things in our own hands, but we haven't been able to find a way to deal with them. Doma said urgently. The one that has fallen into the hands of the Albarez Empire must be moved before they are discovered. Do you know who occupied the front line? Mira Jane said again. Doma said in a deep voice, with a heavy expression on his face. It is said to be one of the 10 guardian shields of the Albarez Empire, the 10 people standing at the top. Each of these people is extremely powerful. When the kingdom guards we sent out faced them, their ability to resist was completely destroyed. This time, Loya got it all. It's no wonder that Doma finds herself instead of Doma. because she is worried about these issues. Protector of the 10 Shields. In the original book, it is the 12 Shields of the Protector, an organization composed of 12 powerful mages in the Albarez Empire of the Western Continent. The 12 Shields of the Protector are the 12 shields that protect the Emperor Spryzerif. Each of the 12 shields of the Protector has a power that is comparable to or even far exceeds that of the strongest Magister of Ishgard. Compared with the powerhouses of the Holy Shield level, it is really not enough to CRA, who has just entered the Holy 10. The kind that collapses in a single glance. Does it have to be transferred? There is no other way. Hearing such a strong man, Urza's expression became more and more solemn, and the difficulty of the task was obviously much higher than he expected. If you can, it is best to avoid it. Of course, if you can destroy it, you can get rid of Lord Loya. Doma once again turned her gaze to Loya, her eyes begging. The magic wand that has accumulated the resentment of the Dragon Clan, I will continue this task. Loya smiled and said, it's just that my pay is very expensive. Yes, in addition to the reward, we also collected 2 Dragon Slayer crystals. We have already heard about your preferences, and these things have been prepared for a long time. Doma added another chip. Chapter 159. Loya collects magical fetishes. Not only is it famous in the guild, but it has also spread over the past 3 years, which is naturally known to King Doma. It may be very happy to change to the previous Loya, but referring to the previous situation in the dragon's graveyard, the inner expectations have dropped wildly. Forget it. It's better than nothing. We're on to this mission. Loya agreed. It doesn't matter what the reward is, just get Dragon Cry. Loya's refreshment level exceeded Doma's expectations, and his face lit up with joy. Then I would like to thank Your Excellency Loya, and one more thing, please go to the Dragon Cemetery to see it. It seems that the dragon has awakened. I am willing to offer more compensation. Please solve the trouble. Hearing this, Loya was stunned. Has the news come out yet? Cough. Okay. Don't worry. I'll go for a walk. Loya didn't even think about it, didn't have the slightest look of contempt, and said directly. After a chat is over, King Doma informed the specific location of Dragon Cry, and Loya and his party set off. At the same time, just after their departure, an airship followed. On the road, a group of people stood on the airship, and it was already night. Standing on the plywood and sticking out their heads, they could see ordinary people on the ground holding torches in the dark and evacuating inland continuously. The outbreak of the war brought unimaginable harm, and ordinary people could only leave their homes and withdraw from the danger zone. Looking at this scene, Urza also forgot to ask Loya to settle the account, but said sympathetically, this battle is coming much faster than expected, and soon this area will be covered up by the flames of war, and how many people will die in it? Loya took her hand, put her in his arms, and whispered, this is something that can't be helped, let alone them. Even we can't avoid this vortex. But no matter what, I will protect you this time. Urza was dyed his own color by him, but still the powerful and kind Goblin Queen. Kindness may be superfluous in this magical world, but even so, Loya doesn't want to change this kindness. Feeling the temperature coming from behind, Urza's delicate face also blushed, looked up at Loya, and said, am I the only one? Loya scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, of course there are Mira Jane and the others. We are the closest companions. Humph. Urza snorted, but didn't say much. Since she chose to accept it, she naturally acquiesced to Loya's nonsense, and immediately began to gently enjoy the gentleness that Loya brought her. The two fell asleep hugging each other, and time passed. Not far away, at the speed of the space magic airship, it took about a few hours to arrive. When the day dawned, they had reached the northernmost area of Fiori, the highest snowfield area. Reaching the danger zone, Urza woke up the others, then turned to Loya. The next journey, let's walk, and if we take the magic airship, it will be easy to be discovered. This time the commission is to transfer the Dragon Cry. If it is not necessary, it is the best choice to avoid the battle as much as possible. No. Loya shook her head in veto. We've been targeted. The next second I heard Loya say, come on. It's really unusual here. Staying here will make big fish take the bait. The voice fell, and a voice came from afar. Looking up, 4 magic airships have appeared above the space magic airship. Each magic airship has a large number of magic soldiers wearing heavy armor, and there are 4 figures exuding terrifying magic power standing on the bow. One of the tall figures looked at several people and said with a grin, "A few more trash fish. I hope you don't disappoint us too much." Urza was a little surprised. "What happened?" "We were found." Loya shook his head and said, "It should be because of the battlefield invasion. Anyway, we have to do it. Sooner or later, we will meet. Don't think about avoiding them all day long." Urzasha blushed, but made no objection. Really, their purpose is to snatch Longjiang, and it is inevitable to meet these guys. The only difference is sooner or later. Loya said and looked up at the sky, squinting to observe. "Okay, the strength is not weak, about 5 or so. I don't have the impression that it's a small fish. You still come for flowers." After making a judgment, Loya turned her head and said, "Although the snatch of Dragon Cry is the top priority, in Loya's view, it is also a trial for Urza and others. What's more, the possibility of danger is extremely small if you are there." Loya finished. 2 guys, Lysana and Wendy, stepped forward and said, "As the 2 little princesses that Loya loves most, they are naturally unwilling to act as vases, and they will naturally not let go of the rare opportunity to express." At this moment, a voice sounded from the side. "I'll still come." Mira Jane clenched her fists and stepped forward. Having just acquired new power, she naturally wanted to try her current power. Hey, what do you mean? Do you really think our 4 horsemen don't exist?" 0. The reactions of Loya and the others were clearly seen by the people above, and at the same time as their actions were different, their faces darkened. However, Mira Jane took the Loya's tone and didn't care. "It's the same. They're all dying anyway." The 4 knights roared at the same time. "What did you say?" Sanfan's heart was also ignited by anger. When were they so underestimated? "Hey, you are the wizards of the Kingdom of Fiori, a man with several women, and 2 little devils. You are not here to die. And the white-haired one with small arms and calves, I'll take care of you first, and then kill those 2 little devils, so that you can look down on our sister Andy." "Say yes," the tallest black knight among them. I saw him take a step and asked Mira Jane arrogantly. With a height of more than 4 meters, combined with the thick armor, it highlights his powerful sense of oppression. However, that's not the point. The point is this guy dared to provoke Mira Jane. As soon as she came up, she chose the person with the hottest temper and also touched her inverse scale, even if Loya looked slightly shocked. Don't think that Loya is alone in pampering Lysana and Wendy. Urza and Mira Jane are not far off either. Especially Mira Jane. When someone bullies her younger siblings, the level of danger is even higher. I remember when Mira Jane destroyed a city in order to pick up a woman from Lysana, the woman who controls her to the extreme. Big. Chapter 160. You are courting death. Sure enough, Mira Jane's face darkened after hearing the news. Mira Jane spread her hands and entered the state of the dragon demon. Super brutal. Mira Jane sent 2 classes, making a movement similar to Turtle School Qigong. A black spiral wind vortex appeared between the palms of the 2 palms. With the influx of Mira Jane's magic power, it continued to compress and rotate, and immediately burst out. Sigh this. Blood blooms. In the stunned eyes of other companions, the whole person and the magic airship were penetrated, and then the entire ship exploded in an instant, and a large number of people continued to fall. Mira Jane sneered. "You dare to provoke me in front of me with such a little strength. I really don't know where your courage comes from." Seeing this, Loya's heart trembled. As predicted, still can't mess with this guy? 930 inch. Not good. It is a dangerous person, and the rear must be notified as soon as possible. One shot will solve one person, and the rest will immediately realize the trouble and subconsciously plan to evacuate. But it's too late. Lysana has already shot, controlling a large number of magic devices with both hands to bomb the front, when he cooperates with Carla to support her behind her. Under Loya's training, the 2 of them are not weak, and the ordinary S-rank magician is not a match for the 2 of them at all. Boom, boom, boom. A large number of people fell from the airship. The scene instantly turned into a crushing situation. However, the ultimate evolution of this is more and more people. However, without anyone noticing, the 2 figures were using the impact of the explosion as cover, crossing the front line of the battle and entering the rear. As everyone knows, all this has been seen in the eyes. Urza, Loya, don't worry about these two mice. As soon as he spoke, Loya interrupted Urza and smiled mysteriously. Let them go. They are inconspicuous things, but they can also save us a lot of time. Let's deal with the people in front of us first. The outbreak of the battle is destined to attract more targets, not to mention the frontline area. For a time, a large number of magic airships rushed towards, trying to destroy Loya and his party. What? Seeing that there were more and more people around, Urza also put on Tianluan armor and joined the battle, releasing a lot of magic silver light. Every silver light is a magic sword that contains magic power. There are as many as thousands. Thousands of weapons attacked at the same time, and they couldn't even hide from being hit in an instant, sweeping those armored people into the sky. Next second, most of the steel mecha shattered, and there was nothing inside. Nothing. Well, what's going on here? Urza was completely bewildered by the falling armor. The same picture is not only on one side. The same goes for Mira Jane et al. Loya looked up and said, "The other party is testing us. A big fish has taken the bait." Just as Loya thought. The arrival of Loya, or just entering the snowy plateau. Tens of thousands of meters away, he has been noticed, and he has been watching. And this person is impressive Wall Ito. One of the Aegis, Wall Ito. Nicknamed the Judge, he is a mechanic, and can create weak soldiers to chase the first battle for him from a distance. Dragon Cry's hiding place is located in a temple in the snowfield. After Wall led everyone to occupy this area, he found that many people broke in desperately and realized that there were some treasures in the snowfield. Unfortunately, only special people can perceive the palace. Other than that, no one can find out. After the search was fruitless, Wall fortunately gave up and instead waited for the other party to take the bait. Prepare to arrest one person first and then slowly interrogate. Loya was the one he was targeting. He wanted to seize the interrogation and ask about the treasures in the snowfield, but he did not expect that the guy who seemed inconspicuous to him would deal with all the mechanical soldiers under him. Aside from saying the difference, a smile appeared on his face. Originally, he was not sure if there was any treasure in his heart, but now he has completely confirmed it. He didn't think that strong men like Loya came to the snowy plateau just for fun. If not for some purpose, such a ghost place will come along. Loya didn't know. Wall had his eyes on him. But his heart has long been prepared to be attacked by the Holy Shield town. According to the information obtained earlier, people at the Holy Shield level have already stepped into the territory of Fiori, which is actually reasonable. Holy Shield, the personnel at this level are all solving the existence of the top of the world. Even the current Loya has only touched this level, and is undoubtedly the strongest opponent he has ever encountered. Even he has to be careful. However, Loya is not in a hurry at all, because the other party is in the tentative stage, and he also needs someone to help him liberate Dragon Cry, such as X-Mouse. One of the mice, if nothing else, should be a giant dragon left over 400 years ago, and that's why Loya let them go. It should be almost time. Boom. The voice fell, and it didn't take long. An energy that was not even inferior to Loya, containing the power of a dragon, rose into the sky from the snow-capped mountains in front. The terrifying straight through the sky turned into a huge magic circle, and that is precisely the magic of the dragon. Longjiang broke out. Boom boom. The deep and dark power produced a huge mutation in the moment it appeared. The world that was originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds. There was a kind of innumerable depression, and the fundamental source of all this was the dragon cry that appeared in the center. What? Is this dragon power? Keep monitoring Loya's wall. At the moment when Nirvana was born, even his eyes suddenly fell into a dull state. Although he speculated that the actions of Loya and others might have something to do with the existence in the snowfield, he did not expect that it would appear in a blink of an eye. However, after just a few minutes of shock, Wall instantly fell into a state of ecstasy. As strong as he can feel the power of the power, it can be more clearly perceived that this magic power is a rare dragon magic power. The strength of the power has completely surpassed himself. The long wait was not in vain. Go and stop those people for me. A large number of mechanical soldiers were refined again, including a chubby puppet. Although Wall was very excited, he didn't completely lose his senses, and things that could avoid battles usually wouldn't happen in person. The mechanical race itself is a race with high IQ. Unlike those fighting lunatics, it is the meaning of his existence to control everything behind the scenes. However, even so, the puppet in his hand is still comparable to the strength of the king. Chapter 161. Outside the Temple of Fury, corpses are everywhere. Looking from the outside to the inside of the blood stain, you can see a middle-aged man with short hair and a full chin and beard in the center of the temple, holding a scepter high and laughing wildly. The scepter in his hand is Dragon Cry. At this time, the dragon weeping in the middle-aged man's hand kept releasing a huge magic power. And this magic power wrapped his body, forming a giant pillar that reached the sky, releasing terrifying magic power that surpassed the king level. This is mine, and the magic of dragon tears is mine. In the magic power, the middle-aged man shouted proudly. Opposite him was a brown-haired girl with a beautiful face, but a gloomy aura and a ferocious look in her eyes. The two were the same people who had entered before. The middle-aged man's name is Chai-Shio, and the brown-haired girl is named Sonia. But it seems that human beings actually have a layer of identity. That is the crystal dragon Animus left behind after being killed by Acnologia 400 years ago. That's right, 2 souls in one. Simply put, 2 souls share one body. 23. The Animus makes a pact with Sonia, who is also dying. During the long and painful struggle, Sonia's mental breakdown was dominated by the Animus. Chai-Shio is now Fiori Defense Officer, and it is Sonia's assignment to sneak into the top. According to the plan, Chai-Shio should have handed Longjiang over to him, but instead he has it, and now the Animus is trying to take back the Dragon Cry. At this time, a mutation appeared. Chai-Shio, who was holding Dragon Cry, suddenly trembled sharply. No. What's the matter? What's wrong with my body? Chai-Shio looked down at the hands holding Longshi. Under the corrosion of magic power, it is dissolving and disappearing into the air. Chai-Shio is desperate, buried for many years and betrayed the Animus in order to obtain this magic power, but now it is eroding his body. Animus sneered disdainfully. Stupid ant, do you think the power of dragons can be controlled by humans? It contains the resentment of the dragon race for humans. Endless resentment. No, Chai-Shio let out a terrifying scream, yo. Soon, Chai-Shio's voice and body disappeared in the magic. The Dragon Cry, which lost its support, immediately fell from the magic beam of light, but the huge magic power did not disappear. It's really stupid. Animus sneered and controlled Sonia's body to walk forward slowly, holding up dragon tears. At the moment of holding the Dragon Cry, the magic power seems to have opened the gate of the dam. In an instant, more exaggerated magic power erupted than before, and the huge beam of light broke through the clouds in the sky, stirring the clouds. Endless coercion comes from the void. It was as if a huge hole had been pierced in the sky, which was shocking. Bathed in magic power, the girl's complexion became hideous and twisted, and she said loudly, For 100 years, I finally descended on this land again. Animus. He used to be a member of the Dragon Clan of the Destroyer faction 400 years ago. It regards human beings as ants, and as food dolls in the palm of their hands. As a result, he was killed by a human. If relying on the powerful life force, Crystal Dragon Animus did not die on the spot. The soul is attached to the dying Sonia's body by the dragon's secret method, but it is different from the giant dragons such as Ignalu. Long before the body, Natsu and others have obtained the corresponding dragon-slaying magic, and the degree of fit between humans and dragons is extremely high. Sonia is just an ordinary human who does not know magic and naturally cannot help but recover. For 100 years of lingering, the Animus did everything possible. When he learned of the existence of Dragon Cry, he tried every means to get the treasure. The recovery effect of ordinary magic power is very limited, but the power of the dragon can make him truly recover and even gain strength beyond the past. And now, the Animus got it. Bathed in the magic of the dragon, the Animus felt an unprecedented comfort. Roar! In the next second, his body broke away from Sonia's body and rushed to the sky to incarnate into a giant dragon with a red body, colored crystals on his back and arms, and a body like a mountain peak. Beneath the pitch-black dark clouds, There are streaks of near-substantial distances. How? How could it be? It's actually a dragon. Didn't they disappear long ago? Looking at the dragon above the sky, Urza, who is fighting, can see shock in his eyes. Except for Wendy's accident, the few people who came along looked at the scene in front of them and were completely speechless. All along, the human race has been at war again and again. While causing a large number of casualties, there are also faults in civilization. Dragons are equal to fairy tales in the human world. During the trip with Loya, they gained a lot of knowledge while improving their strength. In the world's cognition, the dragon has not disappeared for hundreds of years. Why did it suddenly appear now? It's not just them. Wallace felt it when they come. Flying above the sky, the mechanical face showed horror. What's the situation? There are other dragons in this world. Shouldn't this kind of creature be extinct long ago? He does know that there are still dragons in this world. There is only one in the Albarez Empire, and I didn't expect to encounter it here. No, if you want to solve this guy, you must come over. It is true that dragons are terrifying, but as a divine shield wall, I have seen an existence that is even more terrifying than before. Let's let this guy play with those humans first. In an instant, Wall made a judgment. And that's exactly what Loya needs. Loya, what should I do? Urza asked behind Loya while controlling the Magus attack sword mechanic. The magic power emanating from the Animus is far greater than any opponents they have encountered before. What to do? Let's fight naturally. Loya stepped out and smiled. It's just a loser from 400 years ago who has the right to be arrogant here. The loser should have disappeared long ago. Do you know what you're talking about? Loya's cynicism is not deliberately suppressed. Above the sky, the Animus also sensed it for the first time, and the dragon's eye was transferred to Loya's body. The dragon family has withdrawn from the stage of history, but the pride of being a dragon is still in his heart. Loya's words almost touched the sore spot of the Animus. In the past, because of hiding, pride and dignity were also hidden together. But now the absorption of magic power has gradually restored the strength of the past, and even the dignity of the past has also been restored. This is beyond the power of the past, and the Animus has no reason to fear. Chapter 162. Roar. The endless dragon pressure resounds throughout the world. Fluctuations, like real substance, emerged within the Animus, madly toward Urza's location. The terrifying coercion fell towards the space magic airship, squeezing the surrounding air. The strength is strong, and the distortion occurs even with the attack. The snow collapsed, causing a massive avalanche. Just one blow is enough to prove the strength of this race of 400 years ago. This blow, even Wall couldn't help but be a little shocked. The strength of the Holy Shield is divided by the strength of the dragon, the strongest. The strength of Shuangbi is about the strength of the Dragon King, and the next few people have the strength of ordinary dragons. But in the real battle, without mastering the Dragon Slayer magic, the Holy Shield still does not have the advantage. After all, the title of the strongest race is not for nothing. Just witnessing the terrifying dragon body is enough to make people feel hopeless. So strong, no wonder it is hailed as the strongest creature. This group of people is out of play. Even he felt a tinge of heart palpitations from the blow in front of him. The previous performance of Loya and others was really good, but it did not mean that he thought that Loya and others had the strength to defeat the dragon. Forget it. Let this beast settle it. Pato. Just like him, Loya and the others were hit and appeared at the moment when the ship was destroyed. A voice sounded between heaven and earth. Next second, like a volcanic eruption, a force no less than the Animus erupted from within the Animus. Boom boom. The power of the two dragon powers collided without reservation. At the center of the collision, a more powerful force was born, impacting all around. He actually blocked it. Seeing that Loya resisted the Animus attack, Wall was instantly shocked. Among the several people in the team, Loya's only one did not shoot. In his opinion, Loya is undoubtedly the weakest guy among them, but he did not expect to burst out with a strength that is not inferior to the Animus. For a time, Wall became curious about Loya's identity. Who is this guy? It seems necessary to investigate his identity for a long time. Wall was not the only one who was equally shocked, especially when he felt the power of the dragon in Loya's body. The Animus who was reborn glared at Loya and snorted coldly. Are you a dragon slayer too? Dragon Slayer? That's right, but it's more accurate to call me a dragon. Loya laughed. He didn't lie either. With the opening of the third stage of dragon power, he also successfully evolved the heart of the dragon. When using the power of the dragon, it is closer to the dragon. What qualifications does a mere human have to call a dragon? If it wasn't for those stupid dragons who taught you humans the power of dragons, the masters of this world are only dragons, humans, slaves. The Animus is instantly enraged when he hears Loya calling himself a dragon. Not to mention that he advocated the distance of the extermination faction. He was killed by Acnologia at the beginning. It can be penetrating for humans. Especially when he judged that Loya was a dragon slayer. His anger rose, and he wanted to eat Loya alive. It's a pity that there is no if this exists in this world. Loya spread her hands and said, "After all, you are just a loser in history. How many waves do you think you can dig out? It's different. This time my strength is beyond the past. I will kill all of you humans. Let this world usher in the age of dragons again, and you are about to become slaves again. You can try." Loya flew out of the magic airship and told the others at the same time, "Let me handle this guy. Lisena, Wendy, you retreat farther. The next battle is not for you to participate in. Urza, they will leave it to you." "We got it. People from the Albaraz Empire have come one after another. We will wait for you at the appointed place." Urza immediately obeyed Loya's arrangement. However, how could the Animus let Urza and the others escape? He was just resurrected, and there was only the word destroy in his eyes. "You all rest and leave." Boom. As the voice flowed, the Animus fanned his wings, shaking out a terrifying hurricane, bursting with infinite light. A true dragon's roar. The aurora of the crystal dragon. Boom. White light emerges. The vast magic power is like a torrent, slicing through the air and falling on the ground, and the huge beam of light tore the earth and roared towards the magic airship. In an instant, a huge abyss with a length of 1,000 meters was torn out on the ground. This is the power of dragons. Symbolizes the power of destruction. A random blow is enough to pierce the mountain and change the terrain. You seem to have found the wrong opponent. After 400 years of sleep, you can't even use your eyes. Facing this blow, Loya's figure flew out, blocked between the magic airship and the light. Is he crazy? Such a desperate move instantly caused the shock of Wall, who was hiding in the distance. Such a vast power. Even if his own body came, he would not dare to meet it head-on. Even if Loya is a dragon slayer, there is nothing wrong with having a natural restraint on dragons. But in the face of absolute power, there is no such thing as restraint. However, Wall doesn't know that this kind of battle is also what he is looking forward to. A real dragon. Since coming to this world, Loya has been full of yearning for dragon-slaying magic. Its madness is no less than that of Acnologia. It is born with a huge physique far beyond that of humans, dissolves magic power and magic scales, and has the innate ability to devour magic objects and convert magic power. This is the reason why the Dragon Clan was able to disdain the entire world 400 years ago. He has been collecting dragon-slaying magic all the time, and by deducing it further, he is looking forward to mastering the power of transforming dragons. Even beyond Acnologia. Promise is good, but due to the change of times, although Loya has obtained dragon-slaying magic, it is actually more and more difficult to really show the power of dragon-slaying magic. It takes a lot of time to transform one's own body into a dragon. It is not enough to just improve the magic. It needs the transformation of power, such as the power of swallowing the dragon. Loya is helpless about this. After all, after these 400 years, what about the era when the dragon race has been completely hidden? Finding a dragon is easier said than done. The only chance is to start from Longxi. So, when he discovered Sanya and Chai Xiao, he let each other's actions just wait for the Animus to awaken. At the same time, it is also to verify the power he possesses. If he has mastered dragon magic, if he has never killed a dragon, what kind of dragon slayer is he? So see a real dragon in front of Loya. The dragon power in his body is constantly boiling. Chapter 163. Roar. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon. Loya's body is rapidly changing and expanding. Dragon transformation. The eyeliner began to elongate, the pupils narrowed, and a long tail grew on the tailbone behind him. In the horrified eyes of the animus, a head with a height of more than 10 meters appeared in front of its eyes. Another dragon? I thought the appearance of a giant dragon would be enough to shock Wall. Unexpectedly, a giant dragon appeared in a turn of kung fu, and it was transformed in the way of a human being. Could it be that the dragon race of the previous era has not died out? According to the information he had, there were only 2 people who possessed the power of transforming dragons. One is Acnologia, one is Irene, one of the double walls. How could a third person suddenly appear again? No, it's not full power yet. In addition to being shocked, Wall also quickly judged that Loya's power is not complete, and the power of the dragon is not fully mature. Otherwise, it should be comparable to the physique of a mountain, not a height of more than 10 meters. But even so, the single thing of turning into a dragon is shocking enough. Just as Wall was shocked, an even more shocking scene appeared. In the face of the traversing force, Loya, who turned into a blue dragon, also opened the dragon's mouth, accumulated strength, and blasted out his own roar. Boom. This roar is the first time that Loya has gone all out since she completed her 3rd transformation and started her initial dragon transformation. He wants to use the power of the dragon to defeat the giant dragon in front of him. Otherwise, if this blow uses the devil's magic power, the power will skyrocket several times. When the 2 roars collided, a deafening bang instantly spread throughout the entire snow plateau. The collision of dragon roar and dragon roar resulted in a stalemate of wrestling and a huge explosion. Click! Violent air waves surged wildly from the center of the explosion, tearing apart the surrounding earth. Bottomless cracks spread out like cobwebs. The ground under your feet rises under the pressure of force, and then shatters, repeating itself repeatedly. How is this possible? Watching Loya resist his roar, the animus' eyes were filled with shock. As a giant dragon, it can naturally see that Loya's dragon power is not complete. In the confrontation, they blocked their own strength. How this makes it not shocking. However, the animus does not know that the reason why Loya has not obtained the full power of the dragon is entirely his own reason. After combining many dragon-slaying spells, the magic of the dragon has undergone a transformation, and it has mastered many attribute changes, and it is more difficult to get rid of it. The reason why destroying demons can directly open the complete body lies entirely in nirvana absorption. The reason why dragon magic can enter and open the 3rd stage is entirely due to Loya's own power and the opening of the system's deduction. Although not complete, it is by no means weak. When this power reaches perfection, it will surpass any dragon and reach a level like Acnologia that goes straight to the source of the devil. This is Loya's ambition. Boom. The roaring stalemate on both sides did not last long. The animus, who realized that he couldn't defeat Aunt Luo, took the lead, only to see the clouds above shattered, and a powerful force tore the clouds apart. The crystal behind him burst into light and poured into its body. In an instant, the magic in his mouth swelled again. The picture that was evenly matched at the beginning suddenly changed. Originally, Loya, who was evenly matched with the power of the dragon, was directly shot and flew out. The body of the dragon was like a meteor streaking across the snow and hitting the mountain. Ha 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 ha. Is it the dragon from 400 years ago? Loya was uninjured by the blow and laughed. With just one blow, he truly felt the oppression of the dragon clan 400 years ago. This is not persecution, but enjoyment for him who yearns for the power of the dragon. His body has been blessed with multiple powers, and the strength is beyond imagination. It is not much inferior to the animus, and the strength is even greater. CAD. However, there is a big gap from the dragon king-level dragon, and it is even more incomparable with Xerath, who has a real immortal body. The normal roaring blow can be resisted with the body of the dragon, and there is no injury at all. Although it was knocked into the air, it still makes him extremely satisfied. Of course, if the animus uses the real power of the dragon, which is equivalent to Dragon Slayer's profound meaning of dragon slaying, Loya will definitely be injured, even with the body of a giant dragon. 1. The more so, the more excited he is. The power of the dragon is the power that transforms in battle. If the animus can't bring him enough pressure, the only person who will be disappointed will be him. And even if he is no match for the opponent now, he is not much weaker than the opponent. He still has a lot of trump cards. Demonic conjuration, divine magic, space magic, and more. These cards are the foundation of Loya. Under the full force of the explosion, even if you can't defeat the Animus, you will be able to retreat. It is precisely because of this that Loya is not afraid, even if he knows that there is a strong man of the Holy Shield level on this land. As if to prove himself, Loya burst out with more powerful, almost substantial dragon power. Boom! The power of the dragon is fully released, causing Loya's body to swell again. The power of dragons of various attributes flows through his body, gathers in Loya's hands, and covers his claws. The wings shook, and the invisible air waves entered. Loya's figure burst out, and the dragon claws exuding aura of destruction rushed down towards the Animus. To this, Animus didn't even dare to be careless. The crystals on the back are radiant, pouring into the dragon claws, and counterattacking with the crystal claws. The two just collided. The ground that had collapsed shattered again. Boom, boom. This time, the Animus failed to knock Loya into the air, but the dragon claw in his hand appeared to be cracked. It is like a real shock wave, gushing out layer by layer like a tide. The surrounding snow-capped mountains were all shattered by this force. The huge stone inclusions and the white snow collapsed, setting off a snow surge comparable to a tsunami, like a scene of extinction. Among the rolling stones, even the robot controlled by the divine shield wall alone cannot hide. When the mighty wave of snow came, I was also involved in it. When this power dissipated, all the peaks within 1,000 meters had been turned into the ground, and the abyss below was collapsed. This is true dragon power. When he saw this scene, Wall, who was barely stable, was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. This is simply a battle between monsters and monsters. Chapter 164. Fear. Horrified. Powerful. Waiting for a series of words can't all describe the picture in front of you. I'm afraid that only Lord August and Lord Irene can defeat Dash. Wall was thinking of coming here with the idea of a test, but he didn't expect to see such a shocking picture. In fact, when he decided to take action against Ishgar in the first place, Wall's heart looked down upon the mages in this land. One is that the two continents have different degrees of magical development. Second, when attacking, Wall is almost unimpeded. Too easy leads to further expansion and expansion of the heart. Until now, this idea has completely disappeared. The power of a mountain can be destroyed with a single tap. Even if he possesses a power comparable to that of a magic wizard, he is not sure enough to kill such a monster. At this time, even if his body came over, it would be useless at all. This is not a battle of the same size at all. Not to mention that the innate ability of the dragon family has the characteristics of dissolving magic power. No wonder Wall felt this way. Dragon Cry itself is the gathering of the power of all the dead dragons in the dragon cemetery, accumulating more than 300 years of resentment. After Animus obtained Dragon Cry, his soul was repaired, and his strength became stronger, surpassing ordinary dragons. The strength is so strong that it can instantly destroy the entire kingdom of Fiori. In the original, the reason why Natsu was able to beat it, largely because of his special physique, he has cooperated with Igneal's help to stimulate the power of dragon transformation. Otherwise, if you switch to another dragon slayer, when a hole is left in the body, it will already be dead. There is absolutely no possibility of standing up again. Brush. Between the heavy snow and dust, the two huge bodies were completely submerged. However, the impact of the power is still constantly emerging from the inside, and the body with a huge gap between the bodies is still visible in the dust and fog. In the next second, the figure of the Animus vibrated its wings and rushed out of the smoke first, followed by Loya, and the power of the dragon emerged crazily. Loya was almost as fast as lightning, catching up with the Animus in no time. The furious wings burst into two whirlwind attacks. This is the dragon power of the sky and the storm. After the multiple attributes are superimposed, Loya can also perform in all aspects, just like Serena back then. Of course, the price is to consume further upgrades. Under the circumstance of only consuming one, now he has begun to consume double, or even more. Monument. The double offensive of the two whirlwind airflows once fell. Even with the full power of Dragon Cry, the Animus, who can continue to recover, will suffer a lot of injuries. In the face of this situation, the Animus dare not have any small wind. It could feel the pressure that Loya was putting on him. And Loya wants to kill him. Why doesn't it want to kill Loya? Dragon power can devour each other, and if it can engulf Loya's power, it can also give it a big boost. Unlike other dragons, Animus's characteristic is crystal, which has the ability to store energy. Thinking of this, the Animus finally got serious. Boom! Without the slightest hesitation, the Animus unleashed his true dragon power. Countless brilliance emerged from the crystal behind it, wrapping the body. As if it was dyed with a layer of white snow, the original huge crimson body all turned into white light. In the next second, the entire albino body burst out towards Loya's location, like a meteor rushing down towards Loya. This is the power of the top dragon. The power to get close to the ceiling. Boom! It's easy. Card wipe. What a ceiling power. The ceiling symbolizes the peak of the world, a peak that only a few kings can reach. The power of every king is enough to make 99% of the world's life despair, not to mention the god level above the ceiling. Almost instantly, the Animus body pierced through Loya's double attack, and the whole process didn't even pause. This is the power of near despair. But Loya didn't have the slightest plan to dodge, but rushed forward even more excitedly. Only the power of despair can stimulate his power. Boom! Loya is also wrapped in all the power to meet it. But this time, the two chose to fight with their bodies and fight with dragon claws. 4 flowers. But unlike the head-on collision, the two dragon claws did not collide head-on. The power of the dragon is bound between the two, like an armed overlord colliding, and there is an invisible impact. However, it was this seemingly simple and pure attack that erupted with unprecedented momentum and a huge roar. The creatures on the entire snow plateau can clearly hear and feel the momentum and fluctuations generated by the collision of these two powerful forces. Then the invisible force develops. However, such a situation did not appear long before it disappeared, replaced by a more terrifying picture. Battlefield sky. The two forces formed a special aura, and the surrounding fluctuations caused by the collision of forces continued to emerge, pulling the surrounding things, forming a vacuum. 0. Anyone who enters this area will crush everything in an instant. Truly desperate power. At this moment, even Urza and others who fled far away needed to raise their hands to release the magic power to block the impact of the power. Is this the strength of Brother Loya? Standing on the plywood and looking into the distance, Urza and others were also extremely shocked. They know how powerful Loya is, but it is so powerful that they never imagined it. They can't see the aura up close, but they can see in front of the field of vision, the sky far above tens of thousands of meters, the sky with dark clouds, the electric snakes surging, forming a dark vortex. The vortex is so large that it is not only a person from a snowy plateau, but even most areas of the kingdom of Fiori can see this terrifying sight. This is an almost king-level battle, a battle at the pinnacle of the Ishgar continent. The combined strength of the two almost reaches the level of affecting nature. Boom, boom. Between the two parties, the explosions from the collision sounded one after another in the air. Each explosion will snow plateau, leaving huge destruction, forming a huge abyss. The momentum is very powerful, but Wall, who is watching the battle at close range, can still see it. Loya still lost a little bit between the collisions. Compared with the Crystal Dragon, who has the power of Dragon Cry, there is still a gap in the power of Loya, who has only spent a few years to grow after practicing dragon magic. Big. Dump. Chapter 165. Faced with this result, Loya was not surprised at all. Too little time left for him. It's too short. If given enough time to Loya, he can fully activate the dragon power of the whole body. Completely different from the opponents that Loya has encountered, Animus' physique is too terrifying, 10 times that of Loya. Sometimes physique is power. The strength of the dragon lies not only in its strength, but also in its terrifying dragon body. With a body comparable to a mountain and dragon scales that dissolve magic, just looking at it will make people feel hopeless, and it is difficult to hurt even with super magic. What's more, the power of the dragon is stronger. If Loya hadn't possessed the magic of multiple dragons and mastered the profound meaning of fusion, he would have been defeated long ago. It's just that in addition to the power of the dragon, he also has other powers. This moment, 9:30, Loya has other powers at his disposal. In this case, Loya is no longer reserved. Demon Dragon Mode on. Roar _. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the world. Dark power emerged, wrapped around Loya's dragon scales, and strange patterns appeared on the original blue scales. The body that was originally more than 10 meters swelled up at one point. The physique is so large that it is almost equal to the animus, and the whole body exudes a strange black aura. Under the infection of this power, the surrounding pure white snow was instantly dyed with a dark color. And this is a combination of dragon power and magic power. In the battle with President Wu, the mode that Loya tried to open, after 3 years of tempering and the deduction of the initial law, Loya's control of power has reached the pinnacle of power. The two forces that could only be barely fused before were now fused into the body by Loya, in exchange for a power that surpassed the original dozens of times. However, due to different origins, the time that the Demon Dragon mode can be turned on is very limited, and the maximum supported time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the two forces that were forcibly blended into the body would disperse. Still, that's enough for Loya. Call. Black breath spit out from Loya's mouth. He, who was originally weak, suppressed the power of the animus, and when he entered, he released a more powerful aura. What? How did this guy's strength skyrocket so much all of a sudden? The animus, who thought he was going to devour Loya, was shocked the moment he felt the power of Loya. In his perception, Loya's strength is clearly approaching the limit, and the scale of victory has been tilted to his side. But the current one has been completely reverted, and he has been suppressed in a vague way. However, this is not what shocked the animus the most. What really shocked it was the weird pattern on Loya's body. Jet black wings and textures. Such a picture, such a sight. It has only been seen in Acnologia for 400 years. But unlike the destruction of Acnologia, Loya gave him a deeper darkness. How can the animus not be shocked? What happened to this guy? And what about this power? It can actually fuse the power of different origins together. The drastic change was beyond anyone's expectations. The animus is not clear, but that doesn't mean Wall hiding in the distance is not clear. At present, 2 members of the Holy Shield have mastered the power of extreme darkness. The moment Loya erupted, Wall saw it at a glance. Is that the power of the devil? The fusion of the power of the dragon and the power of the devil. Did that guy master such profound skills? The power of the dragon is not enough. As powerful as Wall, he could barely accept it when he reached the Holy Shield level. But now, when I saw this scene, I couldn't keep my composure. Like Loya, Wall himself is a man who studies magic deeply. Through its own racial superiority, it can calculate various powerful magics, and even remotely solve the opponent without doing it by hand. After all, the power of his mechanical magic lies in research. The deeper he studies magic, the more powerful he can become. He knows that it is difficult for 2 forces with different attributes to blend together, let alone a force with different essences. He clearly felt the human breath on Loya. But it is such a human being who has mastered the power that only the devil can master, especially when he masters the power of the dragon, and also takes into account the power of the devil. When will Ishgar sorcerers be able to develop their power to such an extent? Just as Wall was shocked, the born Sanjiang broke out in a new round of war. The thrust of the demon dragon. Loya, who knew that he couldn't stay in this state for too long, shot without any scruples. The dark power condensed, and one after another bone-spur dragon claws emerged from it, forming sharp spikes. Before the animus could react, and in front of it in an instant, Loya condensed 2 different forces on the spikes. The power of the dragon and the magic power are the power of the killing system. After fusion, the power is by no means as simple as 1 + 1. Boom! Seems to have sensed the power of Loya's bone spurs. The animus didn't dare to despise it, and still attacked with a pure white crystal body, ready to block it. Boom! The power of terror strikes again. A huge dark aura, accompanied by a shocking explosion, exploded on the collapsed earth. Dreadful darkness has invaded the earth. Only an infinite pure white body persisted in the face of this power, which made Animus feel incomparable pressure and made him feel incomparable anger. The 400 years of sleeping in the human body, it came again beyond the past, but was once again resisted by a human being. This is simply a great shame for him. It can accept 3.3 and fail once. But never allow yourself to be defeated by the measuring ruler in the hands of the ants. Between anger, I didn't want to use strength to explode instantly. Life is burning right now. Boom. The profound truth of the dragon, Wanhua Aurora. At the cost of his life, the crystal behind the Animus burst into a terrifying brilliance. Infinite rays of light poured out frantically, and when the limit was exceeded, the crystals behind them burst into cracks. It is conceivable that after exiting this state, even if you master Dragon Cry, this battle will cause huge damage to the Animus. Useless. This time, I will never lose again. Animus angrily roared. Dragon is the most powerful race in the world, and the real overlord in this world. Anyone who offends the dignity of the dragon will only die. Chapter 166. A dragon is a dragon. This pride will not change because of the passage of time. As a result, the body that entered the dragon power mode developed cracks, and the force used exceeded its own tolerance limit. The Animus, who regards dignity as his life, still chose the latter without hesitation. Under the full mobilization of the current crystal dragon, it is very close to the king-level strength. But, facing this force, Loya's expression still did not waver in the slightest. Instead, he still looked at the other party with a calm expression and said slowly, "It is undeniable that your strength is indeed very strong, at least at the human level. There are very few people who can withstand your blow." Loya doesn't skimp on her compliments. There is no doubt that the profound meaning of the dragon, the Animus, has reached an unbelievable height. Such an attack falls. Not to mention human beings, if other giant dragons came, I am afraid that they would not dare to prove to resist this attack. However, Loya is not included here. He is used for many kinds of power, but he does not only have this kind of strength. After all, it's historical. Even if it is 400 years of people who rely on special means to win that war, if they lose, they will lose. In that case, talk about it when you can survive. The Animus roars. Next second, the roar of dragons mixed with anger and hatred resounded through the heavens and the earth. The light that was going on from the body fell madly towards Loya's position. A mighty force sweeps over everything. Wherever he went, layers of fluctuations were emitted, and the space was violently distorted and vibrated. Before it falls, the ground beneath Loya's feet is cracking apart. The power of this blow was dozens of times more powerful than the dragon roar of the earlier Animus, and the momentum was even more than 100 times more powerful, even if Loya felt the dangerous aura. But, the more so, the more Loya looks forward to. The Animus, who has not yet touched the realm of the king level, is already like this, so what kind of existence should the king level and god level be above this? At this moment, Loya suddenly had the idea of going to 400 years ago. If it can reach that era, the era of coexistence with that world overlord, then there must be more than the current one. Since that's the case, as a high respect for you, I won't dodge this time. After finishing speaking, Loya also said with high fighting spirit. At the same time, he agreed in his heart. Break through the boundaries of thinking and start the battle mode. Ding! Battle mode is on. Now start to detect the energy in the host's body. The current energy state is 50%. The energy is average. All data is ready. Each combat mode is loaded. All aspects of the body's various reaction capabilities are prompted, and the body's limit is activated. And the reasonable time is 2 minutes. The energy limit has been broken through. Next second, Loya's aura changed drastically. The dark lines on the dragon scales began to flash with strange rays of light. Under the breakthrough of 100 times of thinking, the dark aura grew stronger again. Endless magic rises from the sky, then it gathered into his body, and the whole body was completely turned into darkness. Immediately afterwards, this power turned into a roar, and it rushed out from Loya's mouth, resounding throughout the world. Dragon profound truth, the finishing touch. Boom. Darkness entangles, Loya's body rises into the sky. burst with unimaginable horror speed, cross the sky, and quickly shuttle in the attack of the Animus. The speed is so fast that it even surpasses the sound. With an unstoppable momentum, he passed in front of Animus' chest, and the power surrounding his body also erupted at this moment, reflecting his dazed expression. Next second, a huge black firework, accompanied by an explosion that shook the world, bloomed in the sky above 1,000 meters. The terrifying power turns into a black ball of energy. Everything under the black ball, everything is crumbling, disintegrating. Mountains collapse, boulders smash. At this time, the world is staged as if it were destroyed. The entire snow plateau was changed due to the eruption of this force. The white snow on the peaks was squeezed away, and the dark clouds on the sky were shaken away. Countless dust covered the world, and it slowly dissipated after a long time. When the dust blocking the view disappeared, the snow plateau had completely disappeared and was replaced by a deep pit thousands of feet wide. In the deep pit, the Animus stared at the clear sky with a dull expression, and the huge dragon's eyes flashed with disbelief. Looking down, a huge blood hole has been pierced through the body that is comparable to a mountain. The damage caused in the moment of collision. If the profound meaning of the Animus is covered in all aspects, it will be released in an instant. So the profound meaning of Loya is to concentrate all the power a little, pass through the covered attack, and give the heaviest blow to the center. The finishing touch is exactly what it was meant to be. Concentrate a little bit and get to the top. In the face of this blow, the Animus has absolutely no chance of blocking. A strong sense of pain kept coming. A large amount of dragon blood gushed out from his body, and his vitality was rapidly passing. In the next second, the initiator who caused all this, in the human form, fell in front of him and said, "You are very strong, and being able to force me to this level is enough to show the strength of the dragon." Loya looked at the Animus and said slowly, "What's more, I also use the power of the dragon, but it contains 930 kinds of dragon power. If you lose to the power of the dragon, it is not a loss. However, I still lost, in the hands of a human being. Because of the passing of life, the Animus, who was bleeding constantly from his chest, gradually showed the color of despair in his eyes. I lost to a human 400 years ago, and I still lose 400 years later. Could it be that the era of dragons has really passed?" As the last words fell, the loss of life can no longer be stopped, along with the falling of the voice of the Animus, disappearing into this world. Zizi. Just as the Animus signs of life vanished, Loya's hand went away. A dark magic force was emitted, blocking the soul that dissipated from the body, and then converging on a soul stone in his hand. Then he stepped forward and extracted a black scepter from the head of the Animus. With the extraction of power, the body of the Animus also disappeared from the world. Loya also sighed lightly when he saw this. It took so much effort for this moment. As for collecting the souls of the Animus, he made an impromptu decision, and he had another plan. Although the Animus was defeated, its strength cannot be denied. If it can fuse its soul into the magic tool, it should be able to show a different power. Chapter 167. Really beat. Looking into the distance, Wall could no longer imagine. The legendary creature was actually killed by a human being. If it wasn't for this incident, he would still believe it. Only, after reacting, Wall's eyes fell on Loya again, and his eyes flashed fiercely. At this point, he was deciding whether to make a move. There is no doubt that after witnessing Loya's strength, the contempt in his eyes has completely disappeared, and some are just cautious. He believed that the battle just now was replaced by himself, and he would never be able to kill the Animus. But Loya did it. Opponents at this level will become a big worry for them to attack the Ishgard continent in the future. It is completely possible to kill Luo when he is weak and solve his worries. Otherwise, after waiting for Loya to return, there will be no such good opportunity to do it again. And the thing in his hand is obviously a rare treasure. His body arrived. Until then, it will be the best time to start. Buzzing. Suddenly, the moment Wall made his choice, Loya took out a magic stone from his hand. Wall's face changed suddenly when he saw it, because he felt the power of space on it. This guy is running. Boom. No matter what to wait for, the robot who made Wall subconsciously rushed out. At the same time, quickly attack. For a minute, he must delay each other. But how could Loya give each other a chance? The moment Wall arrived, invisible space power radiated out, blocking all attacks, and even slowing Wall himself. Wall's mechanical eyes glared for a moment, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. This is the level of space. How many kinds of magic is he proficient in? Being able to stagnate the surrounding space is enough to show that Loya has good attainments in the field of space magic. It's only a short distance away, but it's impossible to get any closer. You seem very surprised, but unfortunately it is still a step too late. Otherwise, you may not be able to stay with me for a long time. Looking at Wall's shocked expression, Loya smiled easily. The soft voice that fell in Wall's fleshy ears was extraordinarily loud. He is a mechanic. There is no characteristic of life. Magic is the energy of his action and thinking. It is for this reason that Wall was the first to be dispatched to the front lines to investigate the situation. Unexpectedly, it was discovered. Wall suddenly said solemnly, "You discovered me from the beginning. What's the matter? Do you think your disguise is very clever? What's more, you can't guess the reaction of the soldiers before by deducing it a little, and now the real you should be far away, but it is a very rare ability. Your body should be heading towards this position," Loya said, looking at Wall with a curious look in his eyes. The eye of insight brought about by the breakthrough in meditation allows him to see the surrounding environment more easily, and nothing can stop him. He knew that there were some special creatures in this world, such as dragons, demons, celestial spirit, monsters, etc., but it was the first time that the mechanical family saw it. "How did you know?" Hearing this, Wall's heart was filled with unease. Especially when he heard that Loya even had his own avatar, he was even more shocked. The former still has logic to follow, but the latter is its own secret. How did the other party find out? There is also the pair of eyes. The moment he sees the other side, he always has the illusion of being completely dissected, and everything is exposed under the other side's eyelids. That's not what you need to know. Loya smiled softly. "To be honest, I want to stay and play with you, but right now I don't have the time to stay and play with you, and I'll see you later." The battle with the Animus cost him too much physical strength, and he also used the battle mode, and the energy in his body was not enough to support a fight with a holy shield. Besides, the battle left behind is just a waste of time, and Loya is even more lazy to waste time for such a thankless thing. The voice fell, and Loya's figure completely merged into the space. When the figure disappeared, without the support of magic power, the space around Wall also returned to its original state. It's a pity that the building was already empty at this time. It seems that this matter must be reported to Lord August expeditiously. First dragon slaying magic, then demon conjuration, then space magic, and that powerful perception. At this time, Wall couldn't describe the shock that Loya brought him. Such people have undoubtedly posed a danger to them, yet know very little about each other in terms of intelligence. "Loya, brother Loya." After a few minutes, when Loya appeared again, he was already on the space magic airship. As soon as he landed, Loya's footsteps were a little vain, which was a manifestation of overdrawing his magic power. Seeing this, Urza and the others immediately crowded up, their delicate faces filled with worry. Even Carla, who is usually angry with Loya, showed a worried expression, and her small body fell on Loya's shoulders. Loya rubbed Carla's head and said softly, "Don't worry about me. It's just that the consumption of magic power is a little serious. Just go and take a rest. During my rest period, Urza is under your control of the airship, and we will return first." "Okay," Urza agreed. Comforting a few people, Loya entered the cabin, sat down cross-legged, and regained his magic power. When it was almost time, Loya took out Longshi's eyes with a flash of light. "Nuo how, if you absorb these powers, it should be enough to open the dragon transformation of the complete body." In order to wait for this opportunity, Loya waited for 3 years, in which he cultivated dragon magic to the limit. If he can't make him break through the complete form, then the loss will be big. Of course, Loya doesn't think that's going to happen either. The Animus, a guy who was on the verge of death, was able to burst into a strength comparable to the peak after obtaining Dragon Cry. Such power is completely sufficient. If it really can't be done, Loya will be really surprised. As soon as he held it in his hand, Loya instantly felt a powerful resentment rushing towards his body. As soon as these negative thoughts entered the body, they quickly occupied Loya's brain in an attempt to assimilate him, and Loya's eyes quickly turned into darkness. The power of contagion is even stronger than the sum of the darkness of human nature in Nirvana. Chapter 168. Hatred. Resentment. Resentment. This is what Loya felt from Dragon Cry. Even Loya was instantly occupied in an instant. Fortunately, the superbrain strengthened his brain and increased his spiritual power. Otherwise, in just a moment, the soul will be lost. However, it also made Loya more and more looking forward to directly releasing the magic of the dragon to absorb the internal power. Soon, during the absorption process, the dragon power in Loya's body is rapidly increasing. In the process of absorption, the negative effects of darkness are also constantly affecting Loya's soul, but Loya's soul is like an iron wall, which cannot be shaken by the opponent's intrusion. The power is constantly increasing. The incomplete dragon seed in the body is growing rapidly and begins to degenerate, consuming the nutrients in the Longjiang crazily. At the same time, Loya's body was also rapidly expanding. In an instant, it surpassed the height of 100 meters and exceeded the range that can be accommodated in the cabin. Fortunately, after Loya's improvement, the space magic airship is not only improved in speed, but the internal space can also be extended. At the moment when Loya's body swelled, the space magic circle around the imprint moved synchronously. The 930 space is like a water surface, emitting waves of ripples. With the infinite stretching, the interior of the cabin is infinitely enlarged, almost forming a world of its own, turning it into a dark world. In the dark world, Loya is located in the center, constantly evolving this process of dragonization. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Just a moment, Luo's body surpassed the animus, like a moving mountain. A pair of white sharp horns protruded from the forehead, and the huge wings were slightly 1 kilometer wide. All kinds of magical and different dragon powers covered his whole body, merged into the dragon scales, and transformed into different colors. At this moment, Loya has completely transformed into a dragon. And because of the complete extraction of power, the dragon has turned into a puddle of powder, indicating that the internal power has been completely evacuated. But relative. In Loya's body, the power of the dragon has reached an extremely amazing and terrifying level. The power of the dragon in the body surpasses the sum of all the powers in the body before Loya, and it is chasing the strongest demon magic power of Loya at present. The dragon seed in the body also evolves, seed, out of the dragon heart. Next second, when Longli was broken, the sound of the system sounded in Loya's brain. Dragon magic transcends the boundaries of life, evolves into a dragon physique, has the characteristics of swallowing any magic power, restores physical strength, and enhances strength. Acquired characteristics: 4-stage dragon power. 4th stage dragon power. Greatly reduce magic damage, gain full magic resistance, improve physical fitness in all directions, brain development, 70%, waste dragon physique? What's the situation? Loya froze when she heard the voice in her head. He knew that after absorbing the internal power of Dragon May Cry, he could improve his state for the most part, but he did not expect to break through to the next stage. Dragon Physique. Total waste resistance, isn't this the power only mastered by the Black Dragon Acnologia? Thinking of Loya, I felt my current power. Loya soon discovered that there is still a certain difference between the so-called 4-stage dragon power and the Black Dragon Acnologia. The power of the Black Dragon Acnologia, originating from the extreme darkness, destroys everything. The magic that can dissolve everything, no magic can hurt him. And the dragon magic he mastered, after the fusion of a variety of dragon-slaying magic, plus the power in the Dragon Cry, and the success of multiple evolutions, compared with the Black Dragon Acnologia, it is weaker, equivalent to a weakened version of the Magic Dragon Physique. But even so, it is strong enough. And this force can be further transformed and become more powerful. The premise is that Loya needs more dragon power, and it is the dragon power with different attributes. A single dragon power has very limited effect. What he needs is total strength. But how easy is it to think like this? Full-scale dragon power? Maybe that world. Loya was lost in thought. At that moment, he thought of a world in his mind, a world that satisfies his own conditions. But that world is too early for the current self. Not only is the strength insufficient, but the time is not the best time. Entering with his current strength may also encounter the danger of death, and rash actions are definitely not Loya's character. But when he thought of gaining power comparable to Acnologia, that thought kept growing in his mind. In the end, the idea died down under the brilliance of reason. However, silence does not mean disappearing. The seeds of madness have been planted, and Loya is also aware of this. However, this last thought came when he opened the door and walked out of the cabin, when Mira Jane and the others gathered in an instant, their eyes showing concern. This thought was completely suppressed by Loya. This is what Loya can't let go of. It was true that magic was what he aspired to, but it was by no means his whole life. The other side, just when Loya and the others returned, a news shocked the entire magic world. Central City, the House of Representatives, and a number of holy tens convened at once. Serena has defected. Parliament Chief Crawford announced the news with a heavy heart. What? The voice fell. Crawford's words made the present 10 and the congressmen drop their eyeballs, looking stunned. However, few people digested these shocks. Claude continued. He joined the Alvarez Empire in 3 years and became one of the Aegis. Leiji asked in disbelief. I betrayed 3 years ago. Why did I only find out now? Yes. Why? Such a question appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Hearing this, Crawford said solemnly, before this guy betrayed, he destroyed his hometown and cut off the flow of news. If it wasn't for the fact that the troops could no longer continue to monitor him, they would take the initiative to investigate his hometown. I'm afraid it would still be kept in the dark. Tear. When everyone heard this, they took another breath of cold air. Serena has a bad nature and they knew it, but they didn't expect him to do it so badly. 3 years ago, maybe it was because of someone. Jose suddenly opened his mouth and said, the gloomy words were full of yin and yang. But even so, the people present still heard the meaning of his words. Wasn't Serena last seen when she fought Loya 3 years ago? Serena could be said to have lost face in that battle. Serena itself is a very disgusting person, but there is no denying that Loya played a role in it. Chapter 169. Like Serena, Jose is also the one who was persecuted by Loya. The president was defeated by the 13-year-old Loya in the regular meeting, and he almost became the laughingstock of the entire magic world. It is rare to find a chance to get down, and Jose naturally won't let it go easily. So even if Jose didn't name him, everyone knew he was going to pass the buck on Loya. Naturally, Makarov would not readily agree to this, and immediately retorted, Jose, I'm afraid this is the time to say this, and it is imperative to consider dealing with the impact of Serena's mutiny. Seems like a transference, but it's of no use to Jose. Why not? Jose sneered. If it wasn't for the fairy tale being too presumptuous, how could there be so many things that happened before the war broke out? In my opinion, the Fairy Tale Guild should take responsibility and lead all the soldiers to the forefront. Go? I have to say this is a tough one. In the outbreak of war, the front line is the most dangerous area. Putting Fairy Tale on the front line is no different than sending her to death. But since it's all said and done, Makarov has fortunately torn his face. Too presumptuous? Obviously the opponent took the initiative to provoke it. Jose, are you still worried about the last time you lost to Loya? Among them, you provoked a junior, but was defeated and lost face, and now you still care about it. Is this your holy ten's bearing? What did you say? Jose said angrily. Being exposed nakedly in public, Jose's face will darken in time. Shut up for me. Seeing that the two leaders of the two guilds became more and more arguing. Speaker Crawford couldn't sit still, but after speaking, Crawford's eyes turned to Makarov. Let's put aside the matter about Serena for a while. This matter is irreversible. But where is Loya now? Alvarez. The Empire is gradually pressing, and now the front line needs to be contained by king-level mages. This is not a joke. Crawford was in a hurry. When the war broke out, the front line continued to have high-end combat power, especially in the face-to-face confrontation, which was an urgent need of the king-level combat power, so Crawford would attach so much importance to Loya. 3 years ago, Loya had the strength close to the King of Heaven, and with Loya's talent, he also had the strength of the King of Heaven. It is true that Loya and the Magic Council have a lot of grudges, but in the face of danger, all grudges must be put aside. But the Magic Council issued multiple orders, but still did not see Loya's figure. Crawford was also dissatisfied and a little anxious. Makarov said truthfully, Loya has gone to the borders of the Kingdom of Fiori, and King Doma of Fiori has an important task for him. Of course, Makarov knew something about Dragon Cry, but it was because of this that he couldn't say it. What? That guy is already on the front lines. The crowd was almost taken aback. They speculated about various possibilities for Loya, but did not expect such a situation. It's too messy, Michelot said angrily. It's fine if you don't obey the order, and now you're still acting at will, whether you still care about the Magic Council. Or does he really think that he has become the Holy Ten, so no one can subdue him? No wonder Mikhailo was so angry. They were still discussing tactics here, but Loya took the initiative to go to the front to complete the mission. Could it be that, in Loya's view, their orders were less important than a king's commission? Michelle almost exploded. Altair, have you found a demon over there? There is no hope on Loya's side, and Crawford can only transfer his hope to the other side. Unfortunately, this is doomed to fail. Altair shook his head and said, There is no news. In the past 3 years, the Demon Slayer seems to have disappeared without any news. What to do now? Hearing this, Crawford's head froze instantly. If you don't mind, I will fill the vacancy of Lord Loya and dedicate my strength to the Magic Council. Suddenly, just when Crawford had a headache, a voice suddenly came from the corner. Turning to look, the owner of the voice is none other than Chicrane himself. I saw him walking out of the darkness little by little, still the original magic, still the familiar voice. How did he get here? However, Altair felt the difference in the ordinary, and the whole body exuded a strange aura, as if it was a different person. 4 flowers. Few people cared about Chicrane's change, and at this time, everyone's attention was focused on what Chicrane said was true. You? Mikhailo glanced at Chi Kilian and said coldly, Boy, it is undeniable that your strength has reached the level of the Holy Ten, but you don't have the strength of the king, so it is the same to join this battle. What's more, your task is to stay behind, and it's not your turn to be responsible for the front line. The congressman nodded in agreement. Chicrane's strength is good, but unfortunately he defeated Loya in public in the central city and became a disgrace to the Magic Council. Otherwise, they wouldn't mind promoting him to Holy Ten. Is it heavenly king-level combat power? Zero. A sarcastic sound fell into Chicrane's ears, but this did not arouse his anger, and the objection was a sneer. In that case, please take a look. Do I have the qualifications now? Boom. The voice fell. Super magic power erupts from Chicrane's body. A golden light mixed with a little darkness, like a volcanic eruption, shot straight to the ceiling. Under this magic power, the entire Magic Council was vibrating violently, and a member of the council accidentally fell to the ground, holding a heavy hand. But these were all ignored by the shock in front of him. Because, at this time, Chicrane's magic power has surpassed the Holy Ten and reached the level of the king. Even stronger than the original Serena and Warrod. Heavenly King class. How is this possible? When did this kid Chicrane become so strong? A 17-year-old Heavenly King. This talent is too terrifying. How on earth did he do it? An out-of-control voice sounded in the assembly hall. No one thought that Chi Kilian would have such a powerful strength, which was beyond his expectations. After regaining his senses, the congressman's face immediately showed a burst of excitement. After all, having Chicrane there, to a certain extent, can make up for Loya's vacancy, which is a rare good thing. However, among the many unique people, there was no smile on his face, but a solemn expression on his face. This guy is Altair. Big. Chapter 170. Far on the west coast of Fiori, a large number of magic airships are invading ahead. The number was almost obscured by the sunlight, and huge shadows shrouded the earth. Every magic airship is full of magician soldiers, and every soldier is ready to go, wearing thick magic armor. Under the already dark night scene, this heavy and serious atmosphere exudes. Until inside, the top executives of the Albarez Empire are having a meeting. As the Emperor's Supergan, Dia has not yet returned. Now in his place is the most powerful magician in the Empire, Magic King August. But even if the Emperor who symbolizes the highest power is not there, any holy shield present is extremely relaxed. Huge meeting room. August sat on the second seat, using a magic wand 930 as a crutch, supporting the seemingly old body to sit down. The throne in the center will always belong to the Emperor. At least, when August was around, no one dared to give that idea. Everyone is almost there. Oster shifted his gaze and went down one by one. It's the current Guardian Shield. Concubine, Dimaria Corpse, Nainhart Grim Reaper, Bloodman General Winter, Invel Desert King, Agil Assassin, Jacob White Desire, Larcade, and a figure in the last seat. God Serena. That's right. After defeating Loya 3 years ago, he turned to the Albarez Empire. It's just that compared to the original time, Serena has a mask on half of her face, and under the mask is the scar that Loya gave him. Seeing August move on to her, Serena stood up excitedly and shouted to the people around her. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's the first time. Please take care of me." Although he suffered a lot of heavy blows, this guy still maintained a cheerful personality. It's a pity that this clown-like praise was ignored and even ushered in the disgust of others. "Serena, don't be so arrogant." Agil, who is also a holy shield and a wild character, said. "Really, you can be on an equal footing with us. If you hadn't provided information this time, Master August would have made you the Holy 10 and gave you 4 Dragon Slayer crystals. Don't forget that you were just crying. It's just a bereaved dog. Serena, don't forget who you are." In the seat, Invel's cold personality also dislikes Serena's publicity. In his opinion, one Agil is enough, and another one will drive him crazy. "That's it." Zhangji also took the words and laughed. "It is said that you were defeated by a 13 or 4-year-old Loya kid. I really don't know what face you have to survive." Forehead. Speaking of Loya, Serena whispered. Since his defeat in the first 3 years, his reputation has plummeted. The identity of the loser is tied to him, and Loya has almost become his dream demon. "Okay, don't say any more." August stopped him. "This war has been your Majesty's wind for many years. No matter what happens, there can be no mistakes. Anyone who dares to affect the war, I will never forgive." When the voice fell, it took time for the audience to be silent. Without him, there is still this gap between the two who are the same as the Holy Shield. August, who holds the title of Sorcerer King, is undoubtedly the foremost existence among all the Holy Shields. Mastering all the magic in the world, the power is astonishingly powerful, and no one can resist the idea of resistance, even if they reach the Holy Shield level. Seeing that the burning fairy grass was quiet, August turned to look at Serena. It was very timely for me that Serena brought information about the White Legacy Fez, and if we didn't know about this situation, the unbridled action of the Magic Council would have been very tragic for us. Now that Wall has led his mech to the edge of the sea, he is now waiting for his news and moving on. No, not good. Lord August. Just a few seconds after August finished speaking, a magic communication soldier came in from outside the hall. After entering, he immediately knelt down in front of August and hurriedly said, "Hey, what happened?" Seeing that the soldiers were so flustered by the communication, Concubine Jean shouted angrily, "No, I'm so sorry." Suppressing the tremor in their hearts, the magic transmission soldiers raised their heads and reported. After Lord Wall's troops arrived at the Kingdom of Fury in the west of Ishgar, they suffered a violent counterattack and almost wiped out the entire army. The men fought, and the shock of the fighting cost the troops in front most of the losses. What? Crystal Dragon? The moment they heard the news, everyone was shocked by the news. Even August had a strange expression on his face. As far as he knows, the dragons in this world have basically disappeared, and the only one is Irene in the Holy Shield. Judging from the news, the Crystal Dragon is obviously not Irene. Even more shocking is that someone in Ishgar was able to fight dragons. There are several others who do not believe the same. Impossible. How can there be dragons in this Ishgar? And it is even more impossible for humans to fight with dragons. Serena outright denied that. He has been chasing the dragon's footsteps, wandering around Ishgar for many years, and has never heard of a dragon, let alone a real dragon. It is true. The magic transmission soldier replied. This news came from Lord Wall. The news is absolutely true. And the man who fought against the dragon even turned into a giant dragon and killed the giant dragon with his own power. Lord Wall saw it with his own eyes. At this moment, even August couldn't help but feel a little moved by 3.3. The real dragon. No matter how weak such a person is, he has at least the strength of the Holy Shield. No wonder Wall hurriedly conveyed the news, and immediately turned to Serena and asked, "Serena, is there such a person in Ishgard?" "No. At least when I left 3 years ago, no one with dragon strength appeared." Serena refused without hesitation. The strongest person in Ishgard is undoubtedly the Three Kings. Hyberian, the current leader of the Three Heavenly Kings, is only at the level of the Heavenly King, close to the strength of the Holy Shield. This kind of strength is the most life-saving, and it is impossible to have the ability to test the dragon. It's just that Serena suddenly remembered a person who humiliated him. Loya. Chapter 171. Fiore Royal Interior. After learning that Loya had successfully resolved the trouble, Loya and his party returned to receive the warm hospitality of King Doma and stayed in the royal room to rest. After a full meal, Loya did not rest directly but entered the dragon graveyard again, ready to do a big thing. When you learn magic engraving and know how to make magic tools, Loya wanted to create a magic tool with soul life and self-consciousness. Due to the lack of in-depth understanding of magic and the lack of a suitable and powerful soul, this idea was suppressed by him. Is it possible to obtain a complete dragon soul? Loya naturally wants to try it. Of course, Loya didn't think the Animus would be so obedient. Before starting, he will first use the power of Nirvana to cleanse the inner soul, make it a qualified servant, and then make it enter the container he built for him. As for the container suitable for the Animus, the best material is naturally related to the dragon, and only in this way can it fit the dragon soul itself. Coincidentally, there are a large number of keels that have lost their last souls in the dragon's graveyard. When Loya looked at the keels in the mountains and plains, there was a rare trace of excitement in his heart, and this excitement was not trapped in the battle of the Animus. Just what kind of magic tool should I make? In addition to being excited, Loya also sank and thought seriously. The pure combat-type magic tool is obviously not suitable for me, nor is it suitable for the original intention of installing the soul. With Loya's current strength, ordinary magic tools can no longer enhance his combat power. Double fists are his weapons. The existence of magic tools will only hinder his own fighting. And even if it is to fuse the dragon soul, it just gives the magic tool soul, which is too boring. Loya hopes that the Animus can gradually move. Thinking of this, Loya gradually had an answer in his heart. The magic power spreads out from Loya's hands, and in the form of psychic magic, it covers all the keels and absorbs it around him. The infinite space blade fell from Loya's hand, and the keels of the front and the back were disintegrated. The renovation has officially started. This transformation took a long time. By the time he went back after the transformation, Urza was already looking for him everywhere, and ran over the moment he saw it. "Where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere, and the president was looking for you just now with a communication device, saying that there was something important to notify you." "Old man, why is he looking for me?" Loya was slightly taken aback. "Logically, I just finished the task, and I didn't come to remember to report. Why did the old man come to the door so quickly?" Urza shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it should be a big deal depending on the situation. You need to ask the president to understand the specific situation." "I see." Boarded the space magic airship control room, Loya directly connected with Makarov. The next second, Makarov's magic phantom appeared in front of Loya, and it went straight to the topic. "Loya, I have heard Urza say that you did a good job on the mission." "That's natural." Loya smiled smugly. "How could I possibly make the mission unexpected?" "Okay, don't be rude. I have something urgent to tell you now." In order to curb Loya's arrogant character, Makarov couldn't help but criticize a few words, but now he is not in that mood. Loya also realized this, and the smile on his hippie face immediately subsided. Next, through Makarov, telling Loya also quickly learned about the news about the council. Serena's betrayal made sense. It's just because of his own reasons that the time of the betrayal has been advanced by 12 years. However, Jalal's improvement exceeded Loya's expectations. His talent, Loya, is undeniable, but it's too early for him to be king or something. According to the normal trajectory, after 3 years, Jalal will be close to the strength of the king at most. Not to mention this is the stage 3 years ago. Even if Loya's behavior irritates the other party, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No matter whether he becomes the Holy Ten or the Heavenly King, it is impossible for him to catch up with his current self. At this time, Makarov was only heard to continue. So, Loya looked up and continued. How about the old stubborn Magic Council? It is true that Jalal has taken his place, and he does not think that the opponent will easily drain the opportunity of his value. Makarov said solemnly, the Magic Council will no longer call you to the center, but requires you to guard the capital of Fiori. Holy Tenjura, they will be transferred to other areas. Although they didn't lose their minds, Loya sneered. The containment task is undoubtedly a lot easier than other tasks. He really wants to let him go to the front line to guard. Such a thankless, stupid thing. He is too lazy to do it. Makarov. I'll go with the large force. Loya, I'll leave it to you there. After a pause, Makarov continued. Everything is done with care. You can retreat when necessary. There is no need to fight with the opponent. The Magic Council is not as simple as you think. Huh? Why did the Magic Council prepare any large-scale weapons? Loya asked curiously. Almost, but I can't be sure at the moment. It is said to be a weapon that can deter. Please don't communicate this matter, so as not to wait for a while. Speaking of this, Makarov's face was extremely cautious. Clearly there is a huge secrecy involved in this matter. But even if Makarov didn't say it, Loya could roughly guess what the weapon was. Really, that weapon really involved too much. In the words of the horse 930 Karov undoubtedly, he betrayed the Magic Council and betrayed the entire magic world. With the integrity of Urza and several others, it is difficult to retreat at a critical moment. Loya is different, admittedly a bit lazy, but her character is most similar to Makarov's. They are all able to abandon everything, even the lives of innocent people, at a critical moment, ignore the eyes of the world, and choose to take care of the guild's family. That's why Makarov only dared to communicate with Loya, not even Urza. True justice does not exist for the two of them. What they have in their hearts is only the guild, and only their family. I know. Loya should come down. Don't worry. I'm not the two idiots like Natsu and Gray. I'll ask you from the guild, but don't save face. You can tell me when you encounter trouble. Although it is troublesome, I will come as soon as possible. When Makarov heard the words, he felt relieved, but after hearing Loya's words, he also said angrily, Go away, I'm at 10 wizard saints anyway. Find a time later, old man. We two compare. Cough cough. Compared to what? I am the president, and I am your elder. You dare to do something to your president? Are you tired of living, stinky boy? Cut, it's boring. Duh. Chapter 172. Has the president assigned us a mission? After the exchange was over, Mira Jane and the others also came over to ask. After all, Makarov communicated with Loya alone and didn't let a few people know about it. So it was inevitable that there would be some curiosity. Winnie Carla's white fluffy cat ears also stood up. It's nothing. Loya spread his hands and said, It was the Magic Council who gave us a mission, asking us to continue guarding the capital of Fiori. We're going to stay in Crocus for a while. Yeah, Lisanna and Wendy cheered. Due to the reason of the mission, those who have just arrived have not been able to take a good stroll in Garden City, and it is rare that they can continue to stay, so they are naturally happy. What's more, living in the palace, such a thing is a girl's heart that is greatly satisfied. The next second, Loya's words made them even more happy. Go play if you want, don't worry about money. Just remember not to leave the capital. Brother Loya is the best. Lisanna leaned in and kissed Loya's cheek fiercely, turned around and grabbed Wendy and ran out of the palace. Unexpectedly, Carla didn't follow Wendy, but flew into Urza's arms and left quietly without knowing what to say. Loya and Mira Jane were the only two left in the empty room. Seemingly aware of the strangeness in Loya's eyes, Mira Jane couldn't help recalling the scene in the dragon's graveyard before, and by Nun's face instantly flushed red. She, who usually competes with Urza, has no confidence or arrogance before and only panics. I'm going to see Lisanna and the others. Before Loya could speak, Mira Jane turned to run. But no matter how she ran, How could she run into Loya's palm? Ugh, B asterisk 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 D. The next day, the sun shines lightly. It was 3 or 4 in the afternoon the next day when Loya and Mira Jane got up. Brother Loya, where did you go last night? Yeah, Wendy didn't find you last night, and thought you left Wendy and went back first. Lysana and Wendy found that they had not seen each other overnight and walked over. Wendy, who was used to sticking to Loya, didn't see Loya all day and immediately rushed into Loya's arms. Loya picked him up and rubbed his long, smooth hair to comfort him. It's nothing. I just went out with your sister Mira Jane to do some business. Just because Loya looks good doesn't mean Mira Jane is the same. Thinking back to last night, Mira Jane's face flashed a blush again, and a small hand of Bainun landed on Loya's waist, twisting in revenge. Tear. The one who was holding Wendy Loya immediately gasped. Huh? Brother Loya, what's wrong with you? Do you need me to help you heal? This moment caught Wendy's attention, and because of the perspective, she didn't notice anything. No, nothing, just some minor problems in cultivation. Real? Wendy looked at Loya with her innocent eyes. Real. With that, Loya turned her head and gave Mira Jane a vicious look. He didn't pay attention to it suddenly, not to mention that he was holding Wendy in his arms, but he didn't dare to use strength or anything. In addition, Mira Jane's strength is not weak. This time there is still a lot of pain. Shhhhhh. Pity. Loya's anger was ignored by Mira Jane, with a smug look in her eyes. But in the next second, the smile on Mira Jane's face froze, her face flushed instantly, and tears were about to fall out. Because a certain salty pig's hand was falling on her long leg. This scene happened to be seen by Lysana on the side. A few years of growth. Lysana is not a child anymore. She was also gradually understanding some things, and her thin face immediately showed the same expression as her sister. As for Lysana's reaction, the two of them also saw that Loya quickly changed the subject. Ahem. What about Urza and Carla? They seem to have gone to practice together, and mysteriously went out early in the morning. Is that so? When was the relationship between the two of her so good? Loya is a little different. During this time, Urza and Carla always gave him a mysterious feeling. Hiding together every day and not knowing what they were doing, their relationship was a little unusual. Thinking of Urza, Loya didn't care about them too much. It's a bit outrageous just to practice together now. It's not that their relationship is bad, but their cultivation methods are fundamentally different, and they can't cultivate together at all. But that goes with them. Cultivation is a good thing. With Urza around anyway, Loya doesn't have to worry about anything. At this time, Lysana also recalled something and hurriedly said, By the way, I almost forgot one thing. Brother Loya, the king seemed to be looking for you in a hurry just now. The king has something to do with me? What is it? When he added, I don't know, but it seems to be very urgent, saying that it is related to the Heartfilia business group. Heartfilia business group? Could it be that something happened on Gioda's side? Loya thought to himself, Forget it, call and see and you'll know. Loya waved his hand and used magic to call the guards outside the palace, ready to summon him. It is worth mentioning that King Doma was almost overjoyed when he learned that Loya and the others were going to stay. Right now, during the time of war, the army of the Alvarez Empire is coming, and it is undoubtedly the most exciting to have a powerful wizard like Loya stay in the capital. Whether it is ensuring safety or stabilizing people's hearts, it has a great effect. What are the requirements of Urza and the others? King Doma basically has everything, just to make Loya and his party stay longer. In the palace, no one dared to say anything about it. In the face of strength, kingship is nothing. Even if King Doma later learned that Loya had taken over the Sakura Knights, Arkady, the leader of the New Heo regiment, he still did not dare to say anything. Therefore, it was Ya that summoned something, and King Doma would not have any temper, let alone any dissatisfaction. All that aside, Loya's reputation is also well known on the continent of Ishgar. Annoying Loya is a bad thing for the entire capital and the royal family. Soon, under the summons of the waiter, Loya's words were passed to the ears of King Doma. After a while, in a separate palace, Loya saw King Doma leading a blond man through the gate, and the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce icon on him. Loya, sir. Entering the palace, the blond man hurried forward and knelt down the moment he saw Loya. Sure enough, something happened. Seeing the blond man's reaction, Loya also confirmed his guess. Tell me what happened. Duh. Chapter 173. Encountered a surprise attack from the Alvarez Empire? Hearing the Heartfilia personnel who came to report, Loya's eyes showed a little bit of difference. No wonder he had such a reaction. Although the city mentioned in the information is also in the western region of Ishgar, but it is closer to the central region, the speed of this advance is a bit too amazing. You must know that Loya encountered Judge Wall in the coastal area of Fury some time ago, and after a little bit of resistance, someone went deep into such an area in a blink of an eye. It is not necessarily so quick to dispatch the personnel of the Holy Shield class. And are the guys at the Magic Council just a show? Loya asked directly. Do you know who the main person who attacked the town was? And did the Magic Council not respond? The blonde man Hui reported. It's not clear. Now that the Al 930 Bars Empire is in a full-scale attack, the Magic Council can't allocate its staff at all, and can only catch up as soon as possible. Lord Yoda is asking you for help by connecting his subordinates with magic. There is the headquarters of Heartfilia. If it is destroyed, the industry of the Heartfilia family will disappear. I know, I will do it. Loya responded directly. Not to mention that he had promised asylum. The Heartfilia Business Group helped him a lot anyway, and the existence of the Heartfilia Business Group was also beneficial to him. In terms of love and reason, he should make a move. Thank you, Lord Loya. The blonde man in charge of the communication was happy. On the other hand, King Doma was not happy. After listening to Loya's words, his heart suddenly fell into a trough. Loya's departure means Crokas is in a dangerous situation. Using Magic Council regulations to persuade Loya or something doesn't exist. Loya has a reputation for doing whatever she wants. The Magic Council will not affect his judgment and will only usher in malice. What's more, Loya still helped to solve the Dragon Cry problem, and the King of Doma is not so troubled. At this time, just when King Doma looked worried, he heard Loya speak slowly. King, you don't need to be so nervous. My other companions will stay and defeat the enemy with their strength, but it is more than enough to protect the city. I'll be right back after finishing the task. King Doma breathed a sigh of relief. After the discussion was over, Loya was about to leave. Of course, before leaving, Loya still needs to arrange something, and at the same time, he also wakes up Mr. Robin Liu, who has been sleeping. Grandpa Patriarch. As soon as the play came out, Wendy and Carla rushed up with excitement on their little faces. It's no wonder that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and after 3 years of cultivation, Mr. Robin Liu is not much weaker than Urza and others. Here, this is the space ring that holds the interior of Nirvana. How to operate it? I will ask the old man. I will. Robin Liu, who was rarely awakened, naturally wanted to play his role, and this time, he used Nirvana for protection, and he couldn't refuse it. Urza worried. Are you sure you want to go? If the Magic Council knows about your actions, I'm afraid it will be difficult to handle. This is not to worry about Loya. After witnessing the battle between Loya and the Animus, she deeply understands the power of Loya. She is full of confidence in Loya's strength. What really caught her attention was the Magic Council. After giving in time and time again, and now disobeying the order, Makarov's side is not easy to explain to the Magic Council. Loya smiled and said, Don't worry about this. I won't make it difficult for the old man. This time I will change my identity and act. Identity. That's right, I'll go back quickly. Distance from destination. It took about 10 days to ride the magic airship, but with the explosion of strength, Loya arrived in only half a day. As soon as you arrive, you can see a magnificent city, which is being violently attacked. The mages on the two sides are not of the same level at all, and the mages on Ishgar's side are basically just being slaughtered. This is a real sorcerer, not an ordinary robot. The death is constantly being staged, and a large number of people die every minute and every second, and most of them are on Ishgar's side. It's really not bad. It's more resistant than the previous ones, but it's still a waste. Damn, if it wasn't for this stinky woman, we would have occupied this city and continued to attack the next city. It's okay. What about St. Tin? It's just a joke in the end. She can't support it for long. Originally thought that the attack would be difficult for a city that would not be imagined, but it was found that it was too overestimated. The battle was unexpectedly smooth. The intruders showed hideous and excited smiles one after another, and looked at a figure in the inner city wall ahead, who was still supporting the battle. In fact, there was a battle here long before Lawyer arrived. Fortunately, a Saint Tin arrived at a critical time to barely contain the spread of the defeat. And that person was none other than Altair himself. As a member of Parliament, she is also a 10 wizard saints. According to the arrangement, she was responsible for defending this place, and then mobilized resources from here to support all parties, and she never expected to encounter a large number of magic soldiers attacked. It's good for a few waves. With Altair's strength combined with the power of the empty magic ball, this magic can be easily defeated. But the problem is that these people are amazingly powerful, and there is a steady stream of them. Even though Altair had super strength, he still couldn't resist the invasion of the army. The outer city quickly missed, and he could only retreat to the inner city. Although you are safe in front of you, defeat is a matter of time. Altair contacted several times during this 3.3 period. Jalal's support from the nearest location. It's a pity that none of these news came to fruition, or they shied away, rejecting Altair's request with various excuses. Without further ado, Altair could see that Jalal was taking revenge on him. She knew there was a crack in the relationship between the two, but she didn't expect Jalal to be so reckless. No matter what, both of them are in the same camp. At the critical moment, he betrayed himself. The matter of wrapping up the last time he was promoted to Heavenly King seemed like he was concealing it. Invisibly, Altair always had a feeling that was beyond her control, which was obviously not what she wanted to see. But no matter what, it is the most critical issue to stop and overcome the difficulties in front of you. Chapter 174. Lord Altair, haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The battle continued, and the number of people standing above the city wall became less and less. The impact of the explosion spread to the interior, and several people took the risk and rushed to the city wall to inquire. These people are all wealthy businessmen in the city. They are important personnel for mobilizing resources, and they are also the protection objects of Altair. It was Gioda himself who took the initiative to inquire about the dialogue. Although he has pleaded for Loya's rescue, the Magic Council also pinned his hopes on it, and betting on both sides is the true nature of a businessman. It's coming soon, as long as you support it for a while. But in the face of such a problem, Altair can only cover it up with various excuses. There is no way. The current situation is already chaotic enough. Once the internal military is in chaos, it will have a major blow to the current unfavorable situation. But crisis is crisis. All Altair can count on is that other personnel will arrive soon. In fact, with Altair's strength, he can get away on his own. But the consequences of doing so will lead to a situation which will be engraved with the title of deserter once this label is branded. Then she will lose everything she has gained in an instant. This is not what Altair wants to see. Pity. Fate sometimes plays tricks on people like that. Just when Altair thought this way, a city wall below collapsed in the continuous bombardment of magic power. With the appearance of the entrance, tens of thousands of wizards from the Albarez Empire began to pour into it, slaughtering the people inside, and the situation collapsed instantly. Wars like that. The situation changed in an instant. The last time the situation was chaotic. These are over. The people in the city fell into despair in an instant, including those in the business group. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. The powerful magic caused the entire inner city to vibrate violently, and a large number of intruders died. With the sound of the explosion, the momentum of the enemy's impact was directly interrupted. At the critical moment, Altair stood up again and blocked the attack. Quick! Block the hole. Yes, yes. Hearing Altair's voice, the sorcerer who had fallen into despair did not regain his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to fill the void with magic. All the pressure was concentrated on Altair for a while. The little remaining magic power was consumed frantically again, and after a while, it was directly consumed to the bottom, and the empty magic ball also dissipated its brilliance. Boom! The empty magic ball landed, and thousands of magicians from the outside rushed towards Altair in an instant, condensing rays of light in their hands, preparing for a powerful blow. The attacks launched by thousands of magicians at the same time surpassed the power of ordinary king-level powerhouses. In the face of this attack, even if Altair has an empty magic ball, it is difficult to block. Am I here too? Seeing this scene, Altair couldn't help laughing miserably, but but his eyes were not desperate. She still has some magic left. These are enough to use the space magic transfer in the empty magic ball brand. But she just thinks that all her efforts have been in vain, and she is even more unwilling. Gah! Just a second before the attack fell, Altair slowly saw a shadow appear in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the attack of the thousands of meters mage engulfed everything and devoured everything in front of him. Lord Altair. Seeing Altair being attacked and wrapped, the surrounding mage allied forces let out a tragic roar. In contrast, the mages of the Albarez Empire let out a roar of excitement. Ha ha! I finally killed that woman. The last trouble is gone. I'll see how you can stop it next. Altair is the strongest man guarding the place. Without her, the next step is to hunt down the remaining Ishgard mages. However, just after the residual power of the magic power gathering beam gradually dissipated, something that made everyone stunned happened. The breeze blows, the smoke gradually disperses, opposite the Albarez people and the surviving Ishgard wizards. In front of their field of vision, they saw a straight road in front of the city wall that had been completely destroyed. The city wall at the end of the road was still intact. This scene is as if the roar just now was blocked by space, and the split attack led to the appearance of this spectacle. Lord Altair is not dead, and there seems to be a figure in front of her. For flowers. Suddenly, an Ishgard wizard standing on the roof of a distant building shouted. When everyone heard the words, they immediately stared at it. Indeed, something stood in Altair's way, but it is not so much a figure, let alone a devil. The head is long and double horns, and the dark body is covered with strange scales. Behind it is a pair of black wings, and bone spurs grow on both hands, which looks particularly hideous. As soon as a terrifying dark breath came out, it was unbearable, but he also blocked the attack. Who else could this person be besides Loya? Given the peculiar nature of the situation, it's obviously not appropriate to be Loya this time around, but being a demon doesn't matter so much. He can fight whatever he wants. Zero, and he can try it out, try the devil's power further, and see if he can make the devil further improve. The power of demons comes from the negative influence of humans. In order to further obtain the magic power, the demons launched the invasion of human beings again and again, creating panic. But compared to attacking a city, the rate of negativity gained by war is undoubtedly faster. Therefore, with the idea of trying, Loya gave it a try. As he imagined, with his strong debut, countless negative influences were born, which made every cell in his body feel happy. I feel the power of fear, but it's not enough. It's far from enough. It needs a darker step forward. Just as Loya thought, the deterrent force brought by the terrifying darkness made the Albarez Empire's magic soldiers dare not act rashly. Not to mention the magic soldiers of the Albarez Empire. Even Ishgar's side felt the oppression from Loya. But it's also curious about Loya's identity. In the end. Altair from behind just opened his mouth, but saw Loya put down his hands without looking back and walk towards the Albarez Empire on the opposite side, his voice icy. No name, no name. I came only for hunting. From the hunt, the power of the devil. It seemed to wake up something. Altair's beautiful eyes enlarged and looked at Loya and said, "Could it be that you are the devil who killed the president back then?" Big. Chapter 175. One stone creates 1,000 waves. Altair's words attracted everyone's attention, and there was a lot of discussion for a while. The one who was rumored to kill without the president. Does the rumored demon look like this? It's too scary. Is he a human or a demon? I don't know, but it should be here to help us. The appearance of the demonized Loya has been greatly changed. In addition to the basic human form, the rest are all demonic features, and the eyes have also changed, turning into scarlet. Such a strange appearance, no one can recognize it at all. But even if they couldn't recognize it, it didn't affect their shock to Loya. It blocked the combined force of thousands of mage soldiers with one blow, and even Altair, the strongest among them, couldn't do it. Ishgar's side talked a lot. Similarly, the magic soldiers of the Albarez Empire were also surprised by this sudden appearance. But before they could react, Loya moved. Cruelty turned into a shadow, and the figure flew out. There was a hint of red light in the shadow, and the scarlet bloody eyes had already been staring at the prey in front of him. Such a picture made the magic soldiers in the ruins shudder. Flash away. That's too late. The shadow fell quickly, faster than anyone could imagine. When this sentence is shouted, there is simply no room for these to make more reactions. Boom. The demon from the sky passed through. A series of explosions appeared behind him one after another, and the magic soldiers in front of the city gate were cleared away in an instant. The screams began to shift, and they sounded one after another in the magic soldiers, and the casualties continued to increase. 10 seconds later, thousands of lives fell into Loya's hands. The dark power devoured everything, and the magic soldiers were powerless to resist. Hey, in the ruins, the surviving people couldn't believe their eyes at all, staring blankly at everything in front of them. What just happened? How did it fall so much in a flash? Not so outrageous. Not only them, even Altair was stunned. Apparently, she was also taken aback by Loya's display of strength. She knows how powerful Loya is. This was confirmed long ago when he killed President Wu, and his strength was at least at the level of the Heavenly King. But even the Heavenly King needs to consume a lot of waste energy if he wants to kill on such a large scale. After all, each of these magic soldiers of the Alvarez Empire is much stronger than Ishgar's. Altair stared deeply at the shadow that was teleporting through the darkness. Who the hell is this guy? Why hide his identity? Anonymous? How could Altair believe such a statement? It is so powerful that it should not be so unknown, and it only appears once every 3 years. Obviously, it is deliberately concealing the identity. It is absolutely unnecessary to save yourself as soon as you come out. After all, since he is a hunter, he should only care about the prey. For a time, all kinds of strange behavior. Altair not only began to wonder about Loya's identity. However, what Altair was thinking, Loya didn't know and didn't care. To save Altair, her existence is still useful to him, so naturally it is impossible to watch her die. Incidentally, you can also let yourself feel negative forces. In the battlefield, under the fearful gaze of everyone, Loya could feel the negative emotions coming towards him. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the demon was obsessed with creating chaos. The feeling of constantly improving one's own strength is simply not that great. You can even feel a little joy. The soul gets a progressive boost. Although it is not comparable to the darkness inside Nirvana, in the battlefield of tens of thousands of people, the negative emotions are almost constant, and even the dead souls are absorbed. Loya can feel the demonic power within him that hasn't been raised for a long time, and now he has made some progress. Loya has not ascended for a long time since absorbing Nirvana. First, when his strength has reached a certain level, it is very difficult to further improve. The second is that there are not enough suitable absorption objects, and most of the demons are too weak. Of course, if the incarnation of the devil attacks the city, it can also create chaos. Not to mention Loya's identity as a regular magician. No matter how much magic he has mastered, he still belongs to human beings in essence. Doing so will only completely fall into a slave of power. What is the difference between this and Acnologia, who is addicted to the power of the dragon and has lost his mind? Here, he can make unscrupulous shots. After all, there is no right or wrong on the battlefield, only winners and losers. Right. The mantra swept across. In an instant, a large number of explosions sounded one after another, swallowing up one life after another. Gather. Put. Likewise, these intruders can't just sit back and let Loya massacre. Gather together, and then all go on the offensive. Boom. The attacks of tens of thousands of mages have a shocking effect. One after another magic ray shot up into the sky, covering the entire sky, bombarding the city that was already in ruins. The earth within a few kilometers is shaking violently, and the air in the atmosphere is rapidly increasing in temperature due to the riot of magic power. Too bad all this has no effect on Loya. The attacks of tens of thousands of wizards are indeed shocking enough, provided that these attacks all gather together to hit him, and the quality changes from the number. With such a wide-range attack as 930, it would be good to be able to hit him with 1/3. What's more, even if all hits, Loya is not necessarily a problem. It must be known that before the power of the dragon is promoted, the magic power of the devil is his most powerful power, and this power alone reaches the peak of the king level. Although the body of the devil is not as powerful as the dragon's physique, it also has the effect of dissolving magic power. Therefore, These attacks fell on Loya with no pain at all, and even became his living target. The wave of evil, boom. Dark, purple magic beam condenses in the palm of your hand. In the next second, a pitch-black spiritual pressure roared out, turning into a dark red beam of light 7 or 8 meters high, tearing apart the earth and drowning those who blocked it. The impact spread for nearly 1,000 meters, knocked down more than 10 houses one after another, and traversed the gathered army until the city wall in the distance slowly disappeared. The smoke filled the air and the dust spread. When the smoke disappeared, there was already a 1,000-meter-long and expanding gully in the ruins, born to be separated from the army of magic soldiers. The raid of tens of thousands of people was solved by Loya in a blink of an eye. Demon, this is a real demon. He is hunting our lives and devouring our souls. No, it can't be this guy's opponent. If we continue, we will all die here. Chapter 176. Run, run. The fear of the mad slaughter has increased. The magic soldiers of the Albarez Empire looked at the crack in the middle, as if their consciousness had been captured at this time. They were sluggish in place, and Yendo looked at Loya. At this moment, fear is spreading. The sudden change caused everyone's pupils to shrink sharply, and there was a strong shock on their faces. Finally, someone couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts and stepped back, and then there was a second person, one after another. They wanted to leave, and Loya might have let go of the prey in front of her. The killings continue. Great, we're saved. In this situation, the people in the inner city fell into the joy of being rescued. Boom. But it didn't take long for them to rejoice. A roar spread from the distant sky. In the next second, an aura that was not inferior to Loya in the slightest came straight down towards him like a shooting star. The sheer power of Loya forced Loya to give up the attack in front of her and turn to meet those who came. Boom! The air wave exploded, and the energy beyond the Heavenly King level started from the center of the two and rushed towards the surrounding. The ruins destroyed by the explosion were directly squeezed away, and a wide open space was vacated, and it continued to spread. What? Why is it here? Looking at the attacking figure, Altair's face suddenly became a little ugly, and she could see clearly how terrifying the visitor was through the magic power. The strength is far beyond her level, and only one organization in the enemy has this strength. Holy Shield. Even the Aegis is one of the people they know best. Serena. Boom. The magic goes on, and the two separate. Ha 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 ha. I really didn't expect that after waiting for so long. Some fish really took the bait. I thought the Magic Council had given up on the people here. However, it doesn't seem surprising to see your appearance, Jojo. Serena laughed wildly, her eyes fixed on Loya. Loya sneered. Accident? What a surprise. An army crossed forward and raided the western rear, saying that it was without the help of the Aegis. How could Loya believe it? But no matter what he promised, now that he has promised to protect the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce, he will definitely do it. Get out of the way. Leave these people. I can let you go. Loya's eyes swept across the black giant dragon with a cold look on his face. When it was normal, he didn't mind teaching the other person a lesson, and now he was taking in dark emotions. It is true that the strong will also produce negative emotions, but compared with the large base of magician soldiers, it is still much less, and the intake is also more difficult. Although Serena betrayed Ishgar, Loya did not think that he truly surrendered to the Albarez Empire. In addition, this place is close to the front line. Once the battle, it is very likely to attract the attention of other holy shields. Considering the situation of revealing his identity, he has already shot directly. Although he is not afraid of attracting divine shield, he is only to rescue people, not to fight. Otherwise, Loya can completely solve each other. Unfortunately, the idea of Loya was destined to be impossible. This time Serena was ordered to cross the front line and attack the rear of the enemy, under the orders of Orgatus. The aim is to attract other formers, while probing the insides, to try out the Magic Council's response. There are rare opportunities to perform, and Serena naturally takes the lead. In addition, he can see the pictures of past acquaintances struggling in front of him, which makes Serena extremely excited. Your title is Demon. I heard your name when I left 3 years ago. Ignore Loya's words. Serena stared at Loya with sharp eyes and sneered. In fact, Serena has basically determined Yuan Ye's identity. whether he admits it or not. It's really arrogant, but it's just killing the weakest leader of the 3 major dark guilds. Do you really think you can fight me? If you have that, you can try it. But I don't know why listening to your humble voice always reminds me of a person who makes me feel very embarrassed. In the end, I have to thank him. If it wasn't for him, would I have gained such power so quickly? King-level strength. If it was replaced 3 years ago, he would have taken it into consideration. Now that he has obtained 4 Dragon Slayer crystals, the Heavenly King class is not within his choice. Boom. The words just fell. Serena will no longer talk nonsense, and the powerful dragon power will explode without reservation. Together with the white clouds in the sky are constantly stirring. Its strength surpassed the Heavenly King level and reached the Holy Shield level. Feeling the power beyond the past, Serena almost shouted excitedly. But when all this disappeared, the excitement turned into a grin. Looking at fate, this time I will not kill you immediately, but dote on you little by little. You probably didn't expect me to be right in front of you. Loya's face was calm, but his heart was very speechless. According to his memory, Serena went to the Western continent and joined the Albarez Empire in order to gain more power. Now, because of his own reasons, the betrayal in the original book has been brought forward by a full 12 years. The results have not changed, but there are always strange things that can't be said. It has to be said that sometimes hatred is a wonderful force. Serena's words were not deliberately lowered. It's really because of Saint Tenshura's affairs. It seems that, in the first battle in the central city, Lord Shura left a lot of shadows on this traitor. Everyone around can hear, consider the recent rumors, and it's not hard to guess who Serena is referring to. Some of these, Altair heard too. The difference is that this is not what she cares about, and it is Serena who suddenly wants to promise Loya's reaction. In fact, she had considered Loya long before President Wu died, but Loya's reply directly denied it. Considering that there was no need for the other party to deceive him, Altair didn't think about it anymore, and now it seems that there may be some mistakes. After all, with what I know about Loya, it is really possible to deceive myself or something. Closer to home, Serena reflops the defeat that brought the Albarez Empire to its knees. Joining such a heavyweight powerhouse greatly inspired the confidence of the invaders. Boom. However, it's not over yet. Serena, you're too impatient. Have you forgotten Lord August's order? Above the sky, a terrifying shadow appeared at an incredible speed and descended to the center of the war. The power of magic is as strong as Serena, another Holy Shield level powerhouse. Chapter 177. No, another one. This time is really over, and one can't be solved. Now it's another one. What should I do? Why haven't other heavenly kings come to support? The center of the venue, an extra figure appeared beside Serena. It's not so much a figure, it's a ghost. Wearing a black cloak with a red skull mask, the whole body is dark with a white skull pattern, and the lower body wears black loose pants with a white ring pattern. The body exudes a dark aura that is very similar to Loya, Grim Reaper Bloodman, one of the 12 shields of the Guardian, whose real identity is the demon of the Book of Zeruf, who controls the magic power and possesses a magic spell far surpassing that of Tartaros. It's troublesome now. The arrival of Bloodman made Altair's face gloomy. Although she didn't know much about the intelligence information of the Albarez Empire, she also knew that every Aegis had a strength that surpassed that of the Heavenly King. Not even Hades, the leader of the Demon Heart, was defeated. One is enough to eat, and now there is another one, and the unfavorable battle situation has directly turned into a dead end. She didn't know how strong Loya was 947, but she didn't think Loya would be able to stop 2 Divine Shield-level personnel at the same time. Lord Bloodman is here. Another Divine Shield Lord has arrived. Witnessing the arrival of Bloodman, the mage soldier of the Albarez Empire on the battlefield was excited to the extreme. Just like Ishgar's yearning for 10 wizard saints. The Albarez Empire, which has always respected its strength, is full of fanatical worship for the Holy Shield, not to mention that its own strength is far superior to that of the Heavenly King's Holy Shield. Sorry, I couldn't help but shoot when I saw a suitable prey. Seeing Bloodman's arrival, Serena immediately stopped her actions and returned to her sloppy appearance. Are you planning to snatch this prey from me? I'm just here to supervise you. As long as it doesn't leave my field of vision, your shot is not within the limits. Bloodman said deadly. As Loya said, it is true that Serena betrayed Ishgar, but the Albaraz Empire side is not stupid and knows the reason for his betrayal. Bloodman, CDD, is August supervising his staff. But he said so, but Bloodman's next move told everyone, and he also stared at Loya. Clearly, Bloodman intends for a quick fix. Boom. The same darkness as Loya emerges and roars out as a storm. Within the storm, one after another terrifying explosions exploded from the center of the battlefield, and everything was corrupted wherever it went. Even the earth was not immune. Monster. Serena's body was wrapped in dragon-shaped energy and flew to the sky, dodging Bloodman's attack range, and kept scolding while dodging. He has just joined the Holy Shield, but he also knows the details of other Holy Shields. Aside from the strongest double wall, most of the rest of the Holy Shield are very young, and they are not too different from him. But Bloodman has existed for more than 100 years, and his strength is amazing. Bloodman, of course, is the body of the devil, but he has mastered the terrifying means beyond imagination. Even Serena did not dare to fight easily. Serena would never choose him if he had to choose another opponent in Divine Shield other than Double Wall. Demon, is it really just right? Loya's eyes lit up when he saw the incoming spell attack. The arrival of another Holy Shield class. His mood is not as good as he imagined. But if it is a demon, then it will be different. Demon spells themselves exist to hunt demons. Bloodman with the body of the devil is undoubtedly a very good opponent. As soon as the footsteps are stepped, the dark purple magic power surges out and turns into a black vortex, releasing a powerful gravitational force. The vortex attack was instantly engulfed by the black vortex and turned into energy in his body. The attack was actually absorbed? Is this guy using the slaughter-type demon-slaying method? The sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations, and Bloodman was slightly taken aback. There are thousands of kinds of magic in this world, but only the killing magic has the characteristics of devouring, and he felt the demonic breath of Loya in the moment he arrived. For the same reason, Bloodman chose to shoot. I never thought that Loya mastered this method of destroying demons. It turns out that, I said why a human being has such power. It's the first time I've seen the demon extinguishing law practice to your level. It's rare that you're not afraid of completely turning into a demon and unable to turn back into a human being. Demons can certainly make people powerful, but they also have some side effects. Even after learning, the power of demons is beyond the grasp of ordinary people. Demons are inherently dark. If you want to master the power of demons, you must bear this darkness. Many people have become uncontrollable demons because of mental breakdowns. This is the reason why the method of destroying demons has been lost. This is not good. After all, this is the magic born to hunt demons. So what if it turns into a demon? Loya smiled and said, in contrast, you are still worried about yourself. Otherwise, you will be killed by me. If my perception is correct, your body is composed of magic particles. Eating you should be enough to completely demonize me. Boom. The voice fell, and everyone present was shocked by Loya's words. They can't deny the power of Loya, but they must know that the opponent is a strong man at the Holy Shield level, and it is so easy to lose. If that's the case, let's try it out. In the next second, Bloodman's body morphed into particles, turning into tiny dark particles, rushing towards Loya like a ghost. In an instant, he came to Loya's close body and cast a spell. And this spell is the same as Loya. The excitement of the ice demon. Boom. The super-strong polar ice attack roars out. As the Holy Shield, Bloodman masters the spells in the Book of Zeruf, and the magic of destroying demons is naturally no problem. This also shows that Bloodman is serious. Once the same magic is encountered, the rest is a battle of strength. In this regard, Loya's emerging breath is also stronger. He did not choose to block, nor did he choose to escape, but still chose to confront Bloodman head-on, spread out and condensed dark particles, and released a roar to block Bloodman's attack. Boom! Excitement and roar collide. The terrifying power instantly exploded in the center of the two, and endless dust and smoke spread out instantly. Chapter 178. This is a battle beyond the king. This is a Holy Shield level attack. From the moment the attacks from both sides collided, The town vibrated violently, and the energy rushed to the surroundings like a tide. 5 swords in the world, Onamaru. It seems to be feeling the interest in fighting. Bloodman's voice also had a hint of excitement, and the phantom rushed to the sky, his arms crossed in front of his chest to concentrate the magic power. In the next second, the front cross of both arms blooms. Staring at the location of Loya, a crossblade slash burst into bloom, and the tearing energy fluctuations fell outrageously. The curse of evil, super cruel and violent. The dark vortex appeared in front of Loya once again, engulfing Bloodman's attack and heading towards Bloodman Valley. Devour. Open 3 stages of demonization, and then everywhere on the continent, absorb demon spells. Although it is far inferior to Bloodman, who masters all demon spells, Loya's knowledge of spells is not weaker than the other, even stronger than the opponent by several levels. The power of Ultrain is not only learning, but also deduction and optimization. After combining a variety of spells, Loya's spells are not inferior to the opponent, and even surpassed. Bloodman also felt a little surprise about this. Obviously, he didn't expect Loya to resist his own blow. Your spell seems to be different from ordinary spells. How did you do it? You don't need to know that. Loya replied coldly. Boom. The magic power wraps around the body. Loya vibrates his wings, and the figure bursts out. The same Bloodman also rushed out. The two of them fought back and forth. The explosions sounded one after another, and the battle entered a protracted battle. The collision just now made the two of them very convinced that they could not quickly win the other party, especially when they both mastered the ability to restrain the other party. The previous method was even less likely to end the battle quickly. The only way is to fight melee'ly. Loya has enough confidence in his physical strength, so does Bloodman. Even so, close combat brings enough shock to those around you. The hands are wrapped around the dark magic power, and the powerful body constantly launches surprise attacks. Every collision is spared no effort. The collision back and forth in the center of the battlefield, such a shocking scene, is beyond any imagination. You must know that Bloodman is one of the holy shields of the Albarez Empire, and it is also a powerful existence in the Holy Shield. Such a strong man was stopped by an unknown person, and those magic soldiers were almost dumbfounded. How is this possible? Is there a powerhouse comparable to the Holy Shield in the Ishgard continent? That's Lord Bloodman, who is known as the God of Death, so why can't he be stopped by Ishgar's mages? And judging from the situation, it seems that Bloodman-sama didn't have the upper hand. Demon power. Focus on the magic power, focus on the soul. In terms of body strength, it is several grades weaker than the dragon body, but the strength is extremely amazing. The speed and strength of the two continued to improve. The speed was so fast that the two of them could hardly be seen. The only thing I could see was 2 shadows moving back and forth, but it seems to be out of anger. Between the collision between the two sides, the magic power was gradually used, and the power reached a certain level again, and the destructive power spread to all around. The shock wave spread out, and the collapsed city wall was barely fixed by the magic circle. Under the impact of the powerful force, the magic circle shattered instantly, and the remaining city wall quickly disintegrated. Quick, go back. Everyone get out of here. Altair was startled by the vibration of the city wall under his feet and immediately ordered the people below to evacuate. The city wall collapsed, and the power was unstoppable. When exposed to the shock, all the people in the inner city will die, and all the previous efforts will be in vain. Want to escape? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. Looking up, I don't know when Serena had appeared not far away, and half of her face under the mask revealed a sinister smile. In addition to showing his position this time, the more important thing to attack Ishgar is to take revenge on the former enemy and prove his strength once again. I remember you. You were by that guy's side in the first battle 3 years ago. Although I don't know what the relationship between the two of you is, since you know that guy, you should go to hell. If you want to blame him, blame that guy for angering me, no doubt. Serena has been completely engulfed by hatred and lost her mind. 4 flowers. In his eyes, all those involved with Loya will be buried together. Oops. Altair sees that this is not good. She knows Serena's strength, but she doesn't think she is Serena's opponent. What's more, the mana is consumed by a large amount now, and there is no resistance at all. Give me death. Dragon slaying profound truth. For dragon strikes. Boom. Out of hatred, Serena has no intention of holding back. Directly using the power of the 4 dragons, and even using the Dragon Slayer profound truth, it is obvious that he is ready to wipe out all the people in the entire inner city. For different powers flowed in Serena's hands, and the powerful power reflected on everyone's face, as well as the fear in their hearts. But, in the next second, a voice suddenly exploded in the dark night. Get away from me. Boom. During the battle, a dark shadow suddenly moved out of the two, and Serena was hit before she was ready. An eagle stomped straight down and stepped on Serena's face, eliminating the crisis for Altair and others, but the relative back attack also caught up. So abandoning opponents and turning to help others is too underestimated. Bloodman's attack is quick, but Loya reacts faster. Monument. The magic power collided, and the two faced off. A new round of battle has broken out. On the other side, Serena also stood up again. Although Loya's blow came quickly, it didn't charge enough power, and the damage was still very limited, not to mention someone like Serena. It's just that although he was not injured, Loya gave him a great humiliation. Originally, watching Bloodman snatch the prey made him very upset, but now he was kicked to the ground, and he was still in full view. At this time, his heart was already engulfed by anger. Are you looking for death, brat? If so, then I will end you first, and then clean up the others. The roar of the 4 dragons. Boom. For different dragon powers come together, roar, and attack Loya. 2 holy shields shot at the same time. This scene shocked everyone. Big. Chapter 179. Have to say, the 2 holy shields gave Loya a great sense of pressure at the same time. The 3rd stage of demonization has been deduced to the limit, and the maximum limit has surpassed the level of the king and is close to the level of the holy shield. To be able to resist Bloodman, to a great extent, there is restraint on both sides. Now attracting Serena, the situation suddenly becomes passive. Boom. Boom. 2 people attack together. It is not as simple as 1 + 1. With just one encounter, Loya fell directly downwind, was hit by a single blow and fell, and you glided several hundred meters on the ground. I really don't know whether to live or die. Obviously, with your strength, you still have a chance to escape. Do you have to protect these people to anger me? While walking slowly, Serena said grimly, Do you really think you can fight us by yourself? The evil 947 demon Loya's power exceeded all expectations. This point, no one present denied it. But this does not mean that the Holy Shield has only such a little strength. In the eyes of the magic soldiers of the Albarez Empire, this act of provoking 2 holy shields at the same time was simply stupid. Likewise, the Ishgard side is very grateful for what Loya has done. But in this case, they are also very pessimistic. Really? You seem to have misunderstood something. After Loya released the dark barrier to block the next blow, he suddenly smiled strangely. Who said I would fight the 2 of you alone? Could it be that I can't have other companions? Companion? Does this guy have any other companions? The voice fell, and the people around were startled. Judging from the reaction of the previous Ishgard side, it is obvious that the new Loya has just risen. Such a strong person can become his companion, and his strength will not be too bad no matter how he wants to come. Compared with the others, the reaction of the double holy shield was much calmer, with Serena's face showing a sneer. Companion? Don't you think that such a flawed lie can deceive us? Do you think you didn't notice it? There is no one else in this generation except you, no one else at all. Strong to a certain extent, Mage's perception range is extremely wide, not to mention that if they really want to have companions like Loya said yes, they can't be unaware. Of course, the premise is that the other party has the strength beyond the Heavenly King level, otherwise it will just die now. Yes, Loya smiled faintly without being angry, and the corner of his sneering mouth even raised slightly. In that case, let them see your strength. Roar. As if responding to Loya, there was an explosion of dragon chirping from Loya's body, and the space in front of him oscillated rapidly. In the next second, a bone dragon wrapped in black aura roared out and flew high into the sky. The roar that shocked all things stunned everyone present, and the 2 dark rays of light in the eye sockets of the skull revealed a hint of darkness, which made people shudder. At this moment, The whole world seems to be shaking violently. What? He summoned a dragon? What the hell is going on here? Why is there a giant dragon on him? Isn't this kind of dragon extinct? How can it appear twice in the same time period? The moment the dragon appeared, everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. They imagined that Loya has some kind of trump card. After all, he dares to fight against 2 holy shields by himself. How can he easily provoke him if he has no confidence? But such a result, no one expected such a situation to happen. A bone dragon hundreds of meters high was erected beside Loya, and the strong pressure spread to every corner of the city with the dragon's cry. Witnessing this scene, Serena and Bloodman were even more stunned. Some time ago, they heard about the existence of giant dragons from Wall's mouth. When? There are such dragons in Ishgard. And judging from the breath that this skull dragon exudes, its strength is no less than the 2 of them. Seeing this scene, no matter how arrogant Serena was, her scalp could not help tingling. Back in time when Loya entered the dragon graveyard for the 2nd time. After getting the dragon soul of the Animus, Loya thought about it again and again. In the end, I chose to reconstruct the body of the Animus so that it could be integrated into the magic tool to maximize the characteristics of the soul. It is undoubtedly very difficult to make a magic tool comparable to the body of a dragon. Fortunately, there are enough keels in the dragon's graveyard, relying on the magic circle imprinting theory learned from Mr. Robin Liu, as well as Loya's spiritual attainments. Loya selects the hardest and most complete corpses from the many dragon corpses, replacing the fragile steps with the hard parts of other corpses. Gather the entire dragon cemetery, and the most powerful dragon bone corpse was born. After that, it was engraved like a large number of magic circles, making it a container, and the soul of the Animus was transferred into it. So far, a bone dragon with the Animus dragon soul as the main body and a collection of many dragon bones was born. Due to the withdrawal of blood and flesh, the new Animus could not use the power of the dragon, and instead focused on the power of the devil, combined with the strength of the keel. Its strength is much weaker than before. Needless to say about the strength of the keel, the soul of the Animus itself is full of resentment, and with the resentment remaining in the keel, the devil's magic power surpasses that of the dragon. A true demon dragon. Since learning to make magic tools, the demon bone dragon is Loya's true masterpiece, and it can be called a work of art. Of course, art needs to be tested, and it needs to conform to the aesthetics of the world. This is a magical world that respects strength. Strength is everything, and the so-called art is explosion. 3.3 Soon, Serena and the magisters of the Albarez Empire will know what art is. Humdash. Open the skull and jaws, and countless dark particles appear in front of the demon bone dragon. In the next second, a dark red magic beam of light drew a white line on the ground, and countless bursts of energy proceeded. In an instant, a large amount of life was engulfed by the explosive flames. Screams, howls, and calls for help continued to sound. But it's not over. The dead soul did not dissipate, but turned into a stream of energy and poured into the bones of the bone dragon, further increasing its power and strengthening the bones. That's right. This bone dragon has the ability to grow, except that the soul is branded with life by Loya and uses demonic magic. The rest is not much different from the real life. Chapter 180. Roar. The huge dragon roar resounded through the heavens and the earth. The Moribai tailbone, connected by the magic power, swept past the densely packed magic soldiers, taking away a lot of lives with ease. The souls of the deceased have further improved the power of the bone dragon. At this moment, the terror that was once hidden in the depths of the instinct was released again, and the confidence that had just arrived because of the holy shield was broken in an instant. These are powerful, but not what Loya wanted. Go and kill that guy. In front of the bone dragon, Loya's body is extremely small, and his arms are even worse than branches. But as his voice fell, the 2 scarlet light spots flickered, and the bone dragon immediately followed the direction Loya pointed, and charged straight towards Serena. This guy is dangerous. The attack like a mountain came, and looking at the huge bone claws, Serena's pupils shrank in an instant, even mastering the 8 kinds of dragon-slaying magic. He has mastered dragon-slaying magic and gained powerful strength, But this does not mean that his body has also been strengthened. Those who transplant the Dragon Slayer crystal do not possess the power of dragon transformation. Once hit, the mighty Serena will also be severely damaged, and the momentum generated by the huge bone claws will cause the ground under his feet to crack 23 depressions. Roar of the extreme ice dragon. Between the crises, Serena quickly shot. A blue aurora roared out of his mouth and swept out towards the falling bone claws. In an instant, severe cold invaded the whole world. The unparalleled freezing power froze everything, and the moisture in the air could not escape. The world within a few kilometers has instantly turned into a snow-white world. In addition, a huge icicle and an iceberg appeared in the center of the world. Inside the iceberg, supported by the icicle, is a huge skeleton, which has now become the most gorgeous sample in the world, like an ancient creature from tens of thousands of years ago. That's Serena's strength. After obtaining 4 more Dragon Slayer crystals, his strength has been greatly improved. As long as he wants to, he can freeze the moisture in the air at any time, and even the magic factor within thousands of meters. If it is a dragon with blood, Serena's extreme ice magic may have some limiting effects. The target's movement is further restricted by means of blood freezing, brain freezing, etc. But don't forget, the bone dragon itself has receded from the flesh. Only the skeleton is left, but it has obtained a relatively solid body beyond imagination. Click. Serena's freezing is the same as tickling for the bone dragon, and it has no effect. What's more, Serena mastered dragon slaying magic, and now the bone dragon uses the power of the devil's soul in addition to his sturdy keel. Without even using the power of the devil's incantation, the bone dragon just trembled slightly, and the polar ice covering its body was all shattered. Roar! Although he was not hurt, the bone dragon with a certain self-awareness felt that his dragon's dignity was being challenged. At the same time, he was just like the Animus. It cannot accept the use of dragon power by any human except its owner Loya. The dragon's roar that erupted through the vibration of power resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the bone dragon was wrapped in a thick flame, and there was a faint sound of mourning in the flame. At this time, the power is the soul flame. The flame that burns at the expense of the soul of the living being belongs to the power of the bone dragon alone. The flames surrounding the soul of the whole body covered the whole body under the control of the bone dragon, like the body of a mountain hitting Serena, ready to crush Serena's body to death. The power of the soul. What is going on with this dragon? Why does the dragon possess the power of the devil? Is this a unique dragon race? But as long as it's a dragon, my dragon-slaying magic should be effective. What happened to this continent while I was away? Serena's expression changed as she looked at the bone dragon surrounded by soul flames. This is not an ordinary dragon. I'm afraid someone will find the skeleton after death, resurrect it with the power of a demon, and bind it with the brand of life. It is precisely because of this that this skull dragon will obey that guy's orders. Compared to Serena, Bloodman, who is a demon himself, can see everything better. But even knowing this, Bloodman couldn't help shaking his heart. The soul resurrection that he wants to achieve is the resurrection of the dragon's soul. Among them, the power to manipulate the soul reaches an extremely terrifying level, and it needs to be supported by its own huge energy. There are a few mistakes in it, and the soul cannot be resurrected. But even if he couldn't do it all, how did Loya do it? For a while, Bloodman wasn't just curious about Loya's true identity. Manipulating bone dragons, mastering the power of destroying dragons by themselves, and achieving abilities that even the demons themselves cannot do. Such people are definitely not ordinary. It wasn't just Bloodman who were equally shocked. When the people below saw this huge bone dragon creature, they were all shocked by Loya's terrifying method. Summon a skull dragon, and it's still a bone dragon that obeys orders. How many people would dare to believe such news if it was spread out? This is the devil's strength is not weaker than that guy, Altair said to himself in the crowd. Unrequited means, beyond imagination. This is not a power that an ordinary magician can possess at all, at least to be able to master such an extraordinary ability, such a talent. She has only seen 947 in Loya. Could it really be that guy pretending to be here? It's not far from where that guy is. If he wants to get there with his strength, it's entirely possible. It's just, what's the matter with the power of the devil? Altair's heart was restless. There is always a feeling in her heart that Loya is a demon killer, but reason and conditions are telling herself that Loya does not have the ability of demons. The two are undoubtedly contradictory. And just as Altair was troubled, the situation at the center of the battlefield also changed. "Leave this big guy to me. You go to the other man." When the bone dragon attacked, Bloodman came out and said to Serena, "The bone dragon uses the power of the devil. His ability has just been targeted, and it is undoubtedly the best choice for him to solve it." Serena was a little unwilling to this, but acquiesced to Bloodman's request. After all, the bone dragon in front of him, in a sense, is not a pure giant dragon at all, and the power he is proud of is useless in front of the opponent. Don't try to disrupt the situation. The battle just now isn't over yet. Only, Bloodman wanted to do this. How could Lawyer agree? Boom! A bone spur suddenly appeared, heading for Bloodman. At this moment, the initiative of the battle is back in Loya's hands again. Chapter 181. Curse Release. Contained by the Bone Dragon, Loya fights without any scruples and directly activates the strongest state of demonization. In an instant, with the opening of the strongest state, the physique and magic power once again entered a new level, and they captured Bloodman at an incredible speed. Faced with such an attack, Bloodman simply has no chance of switching with Serena. In desperation, Bloodman can only continue to fight against Loya. On the other hand, Serena was not so lucky. Facing the bone dragon with soul as the power, the characteristics of dragon-slaying magic completely lost its effect. The terrifying bone dragon is coming. Wherever he went, everything that stood in his way was destroyed. The soul flame on the bones burns everything, and if it touches a little, it will be burnt out. Ordinary magic cannot extinguish this flame at all. Even under the erosion of this soul flame, the soul of the human body is ignited like fuel, and the soul is constantly depleting. No, never touch this monster. Seeing this scene, even Serena's heart trembled. As soon as he stepped, the khaki magic power poured out from his body and merged into the earth. The fall of the cave dragon, boom. A fissure spreads out from under Serena's feet, and as the distance grows, the fissure gets bigger and bigger, dividing the whole city in two. And the crack in the center is naturally reserved for the bone dragon. The ground split, and the huge body was constantly sinking, and then it completely sank to a position lower than the ground. And at the moment of sinking, Serena quickly closed the earth, preparing to bury it completely. In the next second, the force that was about to gather was dissolved by a stronger force, and then a huge figure rushed out of the ground, and the vibrating bone wings fanned. Roar! Soul flames wrap around the body, and a dragon roar that shatters the sky erupts. The bone dragon broke free again, but the successive blocks also completely ignited its anger. Then, the bone dragon swooped down, and the huge impact made the air burn. Neptune's water array has a long radius. With a blow with both hands, a huge tsunami emerged out of thin air, overwhelming the sky and drowning toward the bone dragon. But this was the same as before. The soul flame comes from the power of the soul, and even with the attributes of restraint, the flame of the bone dragon cannot be extinguished. As powerful as the power of a dragon, it can only be reduced at most, and the damage does not change much. That huge body was like a meteor, hitting the center. Then came a terrifying scene. In an instant, the ground protrudes layer by layer like a tide, spreading out towards the surroundings. The speed of the spread was so fast that the clams spread to the entire city in just an instant. Houses, trees, and even city walls were all turned into powder under this force, and even the flames of the soul spread with the force and pulled on the ground. The whole town is like a purgatory on earth, and nothing can stop such power. Monster, this is simply a monster. This is not a monster that humans can contend against at all. It's too terrifying. Was the world ruled by such a monster? How on earth did such a monster disappear from this world? 400 years ago, creatures came to this world again. Witnessing this scene, although the rumored dragon has long been known to have the power of destruction, Altair and others still felt an unprecedented shock. After all, what is seen in the book, what is heard in the rumors, how can it be compared to what you have seen with your own eyes? especially when he saw the holy shield-level powerhouse slapping and oppressing him like a fly in front of him. This was even more shocking. Holy Shield, the 10 shields of the Albarez Empire, the 10 most powerful wizards in the Western continent. Even though Serena has just joined, but being able to get the title of the Holy Shield is enough to prove how strong she is. But in front of the legendary creature, it is still impossible to resist. This is true, but not absolute. At least Serena's strength also has the power to fight against the real dragon. At least the restraint in attributes makes him unable to use his hands and feet at all. On a raised mound, Serena, who barely escaped a blow, was breathing heavily. At the moment when the attack just fell, if he hadn't shot in time, he would have died in the hands of the bone dragon long ago. But even if he didn't die, the continuous shooting took a lot of magic power. Compared with these, what is even more annoying is this feeling of being beaten to death by nature. Don't be too uncomfortable. But there was not much time left for him to rest. In front of his vision, I saw the bone dragon attacked again, and its strength was still improving. Seeing this scene, his face was even more ugly. Give me enough time. Boom. Apparently, this time Serena was also fired up. As powerful as he has never been able to fight such a suffocating battle, not even when he fought Loya 3 years ago. Of course, this is just one of the questions. In the face of the bone dragon's attack, he can only passively defend, and he may be hit by the bone dragon if he is not careful. It is not impossible to just hit Serena hard, but the most important thing is that the flames on the bone dragon will be injured if they touch it. If it goes on for a long time, once the magic power is exhausted, then it is time for him to be unlucky. Rather than that, it's better to fight to the end. 4 Dragons mode on. Dragon slaying profound truth, congealing the void. Boom. For different forces descended upon Serena. The power of the dragon is the most powerful force in the world, not to mention the 4 kinds of dragon power appearing together. In an instant, with Serena at the center, a terrifying air wave rushed out like a violent tsunami, and the entire town was surging. Under this force, the crumbling ruins rushed to buildings, houses, trees, and even people. Nuoma Zhao rose up. The kilometer-wide earth was subverted by Serena's magic and lifted into the sky, gathering towards the bone dragon. Although the soul flame can burn everything, such a large-scale attack is still unable to dissolve in the first time, and will soon be suppressed by the incoming earth to form a huge mountain. This time, after suppressing the bone dragon again, Serena did not stop, and the magic power in her hand was still being released. Continue to squeeze to gather more power. Attempt to suppress the bone dragon directly under the mountain with the power of the earth, and wipe out the defense of the bone dragon with absolute power. However, seemingly sensing Serena's intentions, the dark eyes of the bone dragon under the mountain peaked with flames, and arcs appeared around them. The huge keel has grown and expanded, and the bone that was originally white has also turned into black, and the strength of each keel on the body has been further improved. At the same time, the power has been further sublimated. Chapter 182. Demonize. Demon's talent. The ability to replace the missing dragon body. However, due to the initial awakening, this demonization ability is not very perfect, and it can only strengthen its own magic power. But these alone are enough to illustrate the strength of the bone dragon. Roar. A dragon roar erupted. The huge bone dragon spread upward, and the soul flame was burning everything. Boom, boom, boom. Under the expansion of the body and the burning of the fire of the soul, the ground keeps shaking and collapsing. However, the dissolution area lies in the interior and does not spread to the ground and the outside world, but is manifested in the interior. Just like wrestling with Serena, the dissolution expands from the inside to the outside. When everything above dissolves, it is time to break free from the oppression. Is this guy still struggling under the ground? Serena didn't know that she was shocked by the power of the bone dragon. He did not expect that a bone dragon would have mastered such a strange power. To a certain extent, the threat even surpassed his master. After all, sometimes his physique was extremely powerful, and his body was so terrifying that he would be finished with a little touch. More importantly, it is too outrageous for such a powerful monster to be as obedient as a pet. 947 in front of Loya. Looking at the shaking ground, Serena felt a sense of danger in her heart. There is always the illusion of designing others to be designed instead. First the devil, then the bone dragon. Although I don't want to admit it, the current situation is indeed that the two powerhouses of the Holy Shield level are restrained by multiple opponents. Although the city where the other party is located was broken by them, most of the people who stayed in the inner city were weak guys, and there were thousands of magicians on their side. No matter what, he has the advantage. Otherwise, why would the trial magic, which had never appeared, suddenly appear and even summon a giant dragon? If at this time, other people come here, I am afraid it will be difficult to support. Have to kill it right here. It was difficult for him to suppress the bone dragon under the ground. This was his only chance. If he broke free, it would not be so easy to suppress it again. Boom! At this moment, the violent dragon power was further released. The power of 6 dragons. A mighty force suppresses it. Roar! In this regard, the domineering and awe-inspiring bone dragon did not dare to show weakness in the ground and let out a dragon cry. The burning soul flame is constantly beating, and the bone dragon opens its jaws to condense a dazzling flame, and even spread out. However, such an obvious forward-rocking motion caused the bone dragon's body to be swayed by the mountain peaks above. Dragon slaying profound truth. Purgatory Mountain. Taking this opportunity, Serena made a quick move. The sound of flames burned the mountain in front, turning it into a stream of magma, pouring into the cracks of the earth like a vast torrent. A deafening explosion sounded. The entire mountain peak is like a volcanic eruption, and it develops from the inside to the outside. Boom, boom. Large and small magma stones emerged from the ground, sputtering on the ground like a meteor shower, forming large and small potholes. But this didn't see the picture Serena wanted to see. Because at this time, after the magma eruption, the bone dragon has already flew to the sky, and the magma attack has no effect on the opponent at all. One after another magma flowed down from the keel, and the hardness of the bone dragon's keel was far beyond his imagination. When Loya was refining the bone dragon container, he didn't just restructure the order, he printed a large number of defensive magic circles on each bone. This greatly improves the strength of the bone dragon, not to mention the bone dragon itself is extremely strong. Unless it exceeds the holy shield and reaches the level of a king, no matter how strong Serena's magic is, it is impossible to hurt the bone dragon. This guy is simply an undead monster. Seeing this scene, Serena's face was completely gloomy. No magic can, work, and this situation is undoubtedly the most desperate picture. Since then, the battle will not end early if he wants to, just like Loya and Bloodman who are fighting fiercely. Solve the battle with pure hand-to-hand combat. Compared to Bloodman, however, his situation is more difficult. Roar. The bone dragon didn't know what Serena was thinking. At Loya's orders, all it has to do is destroy. Spoil everything. Destroy everything in front of you. The jet black bone spurs gleamed and attacked Serena again. Using the power of the dragon, Serena, who has not been able to solve it for a long time, makes it very annoyed. So this time, the bone dragon didn't charge anymore. Based on his instinct, he kept attacking Serena, wielding the claw of death with his sharp bone claws. Constantly being suppressed by Serena, constantly breaking free from bondage, over and over again. The power of one person and one dragon is consumed by the naked eye. At the same time, the battle between Loya and Bloodman heats up. Compared to Serena, Brain's condition is also far better, and he can't let go of his hands and feet to fight at all. His power is based on the magic barrier particles, which release 3 different states. But once the magic barrier becomes particles, Loya will absorb his power for the first time, which is undoubtedly extremely embarrassing. To tell the truth, both the demon Loya and the bone dragon have obvious weaknesses. As long as they are replaced by other opponents, it is difficult to defeat a strong sacred shield with their strength. But in the suppression of their respective attributes, even if they cannot be defeated, they can delay more time. No, we have to find a way to reunite with Serena. He also noticed Serena's situation. It is difficult for him to defeat the bone dragon alone, and he must find a way to escape and transfer. And people like Loya must also be killed. Although Loya's whole body is demonized, he can feel that Loya has comprehended the profound meaning of incantation and is no less than himself. The only disadvantage is that the soul power is too weak. This can be absorbed and grown in the people who died in this war. Beyond the limit, it is not impossible to reach their level. If someone like him lets the other party go back, then the next invasion of the army will have a big impact. He must die? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Bloodman's eyes. The first mark: magic barrier particles. Second mark: corpses are everywhere. Boom! A large number of magic barrier particles emanated from Bloodman and dispersed into the air, covering the earth for several kilometers. Wherever he went, the earth was shrouded in a layer of black mist. In the black mist, Sunbai's skulls emerged and spread all over the earth. Chapter 183. The first mark: magic barrier particles. Second mark: corpses are everywhere. Bloodman himself is a demon, but not exactly the same as other demons. Possessing the magic barrier particleization comparable to the elementalization ability, and even mastering all the magic spells used by demons, these 2 points alone are enough to prove his strength. Under the powerful force, even though both sides share the same source ability, they still have a big impact on Loya. Within the surrounding range of the magic barrier particles, the heads circled around Loya, bound them inside, and exploded in an instant. Taking this opportunity, Bloodman quickly pulled away from Loya and attacked the bone dragon. Boom! The dark energy struck instantly. The bone dragon was fighting with Serena, but it was extremely sensitive to the soul, and it also saw the movements of Bloodman for the first time. The bone wings vibrated and flew to the sky to avoid Bloodman's attack, and stopped attacking. There was a certain distance between the two sides. "Serena, how are you?" The two met, and Bloodman asked without looking back. "I can't help that, big guy, but I've been consumed a lot of magic power." Serena said sensible. "Has been in a passive situation. The iron in the usual has disappeared, and some are just calm. After all, the strength of the one person and one dragon on the opposite side is enough to threaten them." But despite this, neither Bloodman nor Serena plans to stop shooting. Not to mention how terrifying the potential of Loya itself is, this time inside the raid. The tens of thousands of meters of wizards they led have suffered heavy losses in this war. As strikers, if they go back empty-handed, they will definitely be dealt with without a record. Although not to die, but not too far. Punishment or something. They don't care. The key is that the losers never raise their heads in front of other holy shields. Especially when he just joined Serena. He failed in his first appearance. What should other Aegis think of him? Bloodman said sensibly. "Don't keep the backhand anymore. This time the two of us joined forces." Serena didn't speak, but apparently agreed with Bloodman. "You must evacuate here. This city cannot be preserved." The other side. Loya stepped back to the inner city and looked at Altair as he spoke. He didn't know what Serena was thinking, but it was certain that the other party did not withdraw to indicate that they planned to continue fighting. Then this also means that the next battle will be more intense. Unless he exposes other powers, it is impossible to protect the inner city. "I see." Altair responded immediately upon hearing this. Loya didn't say it, but she could also feel what was going to happen next, and immediately began to transfer people inside. "Need my help? I'm not strong, but I can barely help." After giving the order, Altair turned his attention to Loya. After the time just now, most of the magic power in her body recovered. It is true that her strength is not as good as Loya's. She holds the empty magic ball and does not say that she will defeat the opponent. Even when she is casting the Arc of Time, she also has the strength of a heavenly king, so she can barely contain the opponent. After procrastinating for so long, Altair believed that the other heavenly kings had almost noticed the movement here. As long as she held on for a while, she might not be able to keep the two holy shields in front of her, and she also wanted to further determine the identity of the demon Loya in front of her. There are too many doubts about the demon Loya. She was certain that if she stayed, she might not be able to witness a more magnificent picture. Even take this opportunity to discover something. Pity. Altair is so careful. How can Loya not see it? Hearing her words, I couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He is obviously such a smart person. How can he not even see the situation? If he hadn't considered her usefulness, and he was concealing her identity, he would have really knocked on her head. But considering the previous situation, even though there was a lot of anger in his heart, he still suppressed the anger and said coldly, You're only going to get in the way of me if you stay. Of course, if you don't want to die. Loya didn't directly refuse, and her tone was very calm, but the ruthless irony in her words was directly revealed. However, then I'll stay. Of course I won't disturb your fight. Just when Altair would retreat in spite of Loya, Altair unexpectedly ignored the knowledge in the words. He accepted it directly, without any hesitation in his voice. 4 flowers. Loya, I'm afraid it's not a serious brain disease. Never mind. No matter what, he has already done what he should have done. If he had to seek death, he wouldn't be able to control that much. Loya did not continue to speak, but shifted her gaze to the sky. At the same time as their side was withdrawing, the magic soldiers of the Albarez Empire were also withdrawing. The next battle will enter a more intense state. Both sides will kill each other, but in this case, unnecessary damage can still be avoided. The excitement of the Ice Demon. Roar of the Ice Dragon. When it was almost time, Serena and Bloodman both shot at the same time. Destroy dragons, destroy demons. Under the double ice attribute magic, thousands of meters of land have evolved into a world of ice and snow. Wind, snow and hail, sweeping everything. The trees and stones were all frozen, shattered under the gust of wind, and turned into ice slag, which is the state of extreme cold. Coming. Loya looked up at this scene, and his heart was not fluctuating, but he turned his eyes to the bone dragon beside him and smiled lightly. This is the first battle after your birth. Would you like to fight with me? The reason why Loya engraved his own life imprint on the soul of the Animus is to cleanse the grievances in its soul, make it reborn, and become his own companion. Loya never thought to actually control it. Instead, treat it like your own child, teach it, enlighten it, and open up the real mind. If you just control him like a machine, what is the difference between this and manipulating a magic device? This is not what Loya wants to see. Life should not be bound, let alone a proud dragon. Dragon, born proud. The new soul, which should have fluttered its wings and soared, is not worthy of being called a dragon if it is bound. Roar. The bone dragon did not speak, nor did he know how to convey his consciousness with his words, but only conveyed his inner joy with the sound of the dragon. Although the opponent is strong, its heart is full of joy, because it likes Loya together. This is not from the same love of the soul, not from the love of the imprint of life, but simply the joy of a child following his father. Big. Chapter 184. The new bone dragon's mind is very simple. After the baptism of nirvana, he went to the darkness, gained a new body, and gained a new life at the same time. In essence, it has completely bid farewell to the past. At the moment when the soul wakes up again from the silence, it means birth, and at the moment of birth, it sees Loya. Like most creatures, it sees the first person as a parent, the Insui. Besides, Loya is the one who gave it a second life. In the eyes of the bone dragon, Loya is its father. With a natural intimacy, no matter what Loya asks for it, it will be obedient. And like the bone dragon, even if it doesn't pass the life mark, Loya also feels the meaning of the bone dragon through the dragon's voice. At this moment, the lives of the two are completely connected. Then let's go. Let them experience our power. Loya gently stroked the head of the Jiu 4-7 dragons and smiled. Roar. A roar that shocked everything, roared out of the bone dragon's mouth. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the bone dragon lifted Loya's body and flew to the sky. The soul flame on his body did not hurt Loya, but it brought out Loya's extraordinariness. Boom boom. At the same time, Serena and Bloodman's combined attack strikes at the same time. The area of thousands of meters is frozen into a polar ice world, and it is still spreading continuously, but no matter how strong this force is, it cannot stop the soaring dragon. Thousands of meters above the sky, the terrifying magic light is also constantly condensing. After accumulating power, 2 huge rays of incantation pierced through the sky and shot straight down, dispersing the ice and snow tornado in an instant. But it's not over yet. After piercing through the ice and snowstorm, the mantra rays have already hit the rear. There is no reduction in power. In this regard, Serena and Bloodman did not choose to resist hard, but avoided the attack by their own means. Boom! 2-in-1 giant blasts up. 2 rays of incantation penetrated the ground of the ice and snow land, blasting out a huge, deep pit, exposing the soil layer below. From this, it can be seen that if this blow is not avoided, it will be avoided. Even Serena and Bloodman get a lot of injuries. Even Bloodman uses the power of magic, and when he is hit by the magic, it cannot be elementalized, and the body will be directly hit. Serena needn't say more. If the magic power hits, even if he has mastered 8 kinds of dragon-slaying magic, if he is not strong enough, this blow is enough to send him back to the west. Roar! The attack in front just fell, and the attack in the back followed closely. Without the two of them reacting, a familiar roar exploded in front of them. They saw a black shadow like a mountain peak appearing in front of them, and the flames of their souls wrapped around their bodies, making it difficult to get close. This damn thing. Serena's scalp went numb when she saw the flames. Previously, in order to avoid the attack of the flame, he was tortured very badly, and naturally he did not want to see this scene. But Serena has some scruples, and it doesn't mean that Kleiderman is the same. The soul is suppressed in the way of the soul. The sky is dark. Torrefuser's black water spell, one of the 9 demon gates, creates a large amount of poisonous water on the surrounding ground, which can be life-threatening if touched for a long time. Seeing Kleiderman's shot, Serena didn't care too much and released a dragon-shaped energy body attack with both hands. Boom! The vast attack came. With Loya's ability, he can dodge it completely, but the bone dragon under him is bound to be attacked. So, he didn't even think about condensing a lot of magic power and then going out. A huge beam of light blocked it, and a powerful air wave developed to form a terrifying explosion, briefly blocking the impact of the black water. The interval is very short, but it is enough for the bone dragon to fly. But at this moment, Bloodman had already taken the lead, turned into a ghost, and flew high into the sky, attacking Loya and the bone dragon. This time there is no way for you to escape. Ice Demon's arrow rain. Boom. Dark purple ice arrows fell madly. At the same time, Serena rushed out, and the power of the dragon emerged domineeringly from his body. With the waving of his hands, several giant dragons slammed down towards Loya, connecting with the existence of Loya and the bone dragon. Even without Loya saying anything, the bone dragon has already condensed and roared. Boom! A roar of magic power drowned out a large number of frost bolts. At this time, Serena, whose body was wrapped in a dragon spirit, had already rushed down in front of the bone dragon, with 6 giant dragons wrapped around her body, falling towards the eyes of the bone dragon. It has to be said that the Holy Shield is the Holy Shield. While powerful, his fighting instinct is also very strong, and the continuous attacks between the two sides did not give Loya a chance to breathe. Taking advantage of the moment when Bloodman was restrained, he looked for the space to attack and came close. Once the 6-headed dragon-shaped energy body rushes in from the eyes, it will immediately advance to cause damage from the inside. Even the magic power will collapse instantly, and it may even hurt the soul of the bone dragon. Boom! Without waiting for the dragon-shaped energy body to attack, a figure blocked all attacks. And that person is Loya. With the speed of the wings, forcibly twist the force to a point, creating a dark vortex to attack. One side exudes the power of the dragon that destroys everything, and the other side is the power of the devil shining with dark fear. The head-on collision of dragon power and demon power. There is no such thing as homology and mutual restraint, only the level of power. As soon as the power of the two broke out, 2 huge shock waves were formed, rushing from the front of each other and engulfing the figures of the two. Both Serena and Loya himself were blown away by this torrent. The former flew out hundreds of meters away, while the latter flew out nearly 1,000 meters away. Undoubtedly, in the absence of restraint, Loya's demon power is still far from the divine shield-level personnel. On the other hand, the situation of the bone dragon was not as good as expected in 3.3. In the face of Bloodman, who has restrained soul power, his power is also being greatly suppressed. However, this situation did not cause Loya's heart to fluctuate, but said coldly, "You can really specialize in critical areas." "No way, it's Dragon Slayer after all. As long as it can kill dragons, it's the same for me." Loya didn't specify who, but Serena also knew who he was talking about, but he didn't care, and instead smiled grimly. What's more, the The battle is like this, isn't it? Yes? Loya sneered. If that's the case, then there's no need for me to hide anything from you, and then I'll have a good time with the two of you. At this moment, Loya started to get serious. Chapter 185. Serena was right. There is no other distinction between the two sides on the battlefield, and all means of victory can be used wherever feasible. In exchange, if he knew the key points of the opponent, Loya would also attack without hesitation. But what he attacked was the Bone Dragon. Although this is a masterpiece created by him, he can feel the dependence and trust of the Bone Dragon himself, and is eager to follow the emotions around him. Invisibly, Loya habitually regards him as his companion. Seeing someone attack the Bone Dragon in such a rude way, no matter how good Loya's temper is, there is a limit. And now that the other party is ready to go all out, regardless of everything, then he naturally doesn't need to carry out these indifferent temptations. Buzzing, Loya slowly raised his arm, and the powerful spell surged out of his body. With the surging darkness, over the sky where Loya was, the dark clouds covered the entire sky for some time, and the rushing thunder fell from Loya's side. Pretend to be a ghost, and tell you, you can't leave here alive. Do you think that if you can control one end, no one is really your opponent? 23 Serena looked disdainful when she heard Loya's words. Although the battle just now seemed to be extremely thrilling, it was obvious that Loya was at a disadvantage. In such a situation, Loya's words had no effect on the two of them, and there was no reason to be afraid of Loya. And in front of them, they can also do it. They are as powerful as a holy shield, and they can collapse a mountain thousands of meters away with just one breath. Various visions of tearing clouds and distorting space. For them, it's nothing. Yes. Demon Loya showed a sinister smile, looked at the two figures in the distance, and said gloomily, "Do you think this is over?" Roar. As if responding to Loya, the Bone Dragon that was fighting Bloodman released several roars, and the wings vibrated back to Loya's side at an incredible speed. However, the strange thing is that when it was about to approach Loya, the Bone Dragon did not slow down, but continued to speed up, and the huge body seemed to hit Loya. This scene made everyone curious. But what happened next was astounding. A dark vortex emerged, the Bone Dragon plunged into the black hole, and finally the mountain-like skeleton body turned into a streamer and poured into Loya's body. With the fusion of the two powers, Loya's breath suddenly soared, surpassing the limit of the king in an instant, reaching the level of the holy shield. And the breath is still rising. There was even a pitch-black keel spear in his hand. What? The sudden reversal was beyond anyone's imagination. The fusion of man and dragon. Don't be so outrageous. The art of sending dragons. In the original book, giant dragons such as Igneel resided in Natsu and other people's bodies to pass through the magic of the Eclipse Gate. Although Loya does not understand this magic, it does not mean that the Bone Dragon does not. This technique is the innate ability of the giant dragon, and the original Crystal Dragon Animus also used this magic to survive until now. Although the soul has undergone the baptism of nirvana, the cleansing part does not contain magic. The Bone Dragon can still use the power of the life mark to use the power of Loya's own power and combine the power of the two into one. However, this state can only be used in the case of demonization. Only the same source of power can trigger this condition, otherwise it will appear after forcible fusion, if Sonia does not possess the power of the dragon and cannot exert the embarrassing situation. A powerful aura continued to emerge from Loya's body. The heavy force seemed to stop the flow of air around. What? The next moment, Loya has disappeared directly in place. It turned into a dark red afterimage. Like a sharp arrow, it burst out and swooped away. The keel gun in his hand bursts out with an infinite cold aura, and the dark clouds in the sky are automatically divided into waves on both sides. When the magic power gathered in her arms, Serena raised her right hand and released the multi-dragon power to resist the blow. But Serena can clearly feel it compared to before. This time the collision. Loya's strength is obviously several times stronger. 2. Just when Serena thought Loya had reached the limit, the keel gun fired a soul flame that was so familiar that it could no longer be familiar. Straight through his defense. Puff. Hit out. Serena's arm was penetrated, and her body was directly knocked out, It glided for several kilometers, and it stopped when it hit a crater. Just one blow is enough to see how terrifying Loya is at this moment. Yugai Bloodman's face darkened when he saw this. Although he didn't directly feel the attack, through his soul perception, he was also able to see that Loya's soul was further sublimated. The strength of the power is no less than his own, and even surpassed. There is also the Keel spear in his hand, on which he can feel the breath of the previous Bone Dragon, which also means that the Bone Dragon has completely fused with Loya. Soul augmented magic power, and even turned into a weapon in his hand. He had never seen such a bizarre method. Just as Bloodman imagined, the Bone Dragon was completely fused with him, and the Dragon's spine spear was changed by the Bone Dragon's dragon spine. The Bone Dragon body itself is a large magic tool container. As long as Loya thinks, it can be transformed into any weapon. The other side. One blow knocked the Holy Shield flying. 947 is too strong. Altair came to this scene by hiding in the corner. Although she said that she actively requested to stay, she also knew that her entry into the battle would not have any impact, but it would be a disservice. The reason for staying is to a large extent to further gather intelligence. I never expected to see such a terrifying scene. You know, it's the Holy Shield. Hit and fly with one hit. She had never heard of such a situation. And the fusion of giant dragons, is it really what humans can do? For a moment, Altair seemed to have peeped into a big secret. She believes that if this secret is passed on, it will definitely cause a great earthquake in the entire magic world. Damn it. And just at the stage of a few people stunned, Serena has stood up again, and the blood that has been penetrated by the arm continues to flow. At this time, his face was extremely angry. He has already lost to Loya. Now a guy who suddenly appeared, injured himself in a blink of an eye. This is undoubtedly a shame. Serena, don't get excited. Seeing Serena's reaction, Bloodman immediately stopped him. But now Serena can hear it. He has failed once. He will never allow a second failure. Chapter 186. The dragon's back spear is very powerful. It is evolved from the real dragon's ridge itself, and the strength is naturally needless to say. In addition, there is still the soul consciousness of the bone dragon on the dragon's back spear, which can operate its own abilities and spells, causing multiple damage. If it is the previous Serena and Bloodman, the single class surpasses the demon Loya and the bone dragon. Then Loya, who is now fused with bone dragons, undoubtedly surpasses anyone. Even so, Serena and Bloodman are stronger than Loya when they join forces. After all, it is the powerhouse of the Holy Shield level, but it is not so easy to defeat. However, aside from the huge body now, the bone dragon is no longer a living target, but the strongest weapon in Loya's hands. What's more, his abilities don't stop there. Closer to home. Boom. Serena, who was completely irritated by Loya, couldn't hold back anymore. Dragon slaying profound truth. 8 dragons dance. The magic goes on and turns into a dragon. 8 kinds of dragon-killing magic are activated simultaneously, floating around Serena, roaring out with his actions, moving forward. Wherever he went, the earth collapsed inch by inch, leaving behind long ravines. 8 dragons go together. The scene is extremely shocking. However, in the face of this terrifying attack, Loya didn't move at all, as if she didn't know what was going on behind her, and still stood there indifferently. Is he crazy? Altair's pupils shrank in the distance. This guy is actually indifferent to the terrorist attack that came directly? Boom. Next second, the 8 dragons fell, and the heavy roar exploded, and the terrifying fluctuations swept away in an instant, destroying everything. The earth shook, and countless cracks continued to spread around, like spider webs. A strong breath spreads around every corner. Under the fluctuation, the broken city wall turned into powder at this moment. The people in the inner city had already evacuated the moment the battle started. Otherwise, they would have no room to resist such a powerful attack. Ha, long time. Pretend to be a ghost. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to survive this blow even if you don't die. Seeing that Loya was completely overwhelmed by the explosion, Serena laughed almost frantically. Is it really like this? Bloodman, who turned into a ghost in the distance, also looked at the things ahead with a strange expression. It is undeniable that Serena's blow was strong, so powerful that he couldn't even face it, but he didn't think it was enough to scare Loya stupid. At least the strength to counterattack is there, and it will not stand in place like that. But Serena doesn't care. The joy that emerged in the heart was almost buried, and the crazy laughter kept coming out, which sounded particularly harsh. It just didn't take long for him to laugh. When a figure appeared, the laughter stopped instantly. Inside the smoke, Loya's demon figure slowly emerged, and the dragon's spine spear in his hand acted as a skeleton to block Serena's attack, and he himself did not suffer any damage. How can this be? Looking at this scene, Serena was completely sluggish and completely crazy. That was his strongest blow. How could there be nothing at all? In fact, it's just performance. If Serena knew that Loya didn't use his power from start to finish, it would be even more evidence. The consciousness of the existence of the bone dragon, it knows what to do without Loya reminding it at all. The power of the 8 dragons is indeed very strong, but it is impossible to break through the defense of the bone dragon. This is a combination of dragon bones and magic power. Deep Pit, when he heard Serena's angry expression, Loya didn't react much, just said coldly, "You don't have a chance." Loya moves. To be precise, it should be the dragon's spine moving. The dragon's spine made a clicking sound, and the dragon's spine extended further, like a small wandering dragon, flowing into Loya's hands and turning into a dragon's spine spear. With the falling of the sound, the magic power like a volcanic eruption erupted on Loya. The ground beneath my feet is shattered inch by inch, huge boulders shattered into gravels even smaller than grains of rice. In the next second, the wings vibrated, and the figure burst out, turning into a black streamer. The dragon's backbone gun's imposing refrigerant in his hand appeared in front of Serena with overwhelming momentum. Soul flame wrapped around the tip of the gun, falling down with the wave of Loya's arm, reflecting Serena's horrified face. "No, no, you must avoid it, or you will die." Feeling the offensive of Ling Bi, Serena also recovered in an instant and hurriedly prepared to evacuate. But the moment this idea appeared, it was directly rejected. "Can't escape. There is absolutely no escape." The harsh voice sounded. The soul flame easily burned the air, and a vacuum was directly isolated. Always on the lookout, Loya's bloodman responded immediately. Although it is not too delayed to see Serena, no matter what, he was selected for the Holy Shield after all. If it is killed like this, it will have a serious impact on its own momentum or anything. The dark magic power instantly gathered together and turned into a hard barrier. Serena, who realized that she could not escape, stepped forward, gathered boulders in her arms, stepped forward to block. Boom. The tip of the gun fell, colliding with the two forces. However, the results were not as they had imagined. The scorching soul flame and the sturdy spear tip can pierce the barrier without hindrance, tear the magic power, and pierce the boulder. Whether it is Serena or Bloodman, the speed of reaction is very fast, compared to Loya, who has accumulated strength long ago. No matter how quick their response is, it's useless. Thriller. Suddenly, a sense of severe crisis emerged in Serena's heart. After seeing this scene, I immediately chose to retreat. But so close, the tip of the gun dropped at the same time Serena had the idea. Fire surges. The scarlet blood was accompanied by a little bit of stone, and the dragon's spine spear pierced, no mojao, Serena's chest, and the hot soul flame burned up instantly. Immediately, he was nailed to the ground. Blood blooms. Serena's eyes widened, staring at the spear on her chest. Her soul consciousness was constantly weakening, and there was a trace of fear in her eyes. "Forgive, spare my life, please. As long as you are willing to spare me, I am willing to surrender under the crisis." Serena also ignored the dignity of the strong, and some of it was the desire for life. The arrogance that he thought was based on a living state. But if he really wanted to die, there would be nothing left. However, facing Serena's plea for mercy, Loya just sneered. "Let go of you, and then let you kill me again? After making the same mistake once, I won't make it again." For a split second, upon hearing the news, Serena's eyes widened with disbelief. "It's you, duh." Chapter 187. As Loya's voice fell, Serena has recognized Loya's identity. Since his rise, he has never defeated anyone, except that he lost to Loya in the first battle in the central city 3 years ago, and it was from this moment that his fate began to change. The shadow that Loya left behind was deeply imprinted in his mind. Serena had no idea that she was running into each other. He didn't expect that after gaining stronger power, he would be defeated by Loya for the second time, but in a different way. What? Serena didn't get a chance to speak. At the moment when the voice was just shouted, the soul flame exploded directly and completely cut off his vitality. The focus in his eyes was slowly disintegrating, and he closed his eyes with a strong sense of unwillingness, without even saying the last word. Dead. In the distance, Altair's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. A holy shield, that's it. To die in front of her so easily? Yes, Serena's is so easy. It's so simple that even she herself can't believe it. At that time, the powerhouse of the Holy Shield level, so the weakest person would have the strength far beyond the Holy 10. But it was just one blow, and he died directly in Loya's hands, or when the two Holy Shields joined forces. This was a bit shocking. 947, but in addition to being shocked, the last words are a little concerned. On the battlefield, how can this be? The sudden change made Bloodman, who was ready to counterattack, stay in place, dumbfounded. This is Ishgar's peak combat power? What devil? It's just bullshit. To know that Loya himself is human, and he himself is the devil. How can it be believed that a human being can surpass a demon in the use of conjuration? Finally solved one. Loya raised his left hand lightly and drew the tip of the gun from the corpse. After bathing in blood, the dragon's back spear became more bloodthirsty, and even Loya himself became more and more powerful. The reason is simple. The bone dragon devoured Serena's soul. This power also acts on Loya due to the existence of the lifemark connection. Feeling the promotion of the soul, Loya felt an unprecedented sense of comfort, which was somewhat similar to the promotion of dragon power. The difference is that this promotion is at the soul level. Thinking of this, Loya turned his eyes to Bloodman. See, although Serena can provide a divine shield-level soul, it is still much weaker than Bloodman, who is a demon himself. Loya always had a feeling that if he ingested Bloodman, he might be able to sharpen the demon's magic power. Of course, that doesn't mean Bloodman has the power of Dragon Cry. Dragon Cry contains the resentment of more than hundreds of giant dragons, plus the accumulation of years, so the power is close to the level of the king. Bloodman is nothing more than a demon in the Book of Zeruf. At best, it is comparable to the strength of a giant dragon. How can it be compared with a dragon? But don't forget, Loya has absorbed the dark negativity accumulated in Nirvana for hundreds of years before that. Now absorbing Serena's soul power, further perfecting the third stage of demonization, reaching a new tipping point. Perhaps, now is his chance. The breakthrough of the devil's magic spell also unexpectedly reached a new realm in his soul level. At that time, even if he did not reach the top king level, he would have enough strength. Thinking of this, the powerful magic power turned into a violent flame, surging into the surrounding space again, collapsing layer by layer. His strength has not weakened in the slightest, and he has grown stronger. Bloodman's pupils shrank. If he had been lucky before, then at this moment, Bloodman has completely fallen into despair. Serena is dead. Before dying, not only did he not consume any of Loya's combat power, but instead increased the opponent's strength. Now there is only himself left, and there is no chance of victory at all. Next, it's your turn. In shock, Lung Gang's voice came again, making Bloodman fall into an ice cellar. Looking up, I saw that after killing Serena, Loya's figure had turned towards his position. Huge wrinkle and killing intent enveloped him. The huge pressure makes Bloodman feel the fear he has never had before. Will die? He really will die? Die like Serena. At this time, as a demon, he was also panicked by the world known as the source of fear. Buzzing. The soul fire crow rose, and Loya stabbed quickly without any hesitation. The terrifying breath made Bloodman's eyes hurt, making it difficult to open his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The figure moved and came to Bloodman in an instant. So fast. Seeing this sudden appearance, Bloodman was horrified, because he didn't notice Loya's movements during the whole process. One can imagine how much Loya's strength has improved. Soul flames fall. Bloodman immediately elementalized, transforming his body into magic barrier particles, turned into a ghost, and moved quickly. The tip of the gun fell heavily. Before it completely fell, the powerful aura directly carved a deep ravine across the kilometer-wide ground. Boom, boom, boom. Spell spread. The dragon's spine spear is constantly being swung down by Loya, and the soul flame is constantly weakening. In this regard, Bloodman did not dare to relax for a moment. The quicksand splashed and fled everywhere, but this and that escaped Loya's pursuit. Puff! Soon, seconds later, the point of the gun slid across Bloodman's dragon arm. Immediately, half of the body was cut off, and before it dissipated, Loya released its magic power and absorbed it into the dragon's back spear. In an instant, the dragon's spine spear erupted again with terrifying combat power. On the other hand, Bloodman, without his arms, flew out and hit the ground. Although he didn't die instantly, his breath instantly weakened by half. But he dared not stop. He is afraid that once he falls down, he will be the next person to die in Loya. Bloodman, who lost half of his body in a riot of magic power, not only did not slow down, but he was a little faster, moving at this unimaginable speed. It is burning life. Facing the fear of death, it has nothing to do. But no matter how fast Bloodman is, Loya has already locked his breath and won't allow it to escape at all. The afterimage flickered, and Loya's figure seemed to be teleporting. Appear over Bloodman in the next second. Oops! Bloodman's face changed in shock. Ryatsu floats, and the terrifying pressure descends on him again. No matter how he used his power, he couldn't use the source of the pressure. Under the pressure of death, seeing that he couldn't escape, Bloodman was fortunately stopped. Since you don't intend to let me go, then die with me. The third mark, open. Chapter 188. Fall into the yellow spring with me. As the voice fell, Bloodman's side suddenly burst open. Countless demons emerged from the power of darkness. In the darkness, the demons' constant wailing, and the place covered by the magic barrier particles, all turned into a void that could devour everything. At this moment, whether it is building houses or light and wind pouring into nothingness, in an instant, it engulfed thousands of meters of land, and the range continued to expand, wrapping Loya's body in it. This is another world. The power of nothingness pulled Loya's body, causing Loya to feel that his body fell uncontrollably toward the world of nothingness. Powerful, and it is connected to the void space world. One after another demon burst out a stream of light, covering his body, accelerating the pulling force. Loya tries to get rid of. Bloodman witnessed this scene and let out a shrill laughter under the terrifying mask. It's useless. These are ghosts from the void space. They are connected to me. Unless you can find my soul connection, you can't swallow or kill these souls. Even if you kill them, these evil spirits will regenerate. The more you resist, the more souls will be entangled. At this point, Bloodman had completely given up. As one of the holy shields, this mission has been a complete failure. He has no sense of honor in his heart, but it would make him extremely excited to have Loya enter the world of nothingness with him. Demons are born to bring despair. However, just when he expected Loya to show a face begging for mercy, it didn't turn out as expected. Is it okay to cut your soul connection? Above the nothingness, Loya's eyes were always on, and there was even a smile on the demon's face. What's the situation? Why are you acting so calm? Is it rare that he is not afraid of death? Bloodman froze. His hideous laughter stopped. No, this is impossible. There are thousands of evil spirits in the void space, and it is impossible to find out your own soul in this chaos. And the characteristics of nothingness can devour all power, nor does it exist to erase this possibility with force. Don't know why. Even though Loya is doing nothing now, he has given himself a fear of position. While he was lost in thought, I saw Loya, who was surrounded by evil spirits, gently closed his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, a white light bloomed from those black eyes. A wonderful rune, floating on the surface of the eyeball. It is connected with other runes to construct a magic circle that reveals ethereal light. At this time, Loya is like a god. Under the light, any evil spirits are constantly dissipating, until they completely disappear into the void world. Eye of Insight. The pupil technique is obtained by transforming from the initial method of meditation. Insight into illusion, perspective essence, decomposition structure, and connection formation principle. Under the powerful Eye of Insight, No spell can blind him. In just a few seconds, he had found what he was looking for. In nothingness, there is a skeleton evil spirit hidden behind many evil spirits. And this is the source of the void world, the soul connection with Bloodman. No, this is absolutely impossible. How can you possibly have that kind of power? Seeing his soul exposed, Bloodman panicked when faced with this scene. A real panic. Not only is Loya breaking free from the bondage, but more importantly, Loya's eyes are like God's, and nothing can be hidden in front of him. Such eyes he only created his own master, Emperor Albarez, to see in Zeref. Beyond the life, insight into all the magical mysteries of the world. The difference is that Zeref's eyes are full of dead silence and darkness, while what he feels in Loya is divine, natural, like a god of creation. This is a power that August, who is called the Magic King, has not been able to grasp. Bloodman was puzzled. Why does this happen to a human being? Unfortunately, he had no chance to ask this question. The demon disappeared, and the life connection was exposed in front of his eyes. A shot is stabbed, and nothingness is instantly shattered. The Bloodman who stopped all this also disintegrated, his soul completely shattered, and at the moment when it was about to completely dissipate, the bone dragon roared out. For flowers, devour all the remaining souls. Until now, the war has come to an end. But the moment for Loya has come. After absorbing Bloodman's soul, he also gets all demonic spells. Although he has spent several years absorbing a lot of incantations and raising it to the limit that he can improve, the power of the soul that surpassed the powerful soul in the past has transformed his soul. Boom! When the power is fully integrated, the demon's body is constantly expanding like a mountain, just like a giant dragon. Not only that, the original hideous and frightening appearance has disappeared, replaced by mysterious and strange lines. Each texture is different, but it is full of wonders, and one can't help but be addicted to it just by looking at it. And now is Loya, Demon Loya, the fourth demon body, devil conjuration, transcends the boundary of the soul, evolves into a demon physique, has the characteristics of devouring any soul, restores the spirit and enhances the magic power. Acquired feature, 4-stage demonization. 4 stages of demonization. Greatly reduce soul damage, gain full mental resistance, and enhance soul energy in all directions. Brain development, 72%. Is this the ultimate devil? Feeling his own transformation, Loya said with trembling eyes. After the transformation of the 4th stage of dragon power, and then the transformation of the devil, the inner fluctuations have undoubtedly decreased a lot. But even so, there was still some tremors in his heart. Transcend the boundaries of the soul and evolve into a demon physique. The limit of this ability is the immortality of the soul. In other words, like Zeref, immortal and immortal, a completely different path from the Black Dragon King Acnologia. But Loya soon discovered that there is still a certain difference between the so-called 4-stage dragon power and the Black Wizard Zeref. The power of Zeref, derived from the contradictory organization, is the power of death. As long as the curse exists, his soul is immortal. And the demon incantation he mastered, which combines a variety of dragon-slaying magic, plus the darkness of human nature in Nirvana, and the success after multiple evolutions, compared with the Black Mage Zeref, it is weaker, equivalent to a weakened version of the demon physique, but even so, it is strong enough. Big. Chapter 189. Have you not seen enough? After being promoted to the 4th stage of demonization, Loya directly dissipated the demonization, returned to the primitive human body, and revealed his true body, raised his head, and looked in a certain direction. The sound is not large, but in this quiet, burnt brown world, it is extraordinarily loud. But for a long time I couldn't wait for a response. The world was still very quiet, and some at least the whistling wind. In response, Loya had no other reaction, but continued to speak softly. You think I can't see you if you hide in the space. Don't forget that the empty magic ball is made by me, and I can recycle it at any time. At that time, the support of the empty magic ball will be lost, but it will be directly squeezed by space and die. The voice spread again, but unlike the last time, the moment the voice fell, the space hundreds of meters in front of Loya continued to vibrate. Hey, 947, can't you be a little more gentle? Don't forget that I gave a lot of magic." After a while, Altair's shadow appeared. As soon as it appeared, those very charming eyes cast a dissatisfied look, which matched the full peaks and peaks, full of temptation and a slightly coquettish tone that almost softened the bones. It's just that all this was ignored by Loya and continued to say lightly, "I didn't expect you to find out. Say you did." Before using insight, Loya could clearly feel Altair's every move even though he was fighting Bloodman. He clearly felt that Altair hid in space and began to retreat at the moment when the battle broke out to the limit. There was no hesitation in the whole process. It is clear. His own identity has been seen through. It is precisely because of this that he uses the Eye of Insight without any scruples, without considering the possibility of being discovered. However, he was curious how Altair found out. Not to mention Bloodman. Serena killed him in an instant. Even if he said 2 more words before his death, there was no sufficient reason to support the other party to prove his identity. It's an empty magic ball. Altair has the answer. When you and the traitor broke out to the limit, I planned to use the empty magic ball to escape. At that moment, the empty magic ball produced a little bit of traction, so I found you. Empty magic ball. Yes, there is only an empty magic ball. Loya showed a hint of surprise at first, then followed by a clear look. Every magic tool he made was made by himself, and the early made magic tools such as the empty magic ball also had some unique marks of its own. It is precisely because of these marks that Loya has enough confidence to lend the empty magic ball to Altair. This is a secret method that belongs to Loya alone. Now it's being used in turn by Altair. But then again, I didn't expect that you still possess the power of a demon, which is really surprising. Loya thought about it. Altair didn't have the previous restraints, and controlled the empty magic ball to fly towards Loya's place, and landed next to Loya. The enthusiasm is the same as when the two were at the Magic Council. Of course, it also had to do with her knowing that she couldn't escape Loya's grasp. With the help of the power of the empty magic ball, she has obtained the strength of the king, but it is completely incomparable in front of Loya. What's more, the empty magic ball itself is Loya's belongings, and it can be transferred at any time. No matter how much you struggle, it is useless. Rather than being unbearable on the other side, it is better to let nature take its course, saying that there may not be another development. Loya said lightly, "Do you think I'll tell you something like me?" 2. Altair nodded in agreement. The power of the devil is good in the Albarez Empire, but it is not much different from the taboo on the Ishgar continent. The Magic Council was originally created to deal with demons. As one of the 10 wizard saints and a member of the regular guild fairy tale, Loya uses the power of demons and absorbs the soul of life. Once such news is communicated, I am afraid it will cause an earthquake in the entire magic world. It's nothing to be as powerful as Loya, but his guild and his companions will be affected to varying degrees. Based on Altair's observation and understanding of Loya in recent years, and he attached great importance to his companions, he would definitely not allow such a situation to happen. But even so, Altair was shocked that Loya is a demon. You must know that 3 years ago, Loya was only at the level of the King of Heaven, but 3 years later, he had the strength to defeat the Holy Shield. The extent of this span is almost despairing. Serena is so powerful that she has only been promoted from the Heavenly King level to the Holy Shield level in the past 3 years. Don't look at the boundaries and time of promotion for both sides are similar. At present, what Loya uses is only the power of demons. With his own understanding, Altair is convinced that Loya has mastered other more powerful abilities. At this moment, Altair couldn't help but be struck by Loya's talent. Thinking of this, Altair couldn't help asking again, "Aren't you in Crocus? Why are you here? Did you come here to save me? Or for the Heart Philia Chamber of Commerce?" Loya's relationship with the Heart Philia Chamber of Commerce is known throughout Ishgar. After gaining insight into Loya's identity, Altair naturally associated this aspect. "You don't need to know that," Loya said lightly. "And if you know too much, it's not too good for you. Don't forget that you are still my captive. You can't resist what I want from you. If you really get angry with me, you know the consequences. It's not necessarily that I tie up my clothes, and the space can withstand it with magic. However, this warning has no effect at all. On the contrary, it further stimulated you 3.3 Rusha." "Really?" If it's you, I don't mind. The full and proud figure leaned over, and the deep ravine seemed to swallow the mind of no one like an abyss. Little fox. Loya glanced at it, and after scolding, she immediately turned her head and said coldly, "These doesn't work for me. Go ahead and don't I really do it?" "Humph, you really don't mean it." Seeing that Loya still didn't respond, Altair snorted, but didn't go any further. She knows many things about Loya, and she also knows that Loya always does what she says, and if she does, it will be bad for Loya. But although Loya didn't answer, she also had an answer deep in her heart. Sometimes no answer is the best answer. Chapter 190. Will Loya kill her? The answer is obviously no. If you really want to hide the secret, you can kill her at the first time, and there is absolutely no need to talk to her here in vain. It was the reason why she dared to be so casual in front of Loya after she knew the secret. This is indeed the case. The current situation Loya also needs her, to be precise, her identity. Use her identity to gain more magic, including taking control of the situation. It is undeniable that his current strength is far superior to all the mages in the Ishgard continent, but it does not mean that Loya will forcibly plunder magic. Everything he does is based on his own enjoyment, and destroying the order of the magic world will only make the world chaotic. At that time, he will inevitably encounter a lot of trouble. What's more, under this piece of land, there are also hidden White Legacy Fifth, a big killer that can eliminate the magic of the world. If the Magic Council is in a hurry, Loya may be able to avoid it, but other people in the guild may suffer as a result. Loya would never touch the Magic Council without making sure to avoid it all. Besides that, Loya needs more magic to build her magic base. The power he masters will become stronger and stronger in the future. If he does not understand and master these powers in depth, everything will be illusory to Loya. Altair is undoubtedly a very good partner. Of course, the reason for choosing to cooperate with it is not just that simple, but more because Loya has enough confidence. "Come over." Loya waved. "What?" Altair's beautiful eyes were more vigilant, something she didn't have just now. Her appearance is very confident, but unfortunately it is useless in front of Loya, and now she suddenly calls herself over. Obviously, she is uneasy and kind. Her vigilance appeared to be right. "Nothing," Loya said lightly. "I just want to put some restrictions on your soul." "Soul limitation? What is it?" Altair's expression was startled, and there was a little more panic in his eyes. "Although I don't know the situation, I can hear that this is obviously not a good thing," Loya said. "Make sure you won't betray me. Can monitor your every move. Don't worry, it won't affect your actions." With the improvement of the demon's magic power, Loya also has a deeper understanding of the soul, including the ability to control the soul. This is somewhat similar to the way keys control silver. "What happens when you betray?" Altair asked cautiously. Loya glanced sideways and said lightly, "What do you think? You should know with your IQ." "All right. Exactly as imagined." Taking time, Altair showed a pitiful look. If others saw it, they might mistakenly think that Loya was bullying him. "Can you not? And I have helped you so much. Are you willing to do this?" "You know," Altair continued pleadingly. "There is no way. The soul limit was too much for her. It would be fine if she was just an ordinary wizard, but the key point was that she was still an undercover agent, and her soul restraint almost directly killed her. In this state, she couldn't act normally. Now she can only trust Loya to let her go. I can swear I won't betray you. You know that I'm a member of the Magic Council, and it's also not good for me to betray you. But I also saved your life." Loya interrupted her. "If swearing was useful, there would be no undercover in this world, you say?" Loya's voice was very soft, but when it landed in Altair's ears, it was like thunder on the ground. A pair of beautiful eyes instantly widened, and their eyes were full of unbelievable eyes. "Lord Loya, you should be joking." Altair panicked, really panicked. The previous seductiveness has completely disappeared, and that confidence has disappeared in her heart. All along, all her self-confidence was built on camouflage rather than strength. It was the first time that Altair, a member of the Dark Guild, had encountered such a situation. But once it is seen through, then everything will disappear completely, especially in front of a person who is completely in control of life and death. "Are you going to continue to disguise?" Loya smiled lightly. "There are two reasons. One is a lot of lost magic. Even as a member of Parliament, It is impossible for you to provide that much loss. As soon as the Lionra thing happened, you sent me a letter to investigate, which made me sure. Of course the above is just talk. Intelligence is not enough to support it, but it is enough. Just one straw is enough to overwhelm Altair. A person who believes that his disguise is perfect, once found, it is difficult to disguise again. Looking at Altair's pale face, he didn't continue to exert pressure and slowed down his tone. However, compared to your appearance, your ability to confuse you is better than I thought. I didn't reveal your intentions. You can continue to serve as your member of parliament. What about the request? Altair's heart gradually calmed down after hearing the words, not as nervous as before, but there was still a hint of vigilance. Don't believe Loya is doing this for no purpose at all. To this Loya said directly, I want you to be mine. The voice fell. Yuludi 947 Yagang was relieved to mention it again. You. What are you going to do? Don't mess around. Don't look at Altair as very casual, but it's all based on disguise. If you really want to do something to sell her soul, she would rather die. Although there is some disbelief in his heart, Loya, who is a regular guild wizard, would do such a thing, but he is not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Although it is rare to meet Loya, she also knows that there are many girls around Loya. Although Loya himself is not bad, it is not impossible to be committed to the other party, but there is still a grudge in his heart. Don't think about anything. Loya rolled his eyes. No. When did you look so hungry in front of others? I don't like someone as beautiful as you. I don't have that sexual interest yet. At most, it's just a little pretty, and you can grab a lot from outside. What? Life is not in danger, but Altair was P******************. What does it mean? Threatening yourself and underestimating yourself is fine. You still despise your looks. Are you that bad? No matter what the circumstances, women will never back down when it comes to beauty and ugliness. Chapter 191. Altair was furious, but she also knew that she couldn't escape the shackles of what she said now, especially when she was seen through something. She finally obeyed obediently. When the soul limit fell, Altair could feel that his brain had an extra eye, and he always felt that he was always exposed to the eyes of the other party. This feeling is very frustrating. She has always been manipulating others, and she never thought that she would one day be manipulated by others. As a result, this resentment spread all over Loya's body. For a time, she suddenly regretted her previous actions. Now I'm your woman. You have to protect me, or I won't let you go if I become a ghost. Loya corrected. You are only my person, but I didn't say you are my daughter, and even if you become a ghost, I can seal you down. Villain. Badass. Devil. Altair's teeth twitched at the words. At this point, Loya was already a scumbag in Altair's heart. Although she was born in the dark, she is not a good person to some extent. But obviously his own destiny is already in the hands of the other party. But he looks like he doesn't intend to be responsible. Isn't this a scumbag? You don't have to be so angry. Don't you think it's more promising to take refuge with me than with other people? Loya smiled at the angry Altair. This is not wrong. But Altair's face softened a little, and there was still anger. After all, the feeling of being manipulated is unacceptable to anyone. If it weren't for the huge difference in strength, otherwise Altair would say what to do. In fact, Loya also has a big killer, that is, the resurrection of Ulu. As long as he uses that killer weapon, Altair will obey his orders. However, now is not the time. Unlike other people, Ulu's soul has been transformed into extreme ice, and it is not as easy as imagined to transform it back, which involves the taboo of life. Loya will not do unsure things until he truly grasps the true meaning of the soul, and he didn't count on Altair to rely on himself for now. Thinking of Loya reaching out again. Give me the empty magic ball for a long time. What's the matter? Don't you want to take it back? It's not even before the agreed time, and I'm doing things for you now. Should I even exploit it? Altair hugged the empty magic ball tightly, looking like a persecuted girl. The benefits of the empty magic ball Altair is very clear. Her current strength is at most the 10th level of strength. Relying on the power of the empty magic ball, she can cross the boundary and reach the strength of the king. At that time, because of the regress of strength, it may also affect his status. Loya is also quite speechless. What are you thinking? I just intend to help you strengthen the power of the empty magic ball. In any case, Altair has temporarily become his own person, and his strength is too weak to do more things. For her own people, Loya is usually not too vocal. How much can it be strengthened? Altair's eyes lit up and asked curiously. It's about the level of the king, in addition to increasing the effect of dragon power. Loya said casually. The empty magic ball was refined 3 years ago. At that time, he was still at a very basic stage for dragon magic, and only engraved space magic and so on. The dragon horn, the real main core, has never been brought into play. With the opening of the 4th stage of dragon power, Loya's dragon magic has entered a new dimension. Although the power of the King of the Kings is still too weak in Loya's view, it is enough for Altair. Right. Altair was no longer stubborn when he heard the Heavenly King level, and immediately handed the empty magic ball to Loya. No way, even she couldn't resist such a temptation. Typical real fragrance. I'll send someone to deliver it to you in a few days. Put away the empty magic ball. Loya turned into a streamer and disappeared into the sky. As for Altair, he returned to the Magic Council. There are too many things happening right now, but anyway, let's report what's happening here to the Magic Council first. Loya just asked her to be her own person, not restraining her actions. The battle went on for a long time. However, this is not the only battle. At the same time, many wars also broke out on the West Coast. The sudden attack caught the Magic Council by surprise, resulting in a large number of casualties, and none of the 3 kings of Ishgard were victorious. But it wasn't the only area that was well protected. That area is exactly what Jalal is in charge of. Replacing Loya, he played a very bright role in this war, blocking the invasion of a powerful holy shield. Although it is not defeated, it is good enough in many defeated battles. But just when Jalal was in the limelight, a piece of news shocked the world. That is about the death of the 2 major holy shield-level powerhouses. There is no need to say much about the interior of the Albarez Empire. The interior of the Ishgard continent has completely exploded. Holy shield-level powerhouse. In the era when the giant dragon did not appear, the real peak combat power. An existence that even their strongest heavenly king could not defeat. A terrifying existence that fell into the hands of the other party's personnel. Defeated by a man who disappeared for 3 whole years. 3 years ago, he killed the president of Awakener, and 3 years later, he killed 2 guardians of the 10 shields. For a time, the reputation of Slayer of Demons reverberated throughout the continent, even overshadowing Loya's own reputation, reaching the top of the Ishgard continent. Now the strongest sorcerer is no longer Hyberian, but the devil. In addition, the bone dragon that appeared this time also shocked the world. The legendary Noma Zhao, strongest creature reappears in the world. This alone is enough to detonate the eyes. Ishgard sighed. It took a long time to kill 2 great magicians of the Holy Shield. This is too strong. That demon slayer just defeated Awakener. Why did he cross so much at once? 2 holy shields. Even if 10 heavenly kings come, they may not be able to defeat one of them. As far as I know, all the heavenly kings and holy 10 were defeated in this raid. Not all 10 wizard saints have lost. Have you forgotten that the 10 wizard saints haven't shot yet? You mean Lord Loya who defeated the traitor Serena 3 years ago? He didn't make a shot this time, but even if he did, he probably wouldn't be able to match this record. And that Lord Demon Slayer has a giant dragon. Dragon, I didn't expect the legendary creature to exist. Chapter 192. Dark Night. On the west coast, to a town in the northern region. Moonlight pierced through the dark clouds and cast in through the windows, illuminating the gloomy palace. Bang! Damn, where the hell did this guy come from? In the center of the hall, Jalal was throwing out his fist angrily and slapped it on the table. His handsome face was full of hideous expressions. This time he wanted to follow the victory to become the last Holy 10, and thus be called a member of Parliament. But with the rise of Demon Slayer, all his plans were thrown into chaos. It should be known that the original Holy 10 seat was vacant because of the existence of the magic, and he was the member of the Parliament. I need stronger strength. Just the Heavenly King level is not enough, or I will be trampled on the soles of my feet all the time. Do you need me to help you? In the darkness, a dark voice came. Looking up, a figure slowly walked out from the corner of the main hall. It was a demon in armor and a mask. At this moment, She walked to the chair beside Jalal and sat down. Her green hair fell down, her chin was dragged in her hideous hands, and she looked at Jalal with a playful expression. She is the head of the Tartaros' 9 demon gates, the demons in the Book of Zeruf, goddess of the slave planet. Kyoka, how did you get here? Don't you know that this 947 is the Magic Council's boundary? Tartaros should be more restrained. Seeing the visitor, Jalal said indifferently. The words revealed some warnings, but they were not surprised at all because of their appearance. In this regard, Kyoka said indifferently, "What's the matter? Don't forget that your ability is still helping you. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't even have a chance to stand out now. And we are already on the same road. If we are found, how can you be better?" Kyoka is different from normal demons. As the strongest of the 9 demon gates, he masters double spells and has the ability to strengthen spells and turn his hands into weapons. It was she who mastered the strengthening spell that helped Jalal strengthen his magic power. That's right, Jalal has joined Tartaros. Knowing the need for power, Kyoka, who likes to transform humans, helps him. It is precisely because of this that Jalal has surpassed the boundary of the king in a short period of time. Otherwise, even if Jalal's talent is high, breaking through the sky is close to the level of the king. However, this is only part of the potential. Kyoka knew that Jalal had stronger potential, and if it wasn't for Jalal's vigilance, she would have directly developed Jalal into a demon. Currently, she was sent by Hades to assist Jalal in order to find out White Heritage Fez. Of course, the prerequisite is the same as the previous Tower of Heaven. That is, Jalal enters the council. Otherwise, everything is empty talk. I need a little time. Facing Kyoka's confusion, Jalal fell silent. Jalal doesn't want to get stronger? The answer is definitely no. In order to resurrect Zeruf, Jalal was willing to give up everything, even into Tartaros, especially since Altair had turned his back. But it is true that he is urgent, but it does not mean that he has completely lost his mind. He knows very well that the price of gaining power is to incarnate into a demon, and there is no way back. Since that's the case, you should think about it slowly. Leaving a lingering voice, Kyoka completely melted into the shadows. She is not in a hurry either. She believes that no one can resist the temptation of power. With Kyoka's departure, only Jalal was left in the dark hall. The dark clouds fluttered and the moonlight disappeared. The hall was plunged into darkness again, and the remaining reason was also plunged into darkness. Some can only fall into hideous beasts. Magic Slayer, Loya, and those immortals from the Magic Council, one by one, are preventing me from waiting. I will never let you have good fruit to eat. The other side. While Ishgar was surging, the Albaraz Empire also exploded. The death of the Divine Shield was such a big loss just after the start of the war, which caused chaos among millions of magic soldiers. In addition, the high-level personnel also fell into a state of dead silence. At the Council of the Aegis, many holy shields fell into silence. No one could have imagined that the advanced troops brought by Serena and Bloodman would encounter such a situation. Not only did the 2 holy shields die, but almost all the tens of thousands of magic soldiers accompanying them died. Such a situation is far beyond anyone's imagination. Although the 2 of them are not the strongest in the holy shield, apart from Shuangbi, they are by no means the weakest. Each of them must far surpass the strength of the Heavenly King. But even this top-level combat power is still dead, and he still died in the hands of an unknown person who only appeared twice. How can they accept it? However, what made them more concerned was that they heard the news of the appearance of the giant dragon again. The last time was on the coast of Fiori. This time it was in the Ishgar Central region. One after the other, 2 giant dragons have appeared. They don't think if 2 dragons are the same. After all, according to the intelligence information they had, the giant dragon that appeared on the coast of Fiori was a giant dragon with crystals growing behind its blue body. What appeared in the central western region was a bone dragon through and through. The 2 look completely different. When did the 400-year-old giant dragon appear so frequently? Could it be that the giant dragon has not completely disappeared in this land, but has been hiding? If this is the case, then their attack on the mainland this time is no different from a joke. It is true that the strength of the Holy Shield is very strong, and it has the extraordinary power to move mountains and reclaim the sea, but such power is at most equal in front of the dragon. and the dragon they wanted to kill was completely impossible. For a time, a heavy atmosphere surrounded the entire parliament, and even they felt the difficulty of the matter. Agil, who was the most detached on weekdays, was also silent. After a long time, August, who was in the second seat, spoke slowly. Send the reconnaissance force, and without a thorough understanding of the Ishgar continent, first suspend the attack and drive to avoid unnecessary casualties. But what to do with the reputation of the Holy Shield? It is too unwilling to swallow it like this. Concubine de Maria, Yesta stood up from her seat. It's better to leave it to me to solve them. With my ability, I can completely kill everyone without knowing it. De Maria didn't mean to make it big. Mastering the power of time, she can enter the time crack, and her potential is second only to double wall. However, August did not agree. Chapter 193. No, until the situation is thoroughly investigated, no one is allowed to take another shot, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He was in charge of the war, including this raid. To some extent it was all his fault. After eating a lack of information, Orgatus will never eat again. Then let those Ishgar madmen sneer? Concubine de Maria gritted her teeth. August shook his head, raised his head and said, no matter what, that person must die. But this time it's up to me. Boom! As the voice fell, all the eyes of the Holy Shield focused on August's body, and their eyes revealed an unbelievable expression. Lord August, sir you, my lord, let us try again. This time we will never disappoint you. No one expected that the situation would evolve into this situation. There are strong and weak points in the Holy Shield. As one of the twin walls of the Albarez Empire, August is undoubtedly above all the Holy Shields. But in fact, August is the strongest in the Aegis. At the same time, he was also the first to follow the Emperor and help create the Albarez Empire. The strength comparable to the peak of the king level makes every Holy Shield feel despair, and no one dares to question it. As the head of Emperor Shaparagon and his dislike of fighting, August did not take it lightly as a commander. Part of the reasons for the above, and the fact that it surpasses the king-level strength. Every move is a natural disaster. This is also August's other title besides the Sorcerer King. Disaster. Not a natural disaster, nor a natural disaster of war, and a one-man disaster. The terrifying combat power that can collapse a world in an instant and distort everything. All sacred shields know that, unless there are special circumstances, the kind-hearted August will never end. It is conceivable that the death of Serena and Bloodman this time aroused much anger in August's heart. In the face of everyone's dissuasion, August shook his head lightly. I understand your thoughts, but there is no need to sacrifice, and it's time to end. This is just one of the reasons. When the war broke out, the Albarez Empire had to win. The so-called Demon Slayer was undoubtedly the one who blocked the way. In order to win, no matter how far you go, to collect information with all your strength, no Holy Shield can act alone. This is a punishment for you, and it is also a consideration for your life. This land is not as simple as we thought. Besides, call Irene back before I do. I need her to sit before I do. It's not that I don't believe in the strength of other Holy Shields. Before that happened, August could hand the war over to any of them at will. But in the current situation, it is best for Irene to take over. However, the voice fell, and the Holy Shields looked at each other and did not respond until Envel stood up. Irene, sir. So far, there is still no news, but according to the information of the subordinates, some people have witnessed that Irene has logged into the mainland. I'm afraid it's not that easy to get in touch with Lord Irene. Hearing this, August was silent for a moment, then continued to speak. Forget it. She shouldn't be involved in this war. Just let her go. You are responsible for the Envel when I'm not here. Yes, the other side, since the death of the double Aegis, the Albarez Empire stopped the invasion, but did not retreat. Shenbing was still at the border, advancing little by little. It is not difficult to imagine the opponent, waiting for the opportunity to attack the next time. And since the end of the shot, Loya sent back to Crocus to the capital. Back in the capital, Loya was lying on Lysana's lap pillow, enjoying Lysana's service, turning on the magic of ancient documents, and flipping through the light curtain to search for information. Its appearance is very similar, the appearance of holding a tablet to surf the internet in the previous life. The only difference is that in the last life, Only the bed could lie down. But now he has a well-behaved and sensible sister who knows how to love his brother. On the light curtain is the information collected by Altair. After entering the soul limit, she also quickly entered her own role and began to collect information for Loya. There is no way. In addition to the soul limit, Loya also holds the secret of this undercover. He was so thoroughly manipulated that he couldn't resist at all. Asked for flowers. Rather than being passively restrained, it is better to obey Loya readily, and perhaps gain a little benefit from it. It's really strange that there is no response at all. Looking at the light curtain, Loya fell into contemplation. Logically speaking, the death of the double Aegis shouldn't have no reaction at all. At least it has to perform better and make the Magic Council feel a little nervous. Such a reaction was far beyond Loya's expectations. But that's fine. Anyway, this time the action itself is also out of Gyuda's request, otherwise he will not be able to take action. Then just keep waiting. Loya opened her mouth and bit Lysana's peaches. Okay, sweet, but Loya doesn't have to do everything. Among them, he also summoned Gyuda. This time, due to the large scope of the outbreak of the battle, the entire city was destroyed, and the headquarters of the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce was also completely destroyed. Fortunately, after Loya arrived, they bought enough time to transfer assets. With the strength of the Chamber of Commerce, although the damage was not small, the impact was not too great, but there was one thing that made him quite concerned. You want to send your daughter to join our guild? In a separate hall, Jude is half kneeling in front of Loya. Others don't know Loya's true identity, but Gyuda, who collects magic information for Loya, knows it. Yes, Lord Luo. This time, thanks to you, our Chamber of Commerce didn't lose too much, but it's not the way to trouble you every time. I hope to send my daughter to join the guild. I don't ask her to stay by your side and become a great wizard like you. I only hope that she can have a little self-preservation ability. This is a lie. What to ask for help, with the power of the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce, not to mention provoking S-rank mages such as Urza, but A-rank mages are more than enough. Not to mention magic resources, the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce itself deals in magic materials. A 13 or 14-year-old girl has not been exposed to magic for a long time. It will take at least a few years to achieve something. So what Sojord said was just a lie. Moore is hoping to use his daughter to have a marriage relationship with Loya. Big. Chapter 194. This war left a great shadow on Gyuda. Deep understanding of the true meaning of the law of survival. In front of absolute power, money, power, and identity all vanished. Pinning his hopes on the Magic Council, he couldn't ensure his own safety at all. If Loya hadn't arrived in time, he wouldn't have survived this time. Therefore, Jude felt it necessary to strengthen the relationship with Loya. Marriage is undoubtedly the best option. However, direct marriage is impossible, not to mention the identity gap. There are already many girls on Luo's side, and blunt placement of a person will inevitably usher in dissatisfaction. The best way is to make it a member of the guild, a companion of the guild. With Loya's importance to his companions, the status of the Chamber of Commerce can also be improved, and when the 947 encounters trouble in the future, it can also reduce the possibility of causing Loya's dissatisfaction. Of course, it would be even better if his own daughter could become a loyal woman. At that time, his own identity will follow the rising tide. Gyuda's little abacus, Loya, is also clear. In the original book, he chose to force Lucy into a family marriage in order to obtain greater benefits. Because of disgust with his father's behavior, Lucy chose to run away from home and join the Fairy Tale Guild. After that, it led to the outbreak of Phantom Lord for a series of times, but I didn't expect that the current object would become me. Loya couldn't help but feel a little funny about this. Then send it, provided she voluntarily, not by coercion. Loya is a little disgusted by Jude's behavior, but Lucy was originally a member of Fairy Tale and a genius on celestial spirit magic. The future self needs her help, and Gyuda will take the initiative to mention it even if he doesn't say it. Gyuda was overjoyed when he heard the words, Lord Loya, I know that. And this time I chose to join the guild, not my initiative, but my daughter's request. I'm just paraphrasing for my daughter. Okay, I get it. Gyuda has always been a resolute person. After obtaining Loya's permission, it is a businessman's style and instinct to return to the newly established Chamber of Commerce. It was rare that Loya gave him a chance, and he naturally wouldn't miss it. Judah left, and Loya prepared the old man to say something. The old man is responsible for the new members joining the club, and he still has to tell him about the matter of affection and reason. Of course, only for notifications. Loya shut down immediately after the summons, for fear that the Magic Council or others would use the old man's mouth to ask for help. The succession of events had already upset him. Although this 4-stage demonization breakthrough exceeded his expectations, he actually didn't want to be too involved in this war. Brother Loya, look who this is. At this moment, an extremely lively voice suddenly burst into the door of the main hall, and then a small figure burst in. Who else could this person be except Wendy? But behind her, there was still a white figure running towards her. It was a girl similar to Wendy, dressed in JK clothes, with beautiful long white hair fluttering as she ran, and the cat ears and tail on the top of her head were shaking. Loya's eyes were full of surprise. Before Loya finished speaking, Wendy couldn't wait to pick up the words. Brother Loya, can't you see? This is Carla. Loya, of course, he knew it was Carla. Catgirl. The beauty of fantasy in the hearts of many otherworld lovers. Loya is one of them. It is a pity that although fairy tale is a magical world, there are mysterious monsters, dragons, giants, celestial spirit, etc., but there is no orc race. The only time it appears is when Carla learns to transform into magic, transforming into human form. Even monsters in this world can learn magic. Thinking of this, Loya suddenly understood the reason why Urza and Carla were tired of being together some time ago. It was clearly that the two were hiding together to learn magic. Brother Loya, Carla is cute, little Wendy said excitedly, holding Carla's hand. As the closest partner, Wendy couldn't be happier to see Carla transformed into a human being. Carla said with a smug look, Well, I'm also working hard to learn magic. It's really cute. Loya said sincerely. At this time, although Carla was still 3 years younger, it was still exactly the same as the impression in his mind. I am afraid that it is also because he is a transcendence, and his age is more mature. I won't be happy if it sounds so nice. This is a lie. Having said that, Loya could still see from the slightly raised corner of her mouth that Carla was in a very happy mood. It really is Tsundere. Well, it's really great, I'll touch it. Loya looked at the cat ears and couldn't help reaching out to pet it. Carla was going to dodge out of habit, but considering Loya's compliments, it was Tsundere's obedience. Just touch it for a while and shout. I know. Loya said perfunctorily. In fact, his hand had already been placed on the furry cat ear, and he was gently stroking it. Soft touch, light temperature, can rebound when pressed lightly. These are real cat ears, not decorative items. Loya's eyes lit up and went straight to the two-pronged approach, touching a cat's ear with one hand. While stroking, smelling the rushing scent, Carla's lovely face flushed a little, especially seeing that Loya had no intention of letting go, and there was a little more panic in her eyes. Not yet. Come on, touch it for a while. It's the first time I've seen it. And by the way, there's your tail. 3.3 Don't touch my tail, it's mine. Carla was still a step behind after all. Loya grabbed Carla's wobbly cat's tail and rubbed it lightly. The red star's face turned red instantly, and a cloud of white mist could be seen from the top of the head, and there were tears in his eyes. The next second, Carla burst into tears. Loya, what's the situation? Could it be that the cat's tail is still a specific switch that cannot be touched? Seeing Carla cry, Loya hurriedly guided her, but this didn't soothe Carla's emotions, but made Carla cry even louder. From the appearance, Loya seems to be a bad uncle who persecutes elementary school students. Chapter 195. 190th chapters. Carla was played bad. Dinner time at night. After some persuasion, Carla finally stopped crying, changed back to cat form, and changed her clothes. But after she stopped crying, she still hid in Wendy's arms with a crying face and didn't dare to come out, indicating that her mind had not yet calmed down in front of her. Seeing this, the kind-hearted Wendy rarely resents Loya. Brother Loya really grabs Carla's tail without asking a question. Don't you know that's Carla's most sensitive ground? The most sensitive place? How do I know this kind of thing? Loya felt innocent. He just wanted to try it out, and it was rare to see Mao and Yang, so he also wanted to test it out. Really are? Her lady queen, who was enjoying dinner gracefully, said, Loya, Your curiosity is too strong. Don't be like this next time. Are you saying that works? This guy hasn't always been like this. Change that. Mirajane helped. The two are not each other on weekdays, but only when it comes to Loya will unite. No way. Who told Loya to bully them the most times? 23. There is a rare opportunity to get down on the ground, and they naturally won't let it go. Loya was powerless to refute and could only suffer silently. Who told him to do something wrong? If you say something wrong at this time, it will be bad. This is the experience gained from working with Urza and Mirajane for many years. Lysana, who was the only one who felt bad for her brother, didn't have time, but when the idea of Loya was born, she heard Lysana say this. Brother Loya, it's better to apologize to Carla. Woolen cloth. Well, all betrayal. Loya didn't even have a chance to speak up, but it was true that he was wrong. After eating, Loya stretched out her hand and dragged Carla back from Wendy's arms and placed it in his arms, rubbing the fluffy cat's head lightly. Are you still angry? I'm not that stingy. Carla didn't look up, just leaned against Loya's arms and whispered. This is not a lie. Carla also knew that Loya didn't do it on purpose, and the reason why she didn't speak was completely embarrassed to make a fool of herself on the spot. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them at the time, Loya and Wendy. If there were more, Carla would definitely go crazy. Really? Loya asked worriedly. After all, doing things during the day is indeed a bit too much. But Loya didn't say it was okay. Besides, Carla remembered it again, and her eyes were red again, which scared Loya to stop. Okay, don't talk anymore, and you are really cute today, so I can't help it. Really? When Carla heard this, the tears stopped. Don't think Carla is very smart, but in fact, she was only 3 or 4 years old since she was born, and she usually looks like a little adult so that people forget her age. Of course, the so-called little adults are only useful for Wendy. In the eyes of others, especially in Carla's eyes, she was still the same as Wendy. Looking at the red-eyed Carla, Loya suddenly had another evil thought. Really, it would be better if you could let me take another look. I want to take another look at your transformation magic. That's only once, you can't say it, and you can't move, Loya nodded frantically. Not to say so, but it is impossible not to move. Under the bewitchment of Loya, after Mo Lulu became a cat-ear girl, she stumbled into a lot of poses that she shouldn't do. Promises to others, Loya should still do. Taking out the empty magic ball, the inner magic circle was reprinted again, adding a lot of dragon magic. After a little test, the power is about the level of the king, and with Altair's magic, it is enough to fight against any king of the sky. The solitary magic of time has to be said to have a great advantage in the use of magic tools. The ability to manifest multiple time points of matter, if used well, is undoubtedly a big killer. However, before he could say anything, the medium-sized communication magic stone stored in the accompanying space was flashing frantically. Loya turned it on without thinking, still playing with the empty magic ball in his hand. There is news so soon, and the work is quite neat. The person who sent the news was none other than Altair himself. Due to the peculiar nature of identity, Altair does not easily contact itself unless in exceptional circumstances. Loya, sir, there is movement in the Sun Village that you asked to find. How fast? Loya is no different. Just a few days ago, Loya asked Altair to investigate Tartaros. Tartaros, one of the 3 major dark guilds, one of the 3 major joint guilds of Balam Alliance, the last guild to appear in the original book. Tartaros members are a banned book of Xerath demons, who use conjurations other than magic. The purpose of Altair's investigation is simple, for the Book of Yendi in his hands, the source of all spells in the fairy tale world. As a book lover, such books are naturally what Loya pays attention to. Mastering the knowledge in the book may be able to progress to understand the profound meaning of soul and life, and strengthen one's own strength. Another reason is that the Book of Yendi is about Natsu's life, and Loya must have it. In fact, 947 Loya can also use the power of silver. As one of the 9 demon gates, he knows the location of Tartaros very well. But since the last meeting, Jin has provided him with information about demons. Because of the control of his own soul, he made an appointment every time he passed it, and then met in the area that absorbed Die Lion. There is still a long way to go before the agreed time, So we can only rely on Altair, who has information on the dark world, as long as he is close to the area related to Tartaros. It was natural to be able to get in touch with Tartaros. That's right. The Altair phantom nodded. There is still a certain element of luck. Just after the Alvarez Empire stopped some time ago, Tartaros, one of the three giants of the dark world, suddenly started to act. Tartaros can be found in many corners of the war. The most obvious one was in a village. This village has existed for more than 400 years, and there are giants living in it. Not long ago, the village was frozen. It is said that a demon appeared somewhere and froze all the giants. Is it the village of the sun? Loya said subconsciously. Hey, Lord Loya, do you know this village? Duh. Chapter 196. Altair had a look of surprise in his eyes when he heard Loya say the name of the village directly. The name of the village is Sun Village. Yes, but she hadn't said the name of the village from beginning to end just now. So how did Loya know about it? Could it be that Loya has the ability to predict? If you know it by accident, you don't need to care. Loya fumbled with the past. Seeing this, Altair didn't delve too far into this area. As long as Loya refuses to say it, no one can do anything to him. After all, according to himself, he is being pinched. Tartaros suddenly appeared. Loya is not too surprising. Those who also master the power of the devil know how much the devil desires for the magic power. Death and fear are the source of their magic. The outbreak of war, the death and fear brought by it is undoubtedly the most powerful. Thus Tartaros are active in times of chaos, and quiet only in times of complete peace, and the situation suits them best. Is Lord Loya going to deal with Tartaros? Altair scolded the question and answer sideways, his eyes full of curiosity. No way. Loya took the initiative to mention Tartaros at this time, and it was extremely difficult not to forget this aspect. Come on, go to Tartaros with one thing. Loya admitted it directly. Don't even mind telling Altair more. Anyway, Altair has become his own person, and some things don't need to be concealed too much. It really is. Loya didn't care, but that didn't mean Altair was the same. Almost instantly, a pair of beautiful eyes were completely filled with shock. You must know that it is Tartaros, the most mysterious guild among the three major dark guilds. Although there was a vague guess in the heart when collecting intelligence, but certainty and unsure are completely two different things. But it's right to think about it seriously. Loya's apparent strength is enough to deal with the powerhouse of the Holy Shield, and it is not impossible to deal with Tartaros. The only thing she can't figure out is the reason for Loya's action. She doesn't think that Loya is out of justice to eradicate the dark forces. Can I ask you for a long time why you want to attack Tartaros? Loya slowly raised his hand and stood up from the ground. It's mainly because I'm going to pick up one thing. That thing is very important to me, and you don't need to know about other things. It won't do you any good to know this. Really stingy. Altair's phantom pouted in disapproval. Appetite was lifted, but suddenly stopped, and said, "This feeling of not going up and down is very uncomfortable, okay? By the way, there is no specific location of Tartaros in the current intelligence information. Even if you want to attack, there is no way." Loya said, "You don't have to worry about this. I only need the news of the devil. As for the empty magic ball, I have already rebuilt it for you. You can send someone to fetch it." Arriving at Sun Village, Loya naturally has a way to find silver. By the way, you can also follow this opportunity to collect the inner purgatory dragon. Sun Village. In this rumored village of giants, Infernal Dragon, Atlas Flame. One of the 7-headed dragons that passed through the Eclipse Gate in the feature film. He is also a friend of the Fire Dragon King Igneal and a member of the Fire Dragon family. For some unknown reason, Atlas Flame did not die at the Dragon King Festival, but survived in the form of flames. Although he survived, his strength has regressed to a very fragile level. Otherwise, no matter how special Silver's Ice Demon Extinguisher was, it would not be enough to not be Dragon Flame's ability. The Purgatory Dragon, a dragon of the dragon family, is not weak in strength. After the mad slaughter of Acnologia, the dragons of the dragon family are about to disappear from the stage of history, and the remaining dragons are less than one. From a magical point of view, Loya never wanted the dragon to be completely wiped out. After all, this is the world of magic. The rise and growth of a creature takes a long time, especially the strongest creature of the dragon race 400 years ago, It is a pity to disappear in history like this. Loya has a better way to deal with it than to let it die. For example, dragon. Make it into a magic container comparable to the Holy Shield. But unlike the Bone Dragon, Loya had better plans. Hearing that the empty magic ball had been reforged, Altair's face was full of surprises, but Loya's head was full of black lines from the beginning. Has it been built? Enough to defeat the Aegis. Defeat the Aegis? What a joke. Is it really a Huxia cabbage when the Aegis is really? Even it took a lot of effort to defeat the double Holy Shield last time, and it was still with the help of the Bone Dragon. Without the help of the Bone Dragon, Loya would have been defeated. However, there is a precondition for this. That is, the power of the dragon is not used. Loya rolled his eyes and said quite speechlessly, "It's not so scary." After refining it again, the power has increased several times, which is enough to compete with the Holy Shield. What the hell? Hearing this result, Altair's face also showed a trace of negativity. Forget it. It's better than nothing, so just consider it the cost of this intelligence. Hey, it's really sad that I paid so much for it, but only got so little in return in the end. A few blue veins appeared on Loya's forehead. Don't. Makes it seem like his magic tool is tattered. To give her a good face, just push her nose on her face. If it weren't for the distance, he would have to grab it and put it on his knees and beat him hard. Squeezing his anger, Loya said helplessly, "Just use it. If you really encounter a strong, Nuo Zhao, person of the Holy Shield level, you can send me a distress signal, and I will rush over as soon as possible. Now you are my person, no matter what, I will not watch you die." It's almost there. Altair's sad face changed instantly, especially when he heard Loya's last sentence. The smile on his face became more and more brilliant. Seeing this, Loya was also quite speechless. "Okay, continue to collect information and notify me immediately if something happens." Yes, Bao Ruo has completed the task. After some small talk, Loya also walked out of the palace. After explaining to Urza and the others, he was ready to go out. Since it was decided that the sooner the better, Loya flew out of Crocus after getting the news of the Sun Village from Altair. At about the same time, after leaving thousands of meters, we set off directly on the Bone Dragon. It's time to go out and collect a wave of materials. Chapter 197. Roar. The dragon sounded long, and the Bone Dragon was flying quickly. In order to feel the Sun Village as soon as possible, Loya directly put the Bone Dragon into demonization mode and flew with all his strength. How fast is the Bone Dragon's full flight? Just like the space magic airship, it is enough to leave anything far behind. The difference is that the space magic airship increases its speed by traversing the space and compressing the space, while the Bone Dragon completely relies on its own ability. Don't look at the huge size of the dragon and think that it moves slowly, and the speed of the dragon is also extremely good. To be able to cross the continent in an instant, this kind of event is simply a small matter for the dragon, and even faster. In the original book, in order to destroy Fez, the 4 giant dragons stored in the human body shattered Fez all over the continent in just a few seconds. One can imagine how terrifying the dragon's movement speed is. Moments later, Loya arrived at what Altair had said, in the desert somewhere in the southern region. The desert area is huge. Upon arrival, Loya and the Bone Dragon split up. People go east, and one dragon goes west to conduct a comprehensive investigation. In the demon state, the strength of the soul has been greatly improved, especially the 4th stage of demonization of the soul has been transformed, and the perception has entered a new 947 realm. Loya can easily perceive things within tens of thousands of meters. And because of the existence of life connection, the Bone Dragon also shares this ability to some extent. Therefore, in the case of double search, the entire desert area was quickly investigated. In a flash, Loya appeared on a dune. Turning his head subconsciously, he looked at the sand dunes in the direction of 3 o'clock and released his perception at the same time. Tens of thousands of meters away in this direction, a lot of magical energy was perceived, and then Loya released the Eye of Insight, just like the real god's perspective, and saw a frozen village. Within the village, a series of ice giants stood in the middle of the village. Found it. Loya grinned. The Bone Dragon also let out a soft roar, and immediately automatically turned into Loya's body, and Loya immediately jumped down and fell into the center of the village. It's still shocking. Loya looked up at everything around her with a curious expression in her eyes. Looking around, the entire village was frozen into ice cubes, and the giant dozens of meters high was completely frozen. Such a scene is not something that anyone, CDD, can see. After sighing and roaring, Loya immediately flew forward. According to the memory he knew, the location of the eternal flame, the purgatory dragon, was in the center of the village. It's right here. Loya fell on a mountain hundreds of high. At the foot is an extremely iceberg peak that looks like a rising flame, shining under the sunlight. However, under the scorching desert sunshine, this extremely icy mountain peak still showed no signs of disintegration, and the vast white pole ice seemed to be jade, not ice. Pressing the palm of the hand on the ice peak, through the extreme ice, one can feel the presence of a breath of life within the mountain peak, which is the body of the purgatory dragon Atlas Flame. The soul is close to being completely extinguished, but there is still salvation. Just do it. The whole village is frozen by the demon slayer, and even the dragon is sealed, but it is useless in front of Loya. When it was 3 years ago, he might have felt a little more troublesome, but now his strength has been infinitely improved to the level of the Holy Shield. The mere demon-killing method melted away with a single touch. The existence of high conjuration has this unimaginable ability, but Loya's eyes of insight don't even need to use the devouring ability. The extreme ice quickly disintegrated into mists and disappeared into the sky. Quack! That's when Loya got his hands on it, though. Above the sky, a huge one-eyed black bird flew across the sky, making a harsh and very unpleasant sound. Has it been discovered? Loya, who was dispersing extremely ice, smiled faintly, but she had no intention of stopping in her hands. They are all useless minions, and there is no need to shoot. The magic power is increasing, and the speed of disintegration is accelerating. With a clear sound, all the poles collapsed. With the dissipation of the polar ice, a small flame appeared. The flames were very weak, so faint that they were almost the size of a fingernail, but the result was not bad. In the original book, because of being frozen, Atlas Flame was almost weakened to the extreme. If it wasn't for Wendy's support of sky magic, it would have perished directly. It's you? I didn't expect that after 400 years, you still haven't changed, Crown Dragon. Weak flames deliver weak chanting. From the sound, Loya could feel the weakness of Atlas Flame. But compared to these, what shocked Loya was Atlas Flame's reaction. You must know that Atlas Flame is a giant dragon 400 years ago, and his existence is located in the world 400 years later. There is a difference of 400 years between them. Besides, he is a traveler himself. How did Atlas Flame know about him? And, Crown Dragon? What kind of weird name is this? Loya now suddenly has a feeling that his brain has become rigid, and all his previous thinking and logic have exploded. The source of all this is a word from Atlas Flame. You're not admitting your mistake, are you? Loya Chuanyan asked. Atlas Flame has just woken up. Maybe his mind is not sober or not. After all, the consciousness of Atlas Flame was broken due to weakness, and Atlas Flame's own consciousness was still in a state of confusion, and it was impossible to say that his memory was vague. Pity. This conjecture does not hold. Dragon testers, you won't admit your mistake. Just, why? Your breath has become so weak. After that rare battle, did you suffer? Acnologia's revenge. The weak consciousness came again, and the voice was even more intermittent. But these words also completely dispelled Loya's speculation. After a while of brainstorming, an idea popped into Loya's mind. Could it be that the future self has traveled back to the era 400 years ago? The birth of this idea, even Loya was a little stunned. To be honest, due to the existence of the Japanese-style gate, Loya considers traveling back in time. Because in this era, it is absolutely impossible for Loya to surpass the god level, no matter how hard he tries. The reason is simple. This time is too peaceful to the point of despair. Even if there is still a war breaking out, it will eventually return to peace. It is precisely because of this that Loya has never put this war in his eyes. Chapter 198. 400 years ago and 400 years later. These two eras are completely different eras. The masters of the former world are the dragon clan, and the human clan is comparable to the ants, lingering on. The master of the latter world is the human race, and the dragon race becomes history and disappears. During the entire 400 years, because of the outbreak of wars one after another, that kind of cherished magic disappeared in the long river of history and was completely cut off. Although in the afterlife, new magic is still born. But compared to ancient magic, it is not a little bit worse, and even the principles of magic have changed a lot. Different times have different magics to adapt to. In the era of peace, magic was born more to adapt to tasks in life. And in the era 400 years ago, the era of the dragon race. In front of the irresistible dragon race, the human race lived extremely humble, and the humbleness was inferior to the livestock. Its ants, food, and dolls. Under the oppression, the magic that was born cannot be powerful, and the dragon-killing magic was also born in that era. It's all about survival, but these magics have basically disappeared. Manifestation of magic. Manipulate magic. Devil's 18 fighting god magic. Wait for some series of magic. These magics are now hard to find. At least in Loya's mind, magic beyond the limits of the times has not yet been born. Even if it is Loya, among his many magic deductions, the only ones that he can really draw are the initial method, the dragon magic, and the demon magic. Among them, the magic of God has great potential, but it is still too weak. In addition, dragon magic and demon incantation must go 400 years ago if they want to go further. However, there are many conditions to pass through the Eclipse Gate. Among them, the Eclipse Gate, the Zodiac sign, and the Celestial Spirit Magician must be extremely talented. This thought was suppressed here. Unexpectedly, if the other party said this, does it mean that he will definitely pass through the gate of the solar eclipse in the future? Loya's eyes lit up. This seems to be a good opportunity to understand yourself in the future. The person in front of him had survived the Dragon King Festival. If he took this opportunity, he would know everything about the future development. Does that mean he will be able to cope better in the future? Just when Loya made up his mind to take a good look at his words, the extremely weak flames suddenly fell into a dead silence. The flames flickered and dimmed, as if they were about to go out. Loya hurriedly transitioned some energy, and the soul energy went in, just to stabilize the shaking soul. So he asked again, "Then do you remember what happened before you were sealed?" "Can't remember. Clearly, I only remember Queen Irene and the Black Dragon and recent events. All I can remember is these, and the things that were sealed recently. I only remember that a man appeared and sealed me without any worries." The flames shook. Loya didn't press on, because he knew that even if he kept asking, it would be useless. The soul of Atlas Flame is not only weak, but also temporarily absent. The previous memory has been divided into countless fragments, and only a part of the things are remembered. Even if Loya can help him restore his soul, the lost memories cannot be retrieved. As for that man, he was silver. You rest first, and the rest will be discussed later. Loya did not point out that he had not yet passed through the Eclipse Gate, but let Atlas Flame cultivate with peace of mind. "No, I can't sleep yet. The giants of this village have been sealed because of me. I must wake them up again. Leave this matter to me. After I lift the seal, you will come with me." Loya answered. At this time, Atlas Flame was too weak. It was so weak that it seemed that a slight gust of wind might extinguish it, and when he used strength, his soul completely disappeared from this world. Although Atlas Flame doesn't have much to write down, let's save it anyway. Maybe something will be discovered in the future. Boom! The magic burst out, and a hot flame rushed to the sky, forming a sea of fire. Under the powerful control, this sea of fire began to fall. A mighty force sweeps over everything. Under the rising flames, the surrounding glaciers began to disintegrate and melt, and the polar ice began to melt. Those giants who were dusty in the past slowly walked out of the frozen time, regained their normal consciousness, and walked with their rigid figures. Asked for flowers. "Hey, what happened to us? Why are they all standing here?" It seems that there was a strong enemy attacking, and then I heard the voice of the patron saint. By the way, the patron saint. The giant looked up. I saw that the flaming mountain peaks hundreds of meters away had disappeared, leaving only the empty altar. All Loya needs is Atlas Flame. Let's go back to rescue first, and let him forget about Tartaros for the time being. Other giant memories are even less likely to be in his consideration. If it wasn't for Atlas Flame's request, he wouldn't bother to pay attention to these giants. However, what Loya didn't know was that it wasn't long after he left. A crimson shadow descended on this piece of land. With the appearance of love shadows, the surrounding world falls into chaos, and the space collapses layer by layer. At the same time as having strength, the woman's face is also breathtakingly beautiful, holding a scepter with antlers, and a magic robe wrapping her beautiful body. The fullness in front of Hungary seems to be about to come out, exuding a breathtaking charm, as if the masterpiece of the Creator, the heaven and the earth in front of her, have lost their color. However, there is always a trace of sadness on such a delicate face. Because in her perception, she did not see the person she was looking for among the giants. The young man who had been dreaming about in her heart. His magic power is his breath, but why is it gone again? Why is it that after so many years, he is still unwilling to forgive him for leaving without saying goodbye? This time, no matter what, I will find you. Even if I look at you from a distance, I will never be separated from you again. For this reason, even if I wipe out all this land, I will not hesitate. An extremely sickly voice came out of the woman's mouth. The moment the voice fell, the woman's disappearance into the world, leaving the dazed giants behind. From slumber to attributes, everything they know nothing about is over. Even their patron saint has disappeared. Chapter 199. Brush. Loya returned to the capital on the Bone Dragon. From the desert area to Crocus, the whole process only took a few minutes. If you count the waiting time for going and searching, it is about 2 or 3 hours. It wasn't long, but a lot happened in the process. For example, the Albaraz Empire, which has been silent for a long time, has acted again. After August's appearance, the so-called Holy Ten and the King of Heaven were unable to stop the attack of the Sorcerer King, and Ishgar's side retreated steadily. However, none of this has anything to do with Loya. Anyway, to a certain extent, due to the pressure, the Magic Council naturally took out Fez to solve the battle. The most critical research at present is about the Eclipse Gate. However, before again, Loya has one more thing that 947 needs to deal with. That's where Lucy comes in. On the main road outside the capital, a business traveler kept approaching the city gate. Lord Jude, Miss Lucy, you are about to arrive at the gate of the royal capital. When they were about to arrive, the accompanying guards immediately walked into the large magic four-wheel drive to report. The carriage is a luxurious room with all kinds of facilities. There are 2 people sitting on the left and right sides. After entering, the guards ring one of them to report. It's finally here. It was Jude who spoke. With Loya's permission, he went back without stopping, and then hurried back. The rush along the way is undoubtedly a torment for him, who is just an ordinary person. But the good thing is that everything will come to an end. Hey, aren't we going to Magnolia? Why are we coming to Crocus? On the contrary, sitting opposite Gioda, a beautiful blonde girl heard the guard's message, and her face was slightly different when she was excited. This is a girl of about 15 or 16 years old, with long blonde hair hanging down slowly, smooth slanted bangs, and an extremely delicate face. The girl is none other than Lucy Hartfilia. According to her memory, Fairy Tale should be in Magnolia. How could it come to Crocus? All the same, Jude said slowly. But this time, let's go to meet Lord Loya first. Lord Loya? Is that the rumored Shura? Fairy Tale's strongest magician. No, Fiore's strongest magician. Father, why didn't you tell me earlier? I knew I was better dressed. Hear the word Loya. Lucy's beautiful eyes sent out intangible surprises and anticipation. In her hand is also a poster of the most master mage, with a full-body photo of Loya engraved on it. Combined with Lucy's reaction, it is not difficult to see that this little princess of the Hartfilia Chamber of Commerce is a fan of Loya, and she is also a brainless fan among fans. In addition, the relationship with his father is not as rigid as in the original. It all started 3 years ago. As a newly emerging business guild 3 years ago, the Hartfilia Chamber of Commerce took a ride on Loya, and its status and wealth have grown by leaps and bounds. After 3 years of development, it has become the largest business association in the West. After becoming bigger and stronger, Gioda did not lose his mind. He knew that he obtained everything through Loya's status and influence, and Gioda became more and more dedicated to assisting Loya. Jude was not too disgusted with her daughter Lucy's dream of becoming a magician, and even agreed directly when Lucy offered to join Fairy Tale. This made all this deviated from the original trajectory. According to normal circumstances, Lucy should have left home because he did not want to be bound by his father and joined Fairy Tale. In the current situation, Lucy has the support of his father, and the relationship between father and daughter is not as rigid as imagined. Even because of his father's close relationship with Loya, Lucy has always heard from his father Joda, and his heart can't help but arouse some curiosity. Taking advantage of his identity, Lucy went to look up information about Loya. Powerful, handsome, and respected by his father, Lucy instantly became a little fangirl. Whenever there are posters or photo books about Loya appearing, Lucy will buy them. Of course, this is just one of the reasons. At first, Lucy was still rational, just holding the idea of worship. Lucy was also there when Loya helped the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce last time. At that time, she was trapped in the inner city like her father. Facing the siege of tens of thousands of troops, she had just learned magic and had not seen such a scene for a long time. At that time, Lucy only felt that the sky was falling, and his heart was completely shrouded in darkness when he thought he was going to die. Loya has appeared. It shouldn't be the legendary demon that appeared. Like a god, it tore through the darkness and saved her life. From that moment on, the worship changed qualitatively. To ask Lucy why he knew that Limo was Loya, the reason was very simple. At that time, Lucy was also present when Jude called Loya for help in a panic, and Lucy would peek at his father's files out of curiosity at ordinary times. So I learned that Loya was secretly hunting demons. Adding the two together, it is not difficult to guess that the devil is Loya. From that moment on, Lucy's heart is deeply imprinted with a figure, imprinted with a Loya man. Loya's figure appeared in his mind all the time. Then, after getting out of trouble, Lucy is eager to meet Loya, hoping to see his hero up close. However, she also knew that the situation was chaotic and that it would be dangerous to leave without permission. Then he asked his father, Jude, to bring my tale, who joined the fairy. Joda is also trying to find a way to tie his relationship with Loya closer, so he readily agreed to Lucy. Although it is said to be beneficial to his daughter's suspicion, this is also Lucy's dream idea. Even if he doesn't agree now, Lucy might sneak out in the end. Rather than that, it is better to push the boat with the current. Furthermore, such things as marriage have long been commonplace in the business world. As long as his daughter can have a little concern with Loya, even if it is a little relationship, Joda believes that with Loya's character, he will never abandon his daughter. This has long been proven by the last clearance. Closer to home, after hearing that Loya was in the capital, Lucy couldn't wait to meet his idol. This is Lucy who has completed his self-guided strategy for 3 years. It can be said that there is no difference between white and white. Chapter 200. Go back to an hour ago. Back in the capital, Loya borrowed Nirvana from Robin Liu. Atlas Flame's soul is too weak, more than 100 times weaker than the Animus who has not yet obtained Dragon Cry. Although the Animus survived in a state of near death, the soul has not completely dissipated and decayed before dying, and is preserved in the human body. Afterwards, under the power of Nirvana, he was forced to purify and survive. Atlas Flame was completely lingering and survived, and it was still early to Yin's attack, and his soul was severely damaged again. Relying on Loya's help alone is not enough. The power of Nirvana is also needed. Aside from the ingested energy, the 6 core crystal balls in Nirvana have the function of condensing the soul. The soul stone created by Loya for Robin Liu is also made with reference to the 6 core crystal balls, and it has the ability to move freely. But the ability to gather is too small. With permission from Robin Liu, Loya sent the soul of Atlas Flame into it. I didn't believe it some time ago. I didn't expect that there are still dragons alive in this era, which is really surprising. In fact, when he learned about Loya's needs, Robin Liu was also shocked by Loya 23's request, and his eyes were full of curiosity when he looked at the core crystal ball. Since Loya awakened his consciousness again, Robin Liu has not continued to sleep. After 3 years of recovery, Robin Beast has recovered. Although it cannot change the attenuation, it is much better than directly perishing. During the period of time after waking up, Robin Liu also gradually understood the situation in the world through Wendy's side, and naturally heard the news of the appearance of the dragon. Robin Lu didn't believe it at first, but now it seems that he is ignorant. Robin Lu, Master, you have lived from 400 years ago to the present. Do you know anything about the Battle of the Dragon King Festival? While transferring soul magic power inside, Loya asked Robin Mon. It stands to reason that Robin Lu has lived for 400 years, which is a living history in itself. There are some things that should be known. Loya rushed back in a hurry. On the one hand, he also wanted to get his verification. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a shaking head. I don't know much about the Dragon King Festival. Long before the Dragon King Festival broke out, the Narrabite tribe was wiped out because of Nirvana. Although I barely survived, in order to seal Nirvana, I have consumed a lot of my strength, and I can only stay near Nirvana. Okay, this aspect is also discontinued. Loya was not surprised either. After all, if Robin Lu knew something, as early as when he first met, the other party must have recognized something, and he would not wait until now. Forget it. If you don't know for now, you can only think about it later. Loya thought. It's not yet the best time to go through the Eclipse Gate. Like space, time is unstable, and it is necessary to determine the time to avoid time errors. That's how the Eclipse Gate works. Imitating the celestial spirit to open the door, with the help of the time deficit in the celestial spirit world, while opening the door to leave history for future generations. After a long period of 400 years, the future generations will open the door and open the door in both directions, so as to ensure that there will be no deviation. And that's how the Eclipse Gate works. The people who opened the portal several times were controlled by the Heartfilia family. So to open the portal, Loya also needs Lucy's help, and the time is not suitable. However, this does not prevent Loya from preparing for this in advance. The Eclipse Gate is hidden inside the Fiori Palace, and the celestial spirit mage Lucy is about to join the guild. The rest is to consider the issue of the key. Loya happens to have 2 keys of the Zodiac in her hand. 2 of them are keys obtained from Mira Jane after defeating Oration Cease's Sona, namely Scorpio and Gemini. Loya also knows the whereabouts of the 4 keys of Sagittarius, Aries, Leo, and Virgo. Lucy has 3 keys in his hands: Aquarius, Taurus, and Cancer. Only the remaining 3 keys of Capricornus, Pisces, and Libra are not easy to get. The former is currently in the heart of the devil, and Pisces and Libra also need a long search. But anyway, let's collect first. Everything is for the future. The era 400 years ago, after placing the Purgatory Dragon, Loya walked out of the palace immediately. After walking out, Loya did not stop thinking, but continued to think. At this time, he was thinking that it would be better to start from there, as if to respond to Loya's thoughts. He just walked out of the hall and immediately encountered Judah and Lucy, who were entering. Due to the special reception at the previous time, and the Heartfilia Chamber of Commerce itself has a detached status. When entering the city, he entered the city without hindrance, and he was able to drive into the palace without any restrictions, even without a notification. Lord Loya. As soon as Gioda entered the palace, he happened to see Loya. A shout drew Loya's attention, and he turned to look at Judah, including Lucy, who was standing beside him at a young age. You are Lord Loya. Before Loya could say anything, he saw Lucy's pair of beautiful eyes 960 cast a surprised look at him, and subconsciously addressed him. Several big question marks appeared on Loya's forehead. As if questioning his hearing, Loya subconsciously licked his ears. Looking at Lucy with a surprised look on his face, Wendy with scales in his hands, even Lucy with a conscience inferior to Mira Jane and Urza, said, "What did you say?" Lord Loya, the real Lord Loya. In the palace, in front of many guards, Lucy showed a look of a fangirl who didn't fit his identity at all, and went forward to hold Loya's hand. Standing on tiptoe, a pair of twinkling eyes popped in front of Loya and said incoherently, "It's great. I can finally see the real person." Don't be so excited. Take it slow." Looking at Lucy, who was somewhat similar to his own impression, Loya also showed an unexpected expression. It seemed that he felt Loya's difference, and Gioda on the side also explained embarrassingly, "Sorry, Lord Loya, this is my daughter. I like to read some magic weekly magazines on weekdays. I am your fan." "I see." Loya got it. According to his own memory, among many fairy tale members, Lucy is the one who likes to gossip the most.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.